Oh, hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you. I just wanted to have a moment to appreciate our background. And I appreciate that you appreciated it. Thank you for being here. Hello, old chum. If you stick around, you'll hear about the Batman. He's kind of a big deal. The Fantasmagorium is pleased to welcome you to Cowls and Crusaders, a show about the Batman. The third of Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy has had fans divided, nonplussed, tepid. We'll see if we can pull an Adam West and get rid of a bomb. If the autopilot is working, that is. Kat is a burglar, Ernesto is a bad expert, and I am Scotty R37, and we are here to gab about The Dark Knight Rises. Hi, everybody.
You've done that like 100 times and you still can't figure out how to jump back to the video.
It's the autopilot. It's the autopilot's not working.
Like the thumbnails and all that kind of shit.
I love it when the creative criticism happens in private, Kat. It's a delightful situation.
We have to start this show out with a laugh.
Well, yeah. If I get the laugh, then everything is okay. Ernesto, how are you, sir? I heard that you were doing some calisthenics and getting in bat shape.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
There's something wrong with the sound mix on this trailer. Can we fix that in post?
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
We could fix anything in post.
It's true. We'll just redo the whole thing. You want to start over? We can just do that.
Nah, we're fine.
And Kat, how are you?
Good.
Excellent. I suppose, as we've sort of talked about over the last couple of shows when it comes to the Christopher Nolan trilogy, what was your first experience watching this movie? I'm assuming we all saw it in theaters.
Yeah, I remember way back when, going back to that article about a month before Dark Knight, 3 weeks before Dark Knight came out, asking if they would recast Joker, they'd bring in Riddler, and that led to all of those theories that went on for years. And I remember when the first news broke that Tom Hardy was cast, they didn't say what role he was in, and everybody thought he was going to be Black Mask. And I thought that would be awesome. Like not the Ewan McGregor, like nightclub weirdo Black Mask, but like really intimidating. I was kind of excited about that. And then when they made the announcement that he was going to be Bane, I sat there and I thought, in Nolan's verse, I was like, okay. And they put out a trailer a whole year in advance. Granted, it was very short, and then another trailer, I listened to the because he premiered the prologue in December 2011, and I missed that. He didn't put it out in like a bunch of IMAX theaters or anything. And somebody uploaded the audio to YouTube, just the audio only. And they didn't have it like subtitled, and the audio wasn't a great transfer, but even then I could easily understand Bane's voice. And it had this different, like, Eastern European type accent, really intimidating. And even though all these critics got to see it with the best sound system imaginable in IMAX, they all bitched him on. We can't understand. I'm convinced they had to have hearing problems, and so they.
I did see a side-by-side comparison of the original trailer compared to the the final cut in the film. And there are definite like differences in terms of the sharpening of the sound, or at least making it more prominent, if nothing else.
Well, they re-recorded all its dialogue after that because, and that's when he came up with the idea of styling it after Bartley Gorman and all that kind of thing. But I was like, oh God, we're already caving to the mob. Let's not push this any further. And so but for some reason I was anticipating this movie, but I wasn't feeling it as much as Rises because, Ernesto and I actually had two friends who at the time worked in the Warner Brothers marketing department. And they were told by other people who worked in that department that Nolan was very hands-on for the marketing for the second film, but that they couldn't even get a call back or an email back from or anything from him for the third. And that eventually the guy who's the go-between said, look, guys, you can do what you want for this because he's really, not on board with this. It's like the ultimate carte blanche project, if you will. I think the deal was if he came back and did a third Batman movie, they would give him 3 movies of his, whatever he wanted to do, which ultimately became Inception, which they let him do first, Dunkirk, and Tenet, because Interstellar was done over at Paramount. And so that was like a lucrative deal because everybody just assumed it was going to make $1 billion and, all that kind of stuff. And with the Academy expanding their Best Picture pool to 10 movies, the studio probably also thought that, we'll get Oscars this time. So I saw it in IMAX opening day. in the afternoon, and it was easily the most intense of the trilogy. The IMAX footage was amazing. Even watching it today on 4K disc, the IMAX scenes are just jaw-dropping. It really felt like you were flying in like that opening shot. But it falls into the third act trap a bit, where it's like, let's have it be bigger, and the scale is huge, and the intensity and bombastic, and they repeat the whole "where's the detonator" thing from the end of the second movie, but without really, a real character-driven stuff in it. And I left the theater feeling very entertained, but I was admittedly on my first viewing a little disappointed. But I grew to like it a lot more on repeat viewings.
Well, and Ernesto, how was your first viewing or your lead up to that first viewing?
I remember you could not escape from the behind the scenes of this movie. And Kat can attest to the fact when we were still at the Movie Web website, it felt like almost every day there was new pictures, new behind the scenes spoilers, if you will, of at the time we saw what looked like the Batwing at the time, because it was this giant piece of metal on top of a platform. And I'm thinking, okay, well, it could be a new Batmobile, because, every movie you get a new set of gadgets, you get a new suit, kind of like with every superhero movie. There's always something new because, you got to franchise it, make a toy out of it, and sell it. Now, sell it, sell it, sell it. And when we looked at it, I'm just like, oh, that's the Batwing. Oh, that's the Batwing. And I say that by way of, that would have been neat to kind of like see in the movie, not as a behind the scenes, because nothing really looks good behind the scenes. You might get a first look, but nothing really looks that good until you see it in the final product. And then I remember we looked at pictures of Tom Hardy, of his spine. I remember when a picture of his back came out, and you saw this like centipede-like structure on his back, and everybody was having like 1,000 theories of what that could be. Does he have an endoskeleton? Is that where he's going to draw his power from, or is that where he's got his venom from? And then you have the green screen pool that people thought was the Lazarus pit, and it would kind of tie back to the return of Ra's al Ghul, because there was also rumors that Liam Neeson was visiting set, and people didn't know he was just there because he was invited, or if Ra's al Ghul had survived from Batman Begins. It was day after day after day of Batman this, Batman that. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Batman, but can you leave me something for the movie at least? And then comes July 2012, I was doing my marketing minor at the University of Arizona. And as soon as I finished my class that day, this was a Thursday, I left, went to the IMAX at the AMC on Cholla Boulevard in Tucson, Arizona, and I went inside. It was an IMAX screen, but it was kind of like faux IMAX in a way. Like, you don't get the big IMAX screen, but you get the IMAX quality sound, and the lighting is always bright and everything. So I remember seeing it. It was a very packed house, and for the most part, people enjoyed it. People clapped at the end of it. So most of the time, people clap when it's convenient, or it's just because, oh, it's just a communal experience. So people will clap because it shows, hey, we enjoyed this. We're gonna clap and stuff. And I remember people crying at the end of the movie because, that's the last time they were going to see Christian Bale as the Batman. To them, it felt like a very emotional punch, especially with how it ends with Bruce and Alfred, and that one scene, which we'll get to when we break it down. I remember when the teaser came out, and that teaser was blood pumping. You're just like, what is going on? Why does everybody have a sense of dread? Who the hell is this guy? I mean, you know who Bane is, but who the hell is this guy? Why does Batman look like he's about to keel over at the end? You hear this new soundtrack, this new score by Hans Zimmer. Deshe, Deshe, Basara, Basara. And at the time, I don't know if you guys kind of like fell into this trap, but at the time, for people who know who Bane is, and he's essentially a South American uh, individual, my thought was that the trailer was saying "Matalo, matalo, Bane, Bane, matalo, matalo," which is basically kill him, Bane, kill him. And you're thinking, oh, they're pretty much doing a comics accurate adaptation, but no, that years later it's something else. That's why in the trailer, Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is like, what does that mean? And not Alfred says, rise. And I say not Alfred because at the time I thought Bruce and Alfred were in a prison together. And I thought it was him in the back looking all disheveled, but it really wasn't when you saw the movie. And no, it was a pretty good experience. And at the time, not really paying attention to the flaws that it had, that a lot of people pointed out, it was still a great experience. You were from start to finish just watching another ambitious entry into the franchise. It's all bets are off, everything's on the table, take it or leave it. It's going high, it's going low, it's getting emotional, it's getting tragic, every which way you could. I saw it 3 times that weekend because I just really wanted to see it 3 times. I saw it in IMAX 3 times. So at the time, I didn't have a lot of money in my bank account, so paying for an IMAX ticket wasn't exactly cheap. And of course, concessions, you got to have concessions. And then the real tragedy happened that weekend, the shooting that happened at the theater in Aurora. And I'll never forget how the fandom as a whole between Marvel and DC really showed their true colors. I mean, I can take a little bit of blame of it because, you have that rivalry between the two companies, not just as the studio themselves, but within the fan community, because the Marvel Cinematic Universe had just culminated their phase 1 with their Avengers movie, and all the memes were saying, well, it's Batman's turn. He's going to show you how it's really done. And then everybody's talking about who's going to have the bigger box office, the Avengers or the Dark Knight Rises, the conclusion to the Dark Knight trilogy. And you're thinking it has potential to pretty much break all box office records. It has every right to. And then when you have this tragedy where all you should be thinking about is, oh shit, damn, people died. I remember, Kat, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Warner Brothers decide to hold off the box office receipts until a little bit after to kind of let people grieve and not make a spectacle of it?
Yeah, they waited till Monday, but then they posted all the numbers up.
Okay, yeah, they were kind of like waiting for it because, paying respects to people, and that's fine. And I'll never forget when those numbers posted, and instead of people having a heart and being human for a second, they're just like, if it weren't for this guy shooting, it would have broken all records, all that shit. But at the end of the day, we got 2 very good movies that year, and not a single one ended up in the first spot. You know what movie I put on the number 1 on my top 10 that year? Silver Linings Playbook. That's the one movie I put as number 1.
Oh, you mean top spot in terms of your own rankings, not box office?
My own
Okay,
rankings.
well, they did make number 1. Yeah, number 1, number 2, probably.
To me, I put Silver Linings Playbook as the number 1 movie of that year, but The Dark Knight Rises was number 2 for me because, well, I like this one just a little bit more. But yeah, that was the experience for me leading up to The Dark Knight Rises.
Fair enough. I do want to check in with the chat and our, I suppose, our benefactors. Thank you so much. Mega Reacts with a $10 super chat. Oh, you think that darkness is your ally, but you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then, it was nothing to me but blinding.
Hey, Kat, you want to take a stab at that? No, just gonna sit there.
Ernesto, did you want to give it a go?
Well, if don't twist my arm, of course I will.
I don't think I must.
I think I'd like to. Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man, but by then it was nothing but blinding.
Thank you so much, Mega React, and that was awesome. Thank you, Ernesto. I do want to say hello to Edge of Time, hello, and hey to Canadian Spider-Man, Lemon Pie, always a pleasure to see you. Hey, Lemon, and Captain Finity, with an important question. So how many cinematic Batmans are there? 7? I don't even know. Have we come up with the final tally? It wouldn't be difficult. Cat's on it. Cat's doing the math.
Carry the 2.
Drop 1 Dick Grayson, or wait, no, Jason Todd. Get rid of the Jason Todd.
Okay, excluding the 40 serials, because even though they were in theaters, they were like miniseries. There's been 11, and that includes Justice League and Batman vs Superman.
Does it count Will Arnett?
No, if that's animated, then that would be a 12. But because they're all.
I understand. Fair enough. I'm just curious. I don't know why I have such an animosity towards Will Arnett. Apion, thank you so much for being here, saying that opening with the plane sequence is a good. Absolutely. Theatricality and deception, powerful tools against the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Bruce? And Terrier is here. Hey, Terrier. Greetings from Norway, I would assume. There was an amazing Bane humor piece on a Norwegian sketch show. A comedian portrayed him in full coat, mask, and all. And it was about his own television baking show. Bane bakes angrily. Delightful. And Mega React says one of my favorite lines ever. Well, thanks, man. I'm glad that I'm glad that we get to recite it. This is so much. I think it's more fun to do a Bane impression than it is to do a Joker impression. Just because I'm better at the Bane, I guess. But leading up to the release of the movie, what were some of there was a whole pile of speculation, like Philip Seymour Hoffman being the Penguin. As you mentioned, are they going to recast? And when Joseph Gordon-Levitt was cast, I was pretty sure he was going to be the Riddler, and then when he ended up being John Blake, I was like, who's that again? There were the questions, as you mentioned, in terms of Black Mask Cat. When it came to the speculation, because everyone was full tilt boogie about seeing the third in the trilogy, and obviously somewhat gutted by the lack of Heath Ledger, do you think that the hype sort of outshone the movie itself?
Yeah, because everybody had these different ideas of what it was going to be, and then it falls into a lot of those third act traps by tying it back to the first movie, just out of obligation of following that classic trilogy formula, rather than just letting it be its own thing. Like a lot of people, what fueled the Riddler theory was the idea that, he's going to unravel the Harvey Dent conspiracy. He's going to question, why would Batman suddenly become a murderer? Like, what's that about? And people were thinking that the Coleman Reese character was going to come back, which I said no from the beginning. It's like, no offense to the actor who played him, but they're going to get they would have cast a bigger actor for that if that was their intention. And again, he had no intention of making a third movie at the time. The studio did, but he didn't. So it did kind of outshine it a bit because, again, all the characters that were anticipated, Black Mask, Penguin, Riddler, Hugo Strange, even at one point, which I was really excited by. And then Gary Oldman stoked the fires at one point by saying that there was one more villain, a really, really old one. Oh, but I can't say who. And of course, that turned out to be Scarecrow making a cameo, which seemingly everybody kind of collectively forgot about Scarecrow and whether or not he'd be in the movie. And he is. So with all that hype going in, and then when you finally see the trailer and realize what it is, and it seems like it's going to be really epic, and it is very epic, but it did kind of outshine, I think, a bit of it, even though it didn't make, because The Dark Knight made $997 million, and then they re-released it in IMAX in winter 2008 or 2009 to push it past the $1 billion mark during award season. And Dark Knight Rises made about 1.1, little less, so it didn't actually. I thought it would have made more simply because of the amount of hype and everybody thinking, it's the follow-up to Dark Knight and that kind of thing, but it didn't. And I think part of that has to do with people's disappointment because they were building up a completely different movie in their heads of what they thought it was going to be. And then it's like, it's this.
And I think at the same time, not including Titanic, that movie was 2 hours and 45 minutes. And at the time, you're asking a lot of people to sit there for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Granted, these days you can get away with it if you make a really, 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 really good movie. But I can also see, even people who I spoke to at the time are just like, how long is it? Oh, hell no, I'm not going to go watch that. And most people didn't.
Yeah, I find the runtime thing weird. It's like the new Avatar was 3 hours and 16 minutes. Well, if you stay for end credits. So,
yeah.
And then it's, plus another half hour with trailers, and it's made $2.2 billion without breaking a sweat. I'm like, to me, that kind of.
I'm just saying that there are some people giving.
Right, but to me, I'm saying that proves that runtime is not really a real barrier anymore. It's like people say it is, but it's really not, because it's like
it doesn't. But I think it's also the mood of people and when it comes out, and some people just don't. They just don't for some reason.
I think it depends on the film, actually. Like with Avatar, I didn't want to go and be enamored by the world of Pandora for 3 hours and plus. But when it came to The Dark Knight, I didn't even care what the runtime was. It was the third one in the Dark Knight trilogy when I saw it, and it was I. It's like, oh, it's going to be a long movie. Good, I'm going to get bang for my buck. I wasn't put off by it, but
Oh,
yeah.
if I may add one more caveat to the financial returns,
Mm.
intended, um, you also have to wonder that people were also not wanting to go to the movie theater after the tragic mass shooting that happened, so that also got in there.
Yeah,
Like a
because
lot of people did not want to risk it, and I think they kind of got rid of the midnight screenings altogether.
they did. That was the end of midnight screenings, at least at big chain theaters. And another thing they did is they canceled the rest of the world premieres that hadn't happened yet. Like
Yeah.
the one they were gearing up for was Mexico, because they're going to start going through Latin America and South America, and that all got scrapped after that. And I mean, obviously, they wouldn't do premieres if they didn't feel that it helped boost popularity of a movie to get people to go, buy tickets. So that probably had a little bit of an effect on it too. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, and I had completely forgotten until recently just about the Aurora shooting, and so I thank you for bringing it up. I know that it was a tragedy, and obviously, I it's really devastating for people when you think about it. Just a bunch of people who wanted to go in and check out a Batman movie, and all of a sudden their lives are changed or ended, and it was a terrifying experience, an escalation of violence that was terrifying at the time.
If I may offer a theory to something you brought up earlier, Kat, about the three-picture deal that Nolan agreed to do before filming this one, I also had a theory that the way The Dark Knight Rises was executed, written, and everything, the way it turned out to be, part of me feels that, and again, this is nothing to say, nothing that Christopher Nolan has said, nobody in his rep has said. This is just me theorizing. Is that I think after Heath Ledger passed away, I think the wind got knocked out of him completely creatively with this universe. That the third one he did it more of a sense of obligation rather than passion.
Well,
Even
that
though
was the thing is they only gave him the price for him getting the three-picture deal was you have to do Batman 3, but we'll let you do one of those three movies first, which was Inception. Which is why, again, the people, it was Ben and Nadia who told us this when they were working in the marketing department. They said that, yeah, the people, their coworkers, they said were telling them that Chris just had so much more enthusiasm on Dark Knight and being very hands-on with the marketing, whereas Rises, he's like nowhere to be found because it's something that's, again, carte blanche. And I don't think all of the plot holes and plot contrivances in this movie would be there if he was, really into it.
Okay, but that's what I mean. I think that with Heath Ledger passing, I think that also, in my theory, I think it plays into just his passion to really dive into like he did.
Yeah, I still don't think in a million years he would have brought back the Joker for a third movie if Heath had lived, because Heath, according to Chris, Heath made it clear he wanted to do the Joker's origins after that, and Chris is like, no. But one thing that David Goyer said that Chris came to him with when they started writing the third one is that it has to be a completely different thing. It's like he didn't want to do a cerebral villain again like Joker. And granted, Bane is very cerebral. He's one of the most intellectual opponents that Batman has in the comics. They didn't really adapt that part of it for the movie. But obviously it's a much better portrayal than Jeep Swenson's from Batman and Robin. But he wanted to make it bigger, more bombastic, because it's like, oh, well, if, Batman Begins is a character study and the extended origin story that fans have never gotten, and The Dark Knight's a crime drama like Heat, then Rises has to be this bigger and, it's like an epic. He described it as like a disaster film genre. And like you said, it has to be something different. So whatever goes along with that fits into it, which is why even the villains are a bit more, I mean, it didn't feel very, I mean, yes, it's raw, League of Shadows again, but it doesn't feel as philosophical as it does in the first movie.
Somehow the League of Shadows has returned.
Well, they never left. They were always there.
No, I know. I was thinking of that when I was watching it, and I thought it was an interesting parallel to Palpatine.
Low-hanging fruit there, bub.
Well, hey, they're the easiest to pick, Ernesto. But like it is, as you mentioned, like a character study in the first one, crime, and then finally it is about saving Gotham as a whole. And there is, well, in Gotham is a whole, but it just as a disaster movie, that makes a lot of sense. But there was a moment when I was watching the movie for the first time, and I was like, this is too big for Batman. This is not something that Batman is going to be able to stop or even repair. But then you do sort of get the parallels with, what is it? No Man's Land, and that
Nightfall.
run on Nightfall. Yeah.
And Dark Knight Returns.
Yes, definitely with Dark Knight Returns as well, in terms of having hung up the mantle of the bat and then having to go back for it.
But I still think, again, I totally agree with everything Kat said, but I still think that creatively speaking, like I still think that after Heath Ledger passed away, he wasn't there at 100%. I just think that kind of like knocked him out, and he's just like, all right, I'll do it. I just want to get it over with. I think that was the attitude throughout the whole movie. Let's just get it over with. I mean, he's not going to turn in a half-ass product, but he just wanted to get it over, get it done, which is why you get all, the plot holes, which is why it got lazy with the portrayal of Gotham when it's basically New York or Chicago, and they're not even hiding the fact that it's New York or Chicago or Philadelphia in some cases. Or
this movie, they abandoned Chicago entirely, because Chicago was there for the first two movies, and this one, it's just New York and Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where you're just like, okay, and years later, I'm just looking, okay, he just stopped caring. He just wanted to get it done. And for somebody who's kind of, in a way, stopped caring, goddamn, dude, you did a better job than most people do when they do care.
Well, I think it was sort of like a technical sandbox for him to play in as well, in terms of, all right, well, if I do have to make this, then I'm just going to do my best to make something that will avail me to bigger movies, bigger budgets, like still telling the stories that he wants to tell. But it's more of an exercise in filmmaking than it was delivering a satisfying finale for Batman, or at least some people can. I'm one of them. I find it to be sort of, there is a rise and it's not rises. It goes begins, night, and then rises is a drop off. And until recently, after rewatching Begins, I do think Begins is actually probably better than Rises, just for me.
Well, it's also technical achievement that the second movie, as I mentioned, is the first narrative film to put IMAX cameras for fictional narrative movie, but that was only for 20 minutes of it, and this one it's like a whole third of the movie is in IMAX. So that was and they're pushing the boundaries of that with new types of cameras. So that was innovative there. But other plot contrivances is you see in Batman Begins that Wayne Manor is way out upstate or something. It's definitely nowhere near Gotham, because it's the manor in the British countryside or whatever. Whereas here, in one of the opening establishing shots for the manor, you see that it's right across the river from Manhattan Island, basically, right in view of the coast. And it's like, yeah, we're just kind of slapped together because. And his excuse for going to New York was that, the original Batman was the original Batman comics took place in New York. There was no Gotham City. That was something that came up later when cooler heads prevailed and realized, if we use it if we set it in a real city, then we're kind of bound by the constraints of what a real city where the real landmarks, as opposed to doing what we want to do. And so they just kind of changed it to Gotham, but Nolan's like, we'll just use New York this time. And I don't really know what the impetus of that, for at least why, from a production standpoint, they would want to change it. But
yeah, I'm not 100%.
And then
sure,
Jonah Nolan is the one who said that as far as Bruce's arc, they're really fascinating to figure out how do people come back, because I didn't really have a problem with where Bruce is at the beginning of this movie, because that's kind of what they set up at the end of the second one, because he got really bushwhacked with Rachel dying and thinking that he was going to have this great life and all that. So it's he does have to go back, but I agree with that it is too big of a problem for Batman to solve. It feels like there's just too much happening in this movie for it to be just 2.5 hours long. It's way too short for all the stuff that it's trying to do, which is partly why you have all the plot contrivances there to try and cram it into a 2.5 hour movie when it should be 5 hours or 4 hours to really flesh out some of that stuff.
Yeah, well, and with the movie takes place over the course of 3-4 months? 5?
5
Okay.
by my calculation.
Excellent. Yeah, no, because of the core that is taken from the device that is eventually going to deteriorate, and yeah, and so it is
I'm gonna
drawn
be that
out
guy.
while
I'm gonna be
also
that guy and
not.
say that. I'm gonna be that guy and say that. Yeah, well, he's Batman, so it's not too big for him.
And they come close to literally saying that in the movie when, well, how's he going to... I didn't have a problem with him being able to get back to the Western world because he's still Bruce Wayne. He could probably call in some favors. But how does he get back into Gotham? We're just not going to address it. I'll just let people go, well, he's Batman. How did you build...
But it makes sense. It makes sense because in the comics, they never address how he does a lot of things, and you just, in your mind, already know, well, it's Batman.
Well, yeah, kind of like
The same way that he would be able to find a way to charter a plane or however he got back to Batman, because yeah, we may not see it in the movie, but for those, and to quote the movie, for the initiated, you have to imagine that Batman has some safe houses around the world for emergencies.
Yeah.
But I think, sorry, Kat.
No, you go first.
I was just going to say, in the comic book, there is a little bit of a suspension. There's more of a suspension of disbelief, as opposed to showing something that has been already established as being grounded in reality and meticulous in its details to sort of gloss over. And it's like, no, he's back as he's Batman. Whether that be sort of cutting corners in the storytelling, it just seems like, okay, all right. And Bane bouncing back. Well, I guess it does take place over the course of 5 months. So Bane bouncing back and forth between the prison and Gotham, I guess, sure. We don't know how long it takes Batman to get back. So sure, I guess. But they're not, it's just hand waving and saying, because it's Batman. I'm in other Batman movies, I might give it that, but in the Nolan trilogy, just because whether the attempted realism or the hyper realism that they're going for, it was like, no, this seems a bit big for the Bat.
Well, while we're on the subject of plot contrivances, I'll just get that out of the way now. So, I mean, a lot of people jump to things like, oh, the fact that, all the cops pretty much went into the sewers. The fact that Gordon just happened to have that speech still in his jacket, and that he happened to feel guilty enough to carry around that speech at the time that Bane shows up in Gotham. But I jump to other things, like the idea that any of the stock trades were honored on the day that the attack, which really, there's fail safes for that. That wouldn't happen. Or the idea that it feels like within a couple days of losing all his money, they've already shut off the power at Wayne Manor. The notion that this entire chamber that's under the Gotham River where the fusion reactor is, that nobody knows where that is. It's like, you would have literally had to dam up and divert the rivers to build this thing. How can nobody know where this is? Like Miranda, like that doesn't track. The beginning of the movie, even the minute that plane is tipped sideways when they attach the hooks and they dangle it, well, the wings and the wings get sheared off, the tail gets blown off. And, they do the thing with the DNA, but it's like you couldn't tell. The guy clearly doesn't even look that much like the regular guy, so even that's not going to help, even if you assume his face gets mangled. But it'll be obvious from the way the accident is spread out over miles and the way that sheared off that this wasn't just some random crash, It's like, that's not going to work. The whole, the contrivance that, Bane takes the city hostage with a bomb on day one. And then on day two, everybody just kind of collectively forgets about that and has a revolution just because. It's like, yeah, I get it. The Selena Kyle character is kind of, representing the whole Occupy Wall Street mentality and trying to imply that that's something that a lot of people in the city are feeling. But still, that's not going to overtake the fear of this, this guy who's instituted martial law and, really reeled this nuclear bomb that he's holding everybody hostage with. And, but no, it's cool because the Harvey Dent conspiracy. And it's like, okay, I can see why criminals and their families might care about that, but the rest of the city's not going to give two shits about that when the guy's holding him hostage with a fucking neutron bomb. And it's just, and again, it's that contrivance where we want to do the Tale of Two Cities thing and the No Man's Land. So let's just do, like, you could have still done No Man's Land by having him basically starve the population out by limiting the amount of like rations that they were going to get, but they wanted to do the Tale of Two Cities, and so it's like you're trying to make this seem like a legit social revolution, but it isn't because of all the other shit. So because of the bomb and all of that. Whereas in No Man's Land, that type of stuff happens because it's an earthquake just destroys the city. It doesn't. You don't need to have a bomb or anything like that. So it's like it's like a mishmash of ideas that don't really fit. And And so it's like all those contrivances people, or like John Daggett, it's like he's dim-witted enough to not question why this international mercenary is running his construction crews around the city. It's like you're not curious as to what that's about, but yeah, it's that type of stuff throughout the movie that they do, because again, it's like they're trying to cram too much stuff into one movie, and the only way to make it work is to just fall back on comic book movie logic, which I feel the first two movies didn't really do that much. I mean, in the second movie, I think had such a good momentum to it that you don't really question, like, when exactly did the Joker get all of those barrels of fuel onto the ferry boats to rig them to blow up? How exactly did he get all these bombs around the hospital? It's like you don't question it because the editing is done so well and you're so wrapped up in the momentum. Whereas this movie, because it has a deliberately slower pace to it and it's so many plot contrivances in a row, it just kind of gets to you. And it's like, okay, so if he didn't have this paper exposing the Harvey Dent conspiracy, what speech was he going to give? What was he going to do? It's like they don't really say. And so you just kind of have to roll with the punches at some point and just enjoy it. And I guess it's just a testament to how good the first two movies were and how grounded they felt that we're kind of criticizing this one as much. Because if the first two were more comic in this way, I don't think people would mind as much. But because he already set the standard in the first two, you expect that standard to be met in the third. Instead, like you said, it just kind of drops.
Well,
yeah. Oh, sorry, Ernesto, go ahead.
Well, if I may counter just a little bit, and I'll be lovingly so counter you. As far as him having the speech still in his code, that happens. Like, people just put stuff in their code and they forget about it. And it's at the same night that the congressman goes missing, and he and Blake go to investigate, which leads to he probably just forgot about it. It was probably in his code the whole time. I mean, most people leave things in their code, so I never really bothered to question why that's still there specifically. And then because most people who leave things in their coat, they just leave it there. They just don't think.
Right. I mean, more the fact that the timing of him feeling guilty and ready to talk about this just happens to coincide when Bane shows up in the city, rather than say Talia or somebody finding out about it and then tipping off like, "Hey, this is a really good time to go." You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you fold up a piece of paper and put it in your pocket, I can understand that if it's your taxes or a receipt or a playbill from something.
But with the exception of him getting what's the word? Getting trapped in the sewers and trying to escape and being pocket searched. What is the expectation of somebody checking your code for that? You don't have that expectation. It's nothing to anyone else. And then when Bane fights, I'm just like, oh, I can use this later.
Right. But what I'm saying is just that if you were to basically denounce who you have been heralding as the savior of Gotham City and say that you are complicit in that lie and this is my resignation, that's something that I wouldn't be like, where did I put that nickel? It would be bigger than that. It would be more important than that. That's like almost a last will and testament, that if it's like, it's in one of my coats, I think it's a little much.
But doesn't it also show that this is something that he's been wrestling for 8 years?
Oh, for sure.
So yeah, I would look at it as something that this guy has been carrying it, and like not literally, but he's been carrying this guilt ever since. And it feels like at some point he feels like, is this the right time to do it? Is this the right time to do it? And he just keeps backing off and backing off. And we're just catching him at one of those moments where, is this the stage I want to do it? Is this where I want to crucify myself and ruin everything that we've done in Gotham? Because if it does come to light, every single person that has been arrested since, and we talked about this in the last review, if people were going to find out about this, the Dent Act would go to shit. Everybody was going to have to be released, and everybody in Gotham is going to lose faith, not just in the police force, but in the Batman and the legal system, and it is going to turn into a police state.
Or it'll return to the way that Gotham was before.
You see, that's kind of what I thought the movie should have gone with, because in the beginning when they talk about like what the Dent Act actually is, and you realize that, Jesus, this is like a fascist state type stuff where you're basically, rescinding parole, you're rescinding habeas corpus, you're, integrating male and female prisoners, you're doing all this kind of shit in the name of Harvey Dent. And the idea that, they have a holiday for him, this corrupt act for him, but, where are the Narrows again? What happened to the slums? We still crickets. Like, nobody gives a shit about the slum, which is why I thought that would have been a great thing for Bane to bring up in the speech. That's what's going to get people. It's like, hey, what did they have at the center of the worst, most vulnerable slum in Gotham? not a rec center or a community center, a criminal asylum for criminals, the criminally insane. And who are they lionizing? Oh, this, this prick. Oh, who was Batman? Oh, he's a fascist, which in a sense, like we talked about with conservative parallels in Dark Knight, you have that, especially in Dark Knight Rises, where Batman is like, I uphold law and order, but I break the law, not every law in the book, in order to do it. And at the expense of, this fascist type act getting passed. And I thought that would have been, baked into the DNA of the film a lot more as being the thing which is finally pushing people over the edge, as opposed to just being, Occupy Wall Street kind of economics like Selena Kyle talks about. Because that would have been the real tragedy. Like when Alfred does say at one point, like, maybe it's time we stop trying to outrun the truth and let it have its day. And I think that would have been more powerful if you really got to see the negative effects of what they did at the end of the second movie, as opposed to it being, just a social revolution, like a socialist revolution. But again, maybe if he had their heart in it more, it would have been written better, maybe.
Exactly. And I do agree with that. If the heart was there, they would have taken out the fusion reactor altogether and let it be more of a human story rather than we're gonna have the microwave part 2 again in this movie, and Batman has to take it out to sea and all that. But it also kind of falls into and it took me until a couple years ago when I rewatched the trilogy back to back, knowing that this movie is drawing from the Dark Knight Returns. It's been years since the Batman was seen, although 8 years versus, what was it, 15 years in the Dark Knight Returns comic?
Something like that, yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, really? 8 years? That's not enough for Batman to just be gone that long and leave such an emptiness in the city. But I'm like, okay, sure, the Batman disappeared, but as someone who has read Batman books, it doesn't make sense that Rachel dying is enough for him to just turn into Howard Hughes and hide for that long, because it does come back to bite him with, like, what's it called, the Wayne Foundation with the orphanage and everything. Okay, even in the Dark Knight Return, while Batman is not there, Bruce Wayne is still doing philanthropic activities. He is rebuilding sections. He is donating to charity. He is still involved. And yes, they do mention that he tried to funnel most of his corporation money into the fusion reactor, and then he just got scared, choked, and decided to flood the whole thing. But you don't just stop and just disappear. That's not.
I feel that part of the reason for that is something that Rachel brought up in the second movie when she said that, I'm convinced the day will never come when you no longer need Batman. And what psychological effect does it have on Bruce to not be able to go out and be Batman? Because, I mean, in the past, obviously Gordon and everybody in the unit would kind of just turn a blind eye to Batman, if not use the bat signal. But now he can't really go out there as easily as he could before. And I took it that would have been more of a reason as to why he's still a recluse, because what effect does that have on you psychologically? Which is why another reason people were thinking that you would have a more cerebral villain to really prey on that. Like, no, you really need Batman. How are you going to cope with not being Batman? Which is something that this movie doesn't really address at all. Like, I know some people like to interpret the ending as ambiguous. Like, maybe Alfred didn't really see him at the cafe. It's like, okay, but how do you adjust to the fact that you really need to be Batman? Because clearly the second movie is taking the position that Rachel is right, that he is Batman now, and that's not something you could just give up. And so being a broken man in the third movie kind of made sense because he hasn't been able to be Batman, but the movie presents it more, like you said, of him being just upset about Rachel, which, okay, he may have gotten over that if Alfred had given him the letter. Like, I could see withholding the letter for a couple weeks, like until the intense grieving period is over. But given the way they presented it in the second movie, I could buy that he would, because again, he can't go out and be Batman anymore. He's not treating his injury because he's too depressed to do anything, and Alfred's not really helping him along because he burned the letter. And so I could kind of buy that, and I would have liked it if this movie addressed more like,
yeah, but I can buy it as Batman going out, not Bruce Wayne, because I know for most comic book fans they're one and the same, but you still need the face to kind of like keep up appearances, and it also doesn't take a detective to put two and two together if you're disappearing around the same time that the Batman does.
Well, I do want to address
it's a city with millions of people. So if, like Fox said, there's like 30 million people in Gotham. So it's not like he's the only, other people come and go all the time. So,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I
for
think
us
for
to
me,
take
it's
that
just
for
a
granted.
sore spot of Bruce Wayne just not doing Bruce Wayne things. That's where the sore spot for me was in retrospect, and I just wanted to bring that up because I'm like, okay, dude. Part of me, even when watching it on Sunday, I'm like, dude, get over it and go out there and be Bruce Wayne.
Well, I thought well, he still kind of was because he was still, focusing entirely on the fusion project. He just had other people like in charge of it.
I do sort of want to address that for a second, or if in 1 second. I just wanted to say, hey, to Ben from Cinema Gulp. Hey, Ben. I love Anne in this one. Gets a bum rap, but I think she brought something totally different and interesting to Cat Person. She is a cat people. Turier says, meow. And Mega React says her ability to switch from villain to victim in the bar scene was amazing. Absolutely. I thought that,
Single woman.
no, I thought it was a great distraction in terms of the Catwoman character, and she does it a couple times throughout the movie.
Okay.
Ben added, they ended up doing what Cat is talking about in The Batman, basically. And I still haven't seen it, so I can't correlate, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. Appion says the only villain in all 3 movies is the Scarecrow. True. And I like that level of continuity. Todd Michael is here. Hello, Todd Michael.
Hey,
Todd Michael will be joining us next week for our new podcast about Knots Landing. And I'm looking forward to that. Ben says, Bane had a lot to do with the lack of box office gold. A lot of people, not us, but a lot of people didn't know the villain, or at least knew from Batman and Robin. As Appion says, Batman and Robin, Bane was a silly brute minion, and they did him dirty. One of the weird things is that they kind of made him a silly brute minion in this one too, but he was more.
No.
All right, relax, Sheev. We'll get there. Cinema Gold says Ernesto is 100% correct. Nolan didn't really want to do a third, at least not by mandate. That's how it felt, and that's what I had heard after the fact. Appion says all the cops go down into the sewers. Lol, so silly.
I do
Agreed.
agree. Sending every single one down there was like, okay, no, not
well,
even.
there is the line later on when the guy who runs the orphanage tells Blake, he says, "Be careful out there. They're running down cops like dogs," implying that there's still enough, just not the majority.
Well, didn't they? They even said like 3,000. 3,000 cops were underneath. And I was like, wow, that's dedication. Appion says nothing is too big for the Batman.
And it comes in black.
And it comes in black. Appion says Dark Knight was lightning in a bottle. Hard to capture that magic twice in a row. Yeah, I think, and especially with the loss of Heath and people expecting some level of reigniting that or bringing or redeeming some villains that people had thought had been misused in after they sort of redeemed or elevated Two-Face. Let's see if we can do it to the Riddler. Appion says, I like that he took the time to make that burning bat symbol. I like that he sort of fashioned his own bat signal.
Can I just bring something up real quick to that? Because I knew somebody was going to bring it up. It's not happening in real time. Okay? None of this is happening in real time. Time is passing. You can suspend your disbelief that it maybe took him a few hours to go up there and just paraglide from one side to the other and make the bat symbol.
No. My thing with that is, since most of the cops are supposedly underground, with the exception of Gordon and Matthew, the other guy, Modine's character, then who's he really making the symbol for? Because you don't really see the civilians of Gotham rebelling against Bane's forces. It's just the cops, and they were all underground. So it's like you're trying to inspire some people, but there's nobody. The people who could potentially are in hiding to be inspired aren't really there to see the signal, or they don't show up in the climax to do anything.
But there is a motif throughout the entire film of even the orphans using the chalk to make the Batman as if he were legend, and it's like, where is he? Is he coming back?
I mean, like, logistically, if you're gonna, I get like Ernesto's right. Obviously, it's not happening in real time, but if he's gonna take the time to do that, it seems like he's trying to inspire certain people to do something, and that's not really what happens, because him and John Blake are the ones who have to free the cops, and then they're all the ones being led by Matthew Modine down. Like Gordon says, I'm not asking you to walk down Grand in your dress boots, which is exactly what happens. whereas the orphans are just there, knocking on doors a little bit, but you didn't really see like a civilian uprising inspired by Batman.
Well, here you're also trying to kind of like have the difference between the comic book and the movie, because in the comic book, which is drawing heavily from The Dark Knight Returns, instead of the mutant population, it's the Bane's minions, and instead of it being the followers of the Batman, as you will, it's the cops. Now, granted, you could have probably done it with the citizens, but I don't think Batman would allow all the citizens to put themselves in harm's way. Let the cops do it, because it is law and order at the end of the day.
But even as a symbol of hope for the rest of the citizens, even if it's not a call to action, it's still a recognition that, hello, citizens of Gotham, there is still hope. You still may get out of this.
And it's also telling the villain, hey, I'm back. You can prepare yourselves. It's like, maybe don't tip them off that you're coming.
But it did scare Bane a bit. He's just like, that's not possible.
Yeah.
True.
And another thing
because with what we already know by that point, it is believed that it was Bane who was the one that escaped the prison. But then we also find out in the twist later that, it wasn't Bane, it was the child of Ra's al Ghul. And if Bane couldn't escape, then there was no way that Batman was going to escape, even with all his training. So, and that's when he's just like, impossible.
That was something I remember got spoiled months in advance too, because the actress who played the young Talia in the flashbacks said who she was playing in an interview, and she ends.
I never saw that interview, so it wasn't spoiled for me.
Yeah, she ends the interview by saying, "Oh, but I can't say anything more because I promised Mr. Knoll I wouldn't say anything." I just started laughing.
I didn't see that interview, thank God, because I would have been like, "Well, God damn it!" But at the same time, when Marion Cotillard was cast, part of you had a little part of anybody who's read a Batman comic. At least for me, I'm just like, okay, she's very beautiful. She is playing a character that is brand new. Part of me has to think this has to do something with Talia al Ghul, because
they give it away early too.
They do, but at the time you're just like, are they gonna do it? Are they gonna bring Talia al Ghul? And then when you have the twist, I'm like, it's Talia al Ghul, ladies and gentlemen.
Another thing I think worked against the movie we were mentioning earlier in terms of what people were anticipating versus what they got is a lot of people were on the Two-Face train thinking that, he's not dead, he's going to come back, because they liked Aaron Eckhart a lot as Harvey Dent, and they were convinced that it was going to be a Two-Face movie, which I was always pushing back against on MovieWeb, because I'm like, no, it's clearly not that type of character. But I think that's another thing which kind of bummed people out, because you don't really, like Ben said in the chat, you don't really have a villain who's super recognizable by casual fans as much, because a lot of the casual fans either grew up with the Adam West series or with the Burton Schumacher stuff, and they're not familiar with a lot of the newer characters. I think that might have helped worked against it a little bit as well.
I agree. Yeah. And that is probably one of the things, and especially when there was the fan speculation. Even the Black Mask would be off the beaten trail, which is a character that I wouldn't have known either. But getting more, I don't know, getting more serious actors to play it in a more earnest way or a more realistic way, I think is what the general fans or the general movie-going audience was anticipating. And when Bane popped up, and their only frame of reference for people who didn't read the comics is burn.
Yeah, it's but at that point, you're thinking to yourself, it can't be as bad as what it was before.
Right. Oh, for sure. But still, like, it's still just an image of a character that you don't know anything about the personality or motivations. And even with, like, he wasn't part of the League of Shadows or the comic equivalent, was he?
In one of the comic lines, he is. He's the son of Ra's al Ghul in one of the storylines.
In one of the storylines, he's the son of Ra's al Ghul, and in other storylines, he's somebody who spent time training with Ra's al Ghul as well. So there are some storylines where it ties into the League of Assassins, whether by blood or by association.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and again, it's just to speak back to the nature of the box office returns on it. That's what I think is. I'm in league.
You are bringing in the man whose sole credit in comic books at the time was the man who broke the bat, and people have never seen anything like that on the big screen, especially Yeah, Batman could probably get knocked out a bit and he comes back fighting, but nobody had ever seen Batman get his ass kicked to that degree.
Yes. Well,
And that was what they were going for.
right. And that I think that is something that there was a criticism of the film after the fact is, as you guys were mentioning, in terms of what would make Batman stop. And I think that the general population is that Batman doesn't stop. He wouldn't stop, even though it is lifting from the Dark Knight Returns. And it is sort of anticlimactic when you do get the first face off with Bane and it's already established. It's like, okay, you have no cartilage in your knees, your shoulders, you're broken, you're wearing a leg brace, and then he's walking in to go and fight Bane. When he's beaten, it's not, I can't believe he beat Batman. It's like, Batman shouldn't have gone there. And even saying in terms of where underneath uh, research and development or whatever it is, special projects, Batman would know that it's like, this place is directly underneath Wayne Tower or something.
Well, no, he wouldn't, because in
He
that same
wouldn't? The world's greatest detective wouldn't?
specifically right there, he didn't know everything was moved down there until Fox told him.
But yeah, and that would have been prior to being
But when he
broken.
went back, when he started, like, the moment he realized, after John Blake visited him, that's when he started to get off his ass and do something about it. Especially after Gordon got injured, okay, well, shit, somebody's in town and I gotta go respond. That's what got him out of it. But he went back to Wayne Enterprises, and he's basically trying to figure out, I want to know what you're doing with my money. Why is there no money here? I'm like, well, you got to make money to spend money, Mr. Wayne. And he started showing him everything that Lucius has been doing ever since he stopped coming to Wayne Enterprises after the whole fusion reactor, especially taking him all the way down there to all the armory that has been relocated to keep it away off the books and everything. So to me, I took that as Bruce hasn't been at Wayne Enterprises that much to know that Fox is relocating everything, because Fox is running the company for him. And Bruce, by that point, isn't being Batman, so he's not really paying attention. He just stopped giving a shit. Let's put it that way. He just stopped caring.
Everything that you just said broke Batman more than Bane for me at the beginning of that movie, and that's exactly narratively how they set up Bruce. He's detached.
But they are showing him that
apathetic.
he is not ready, and he's going at it being not ready. And that's
Right.
where they're drawing from the source material, because in the source material of Nightfall, the reason why Batman lost to Bane was because Bane was going after Batman's rogues gallery and using them to tire him out, to get him exhausted, to figure out, why is it that every single villain that I fought is suddenly acting up one after the other? He's having to rush one location after another, to the point where he returns back to the Batcave. He's followed by Bane, and Bane goes after him. Batman, you're thinking, when you're reading that book, for people who were reading it at the time, because I read it after, so I didn't know what I was getting into, but back then it was the equivalent of the death of Superman against Doomsday. You're rooting for him. You're thinking, oh, it doesn't matter. Batman's going to find a way to get out of it. And then crack. Bane grabs him, breaks his spine, and that was it. And in this movie, it's a matter of, and Alfred is warning him, you are not ready. This man was born and raised and trained in hell. He has a drive that you don't have anymore. Your body is not what it used to. You withered away. And he's thinking, oh, well, I'm going to have this exoskeleton on my leg. That's going to be enough. That is not enough. And when he fights Bane, it's like, you are way in over your head, because this man, as I remember reading a piece of marketing material, he has been training to peak physical condition, which, since we're not going to get the Venom serum in this movie, then you have peak physical condition of somebody who has never stopped training, never stopped fighting, born and raised in hell, exactly like it is in the comics. He was born and raised in a prison, in Peñaluma prison, and that's where he draws his power from. So when he gets broken as an audience member, for somebody who isn't expecting it, I'm just like, holy shit. Because even if Bruce didn't look like somebody who was ready to fight there, you're thinking in your head, this is Batman, he'll find a way. And there was no way to win.
And
for being used against him.
And in terms of how Bane approached Batman in Nightfall, and that, absolutely, I can't argue with that. But the way that it was set up in the movie, again, it's Batman has a broken heart. He's apathetic about the Wayne Foundation. He doesn't really pay attention to Wayne Enterprises. And when a threat rises, he basically falls back on the same tricks that he had from 8 years prior, and it is an outmatch that the audience is even aware of.
It's his ego too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think is to the detriment of Bruce and
But-
Batman
but
at
it's
the
with the
beginning of the film.
For the
And
right-
it is, let's be fair, the movie is called The Dark Knight Rises, so we do have to have him at a low point to rise.
Well,
Oh,
you
yeah,
could have called the
also
movie
the-
Nightfall and it still has the same result.
I still feel that in both the comic and the movie, you didn't need to tire out Batman. It's like Bane would win anyway. He's so much more ripped and built compared to Batman, and I just didn't buy. Like, that's something in Nightfall that feels very comic booky, where he has to use all these villains to act up rather than just cornering Batman somewhere and just beating the shit out of him. And so in the movie, it's like, yeah, because he's broken, you feel that and because they're trained in the same League of Shadows, he could, they have him wounded to make him beat him. But in a sense, I feel that if you really want to show Bane's power, you should have him beat Batman at full power. Like, not, where he's so broken and mangly. Like, 'cause that fight, he's kind of toying with him because, he's not, because Bruce is just aching. And he's Bane's kind of teasing him about that when he's like, patience has cost you your strength. Victory has defeated you, because it's like, yeah, you won, but you're just this shell of your former self. And he's kind of toying around with him and not really trying. Like, he could lay him out in one hit if he really wanted to. And so in that way, yeah, because Alfred does tell him, much like he's chided him in Batman Begins about, I thought you said this wasn't going to be about theatrics and thrill seeking. And he's like, what do you call that? And he says the same thing again, basically, when he goes out in the bat plane. But he's like,
Damn
this,
good television.
yeah, it's like, this isn't the game type of thing. But it's like, yeah. So
I do agree. You can probably make the argument that at full power, Batman would struggle and outright lose. But that was never the intent. The intent was to show, here's this guy who can physically destroy him, but he chose to break him physically in a way twice. Once to get him rattled and just being all over the place. I mean, when he comes back to the Batcave, you're thinking, all right, I'm done. The Batcave, your sanctuary. Nobody's supposed to be there but you and Alfred. And when you turn around, there's Bane and he goes after you. And you're kind of like taken aback. I'm like, holy shit, somebody's in the Batcave, and I am not ready for it. Because that's the one thing about Batman. Most of his strengths, after he fights someone once, he'll prepare better the next time. So every other encounter versus Bane, Batman already knows what he's coming across, and he has more athletics than Bane does, and that's why he always wins. And it kind of, to me personally, it translates in the movie. Well, I know what I'm dealing with, so I got to come back twice as hard.
yeah.
I do want to address Ben has been very generous, and he wants a Mike O'Kane impression. So thank you, Ben. I'm sure that I owe you a beer. There's this cafe, Mike O'Kane. There's this cafe on the banks of the Arno. And I'd sit there and order a Fernet Branca. I had this fantasy that I would look across the tables and I'd see you there with a wife and maybe a couple of kids. You wouldn't say anything to me, nor me to you, but we would know you made it.
And
How was that?
that
How was that for a Michael Caine? Was that okay?
was great.
Thanks, man.
And that's one thing that years later, and by years later I mean a few years after the movie came out, I think that ending would have been better if they didn't show Bruce.
Well, I think, yeah, because one of the things about the ending is at first, that if they had just showed that even with Bruce there, I think people would have still thought of it as ambiguous, because even if off screen Bruce had asked him more details about this cafe, like what time of year do you go, blah, blah, blah. The fact that they doubled, people would still think it's a bit ambiguous because of what Nolan tends to do, which is more of a fourth wall breaking thing, because, you would think from his reputation that this isn't all that it seems. But the fact that they doubled down with the mention that the autopilot was fixed, that kind of confirms that, okay, it is real. He did get away.
Well,
But
and
I
yeah,
think
that
it-
is
I think
something.
it could have worked better by taking out Bruce Wayne's image altogether from that ending, because yeah, you can keep the autopilot there, and you're thinking in your head, oh, he had to survive, but you don't show him. You just in your head think, oh, he's there, and Alfred is just smiling at him, but we don't see him. And if you take out the autopilot and just keep Alfred smiling, you're thinking, wait, is it? Because it's almost like repeating the tabletop from Inception. Was he still in the dream, or did he get out? And it would have worked better if you remove one or the other.
Well, and I think you did need that release for Alfred, considering how broken he was at the end of the movie, confessing to Thomas and Martha, "I failed you." And that needed a resolution that Alfred was going to be okay as well. And I think that was, I don't even think that was for the audience. I think that was just so that Alfred got closure.
Yeah, and it's also comics accurate to Alfred, because say what you will about Alfred being the penny one to the Batman, but Alfred never wanted Bruce to be Batman. I mean, yeah, he will help him. He will lick his wounds. He will make sure that the cave is always protected. He will help him. That he's as a father figure, as a mentor, and as his butler to the Batman. But you read most stories with Batman and Alfred will never shy away from telling him, "I'd rather you find someone that makes an honest man out of you, and you leave this altogether." No matter what crisis is happening, no matter what the mission is, Alfred always wanted him to stop being the Batman. Yeah, this was fun in games at first, but this is not the life I want for you.
Not so much in Dark Knight, though. He's like, "What would you have me do, Alfred?" And it's like, endure. You have to continue.
Well, that's
But
slightly
that also
different.
falls into him. Okay, well, if you're going to do this, you're going to have to endure it. That still falls in line. But at the same time, Alfred still does not want this life for him. So, but if he's going to do it, then you're going to have to be there to pick him up if he falls. But if there is a chance for him to leave it altogether, then leave it, period. Burn it. Get a life.
But I think that he was supportive of Bruce's endeavors in the first two, and it was just the degradation of Bruce in Rises that was like, you're not going out there to make Gotham safer. You're not going out there to make Gotham better. You're going out there to die.
Well, it was also that there was no immediate threat in Rises, which is why he was also keen on him just retiring. Like he says, the city doesn't need your body, all that anymore, because he didn't know about Bane yet, and that was there.
Mm-hmm.
And with everything that happened in Begins and The Dark Knight, at some point you got to call it quits. This is too much.
Well, again, one of my things when it came to Batman does not stop. I don't like it when Batman stops.
Well, unless you get an Omega beam to the face, then you do stop. But even then, it doesn't stop.
Omega beam?
That's the Final Crisis, Return of Bruce Wayne commentary.
Oh, okay.
You
are the bad expert.
You've never read Final Crisis, have you?
No.
God damn it, Scott.
What? You're not my professor.
Nothing, Scott. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Shall we break down scene by scene and just check into the chat before we do that?
Sure.
I'll leave that to Kat.
And so Appion says Michael Caine as Alfred is outstanding. Love everything he says in the movies. Yeah. And I know you and I differ, Ernesto, not necessarily harshly, but just your Alfred is Michael Goff and mine is Michael Caine.
I don't have a particular favorite. I think they're both good for their respective Batmen.
Yes. But yeah, Michael Caine. Appion says, I thought Catwoman led Batman to Bane's sewer lair underneath Wayne Tower, and that's where they fought. Yes.
In the movie, that's where it happens. In the comic, it's in the Batcave.
Yes. Ben giving me ups. Thank you so much, sir. I am your dancing monkey. Appion says,
sorry.
No, Ernesto, what's going
on? Well, I mean, Michael Goff was my first introduction to live action Batman. And at the same time, I did mention that he reminded me of my great grandfather. So that's why I kind of always think of him as my first go-to. But you know who I always, when I read the comics, whose voice I'm always listening to whenever Alfred pops up.
Ephraim Zimbalist Jr.
David McCallum is the voice of Alfred for me.
Oh, really?
Yes. That is the voice of Alfred for me.
Interesting. Ducky.
Yep. And it also helps
solidify
that he is the perfect voice for Alfred.
All right. Appion says, plus he left the coordinates for Robin to go to the Batcave to continue his legacy. Yes. That scene at the grave always gets me a wee bit emotional. Yes, absolutely. Hey, and Appion knows about the Omega Beam, Darkseid's special attack.
Dark Side, damn it.
Darkseid, Dark Side? I don't know. I've only seen the Snyder Cut once.
All right.
And
seed, but it should say spell. I don't know why they spell it that way.
And Appion says, I love them both Guff and Kane. Delightful. All right, Kat. Mike O'Kane.
This movie also has it continues the tradition of referencing other Batman movies. Particularly the first half has a lot of Batman Returns references, so I'm guessing Chris Nolan really likes that movie, probably. So we begin this movie with the Bat logo in the ice, and we hear it's a flashback of the eulogy of Harvey Dent's public funeral, and Gordon basically saying it'll be a long time before somebody inspires us the way Harvey did, that he believed in him, and it's like, what a way to start the movie, because you know that clearly you didn't need to be told that his wife took the kids and left for Cleveland. You know that that's no longer a viable relationship after he's giving a speech like that. And then we cut to what's supposed to be Uzbekistan, and you could tell they shot it outside the Cardington hangars, and you have Dr. Leonid Pavel, played by an Israeli actor. He's playing a Russian scientist who's published a paper about how fusion reactors can be turned into neutron bombs, apparently. The CIA shows up to pull him out, and the agent, I can't remember the actor's name who picks him up, but I like the choice of who they picked for this because of a payoff that happens in the plane. But they're getting on, and he notices that he's got 3 guys with handcuffed and hoods on their heads. He's like, you don't get to bring friends. And he gives them this look, they're not my friends, as if to say, do they look like my friends, motherfucker? And so they get him on the plane, and then Barsad, who's Bane's number 2 henchman in the film, he's like, don't worry, I'll vouch for them. He's like, why do I want them? He's like, well, they're trying to kidnap your guy here. They work for the mercenary, the masked man. He's like, Bane. He's like, oh yeah, get him on board, I'll call it in. And we cut to this really great shot, IMAX shot. This whole sequence shot in IMAX, by the way. As we're flying at what was now shot over the Scottish countryside, and the CIA agent's like, well, the flight plan enlisted with the CIA lists me, my guys, and Dr. Pavel here, but only one of you 3. He opens the door and he says, first one to talk is to stay on my aircraft. And they drag a guy over there. He points a gun to his head, and he's like, who paid you to grab the doctor? And he doesn't say anything, so he fires the gun out the window. And he's like, oh, he didn't fly so good. Who wants to try next? And then they pull the next guy up there. And he's like, tell me about Bane. Why does he wear the mask? And then he's like, that's a lot of loyalty for a hired gun, because they're not saying anything.
Perhaps he's wondering why you would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane.
I would have had my comeback to that would be, well, I wanted to make sure he was dead, and I didn't want to get blood inside the cabin. So he comes over and he's like, well, at least you could talk. Who are you? He's like, oh, it doesn't matter who we are. The plans don't matter. But nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask, which I'm guessing that's an allusion to the idea that he was nobody before he ended up in that pit prison, and then afterwards, when he got out and joined the League of Shadows, that's when he became a problem and got on people's radar.
Yeah, that is exactly what that meant.
Yeah, so he takes the hood off. He's like, it's like, if I pulled that thing off, would you die? He's like, it would be extremely painful. Oh, you're a big guy, for you.
For you.
And then you're seeing this other airplane start flying in, and these guys starting to rappel off the back, and they're coming around, and one of the army guys is seeing this happen. He's like, sir. And the doctors and the CIA agent's like, was getting caught part of your plan. He's like, of course, the doctor refused our offer in favor of yours. I needed to find out what he told us. Like, no, I didn't say shit. And then the army guy tries to tell the CIA agent that there's something going on outside, but he's not listening. He's like, so congratulations, you got yourself caught. What's the next step of your master plan? And he's like,
crashing this plane with no survivors.
And he just whips off the cuffs like they were, and not even handcuffs. They're like the plastic zip ties. That's hard to rip that shit off. But he rips it off like it's a paper clip.
Yeah, you could slice through your skin if you don't do it right.
Yeah, and he starts grabbing people and punching him. And I like the fact that they picked again this actor to play him because he played the politician turned mayor of Baltimore on The Wire, and he never really got his just desserts. So I like that Bane just grabs him by the scruff of his collar and just bam.
He's also Littlefinger in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and he just
that's where I remembered that guy.
And he's the guy
an asshole.
And he's the guy from the Maze Runner who turned into a meme after he says, "Go into the Scorch."
he just he's known for playing assholes. And
he plays them fantastically.
Oh yeah, very, very well. So he punches the guy out. The fight comes along. The cables end up being attached to the plane, and it tips. The wings shear off. They blow off the tail. They come in, and they're firing bullets in there, which is another problem because that's not going to work for your so-called accident plan or whatever you're trying to make up. But okay, they bring in a body bag. They do a blood transfusion with the doctor. They tie everybody up, and right as they're getting ready to go, Bane stops one of his henchmen from coming with him. He's like, "No, they expect one of us in the wreckage, brother." He's like, "Have we started the fire?" He's like,
"Yes, the fire rises."
So you can tell these guys, like, okay, this guy's like, if you didn't know before that it was League of Shadows, you know that it's definitely like some cult type thing going on here because it's a bit nutty. So the doctor's still,
that's what terrorists are, cultish.
Yeah, and so the doctor's still freaking out, and Bane's like, no time for screaming now or whatever. Now's not the time for fear. That comes later. And he clicks the detonator. The plane just falls out from beneath them. And you have the great shot as they're being towed back into the plane, kind of like when Batman was towing Lau back into the plane in Dark Knight. And that was a neat little parallel. So then we cut back to Gotham, and they show they show again what's clearly New York City and Manhattan Island before they pan over to Wayne Manor right across the river. Mayor Garcia is still the mayor, and he's giving a speech about how great Harvey Dent was and how the Dent Act has cleaned up the streets and it's destroyed organized crime, and now people want to repeal the Dent Act, but not on my watch, giving a really cheesy campaign speech, and all these rich hoity-toity people are like clapping for him, and Gordon is kind of basically that's what it is. And then Gordon is still acting like super cop in the background, and his lieutenant, played by Matthew Modine, is like watches him go out of the way, and the congressman kind of whispers to him, "Don't worry, the mayor's going to dump him in the spring." He's like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "But he's a hero." He's like, "He's a war hero. This is peacetime."
Oh, Cat. I just wanted to remind you, if you wanted to figure out what, hang on just one second. There we go. If you wanted to find out what Matthew Modine's character is,
yeah,
Foley.
Foley, that's it. I always forget his name. You don't hear I don't think we ever hear his Foley.
It's Steve. It's Steve Foley.
Are you kidding?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That'd be great.
Foley.
So then we see a woman walk by, a waitress, and the congressman immediately does like a double take on her and says, "Hey, hold up the food, please."
Hold up with the chow.
Yeah. And another thing the mayor said in his speech is he, of course, threw Batman under the bus, and we see Bruce Wayne standing on the balcony high above on the roof. Nobody could see him. And the last thing the mayor had said was that the thing about Harvey Dent is that his death had not been, or he's talking about, we put our faith in a man, a thug, blah, blah, blah. But Bruce is still kind of listening, and Gordon gives up to give a speech. And he's like, "I've prepared a speech telling the truth about Harvey Dent." And they have these really neat, like, silent flashes, like really quick, like only a few frames each, just of the climax of the previous movie. And he's like, "Oh, maybe the timing isn't right." He's like, "Well, all you need to do is that a bunch of violent criminals who terrorize Gotham are all locked up because of the Dent Act. And the most I could say about Harvey's death right now is for this. It was not for nothing." And that's when Bruce is seen to walk away. We then cut inside the manor, and Alfred gives one of the caterers the instructions to take a tray up to Bruce and he's like, "Unlock the door, set the tray on the table, leave, and relock the door." So she goes up there, sets it down, walks into the next room, and they have this really neat shot where they cut back to the tray, and you see Bruce's reflection walking towards it because it's like one of those nice silvery type trays. And the caterer is inside the next room, and she's looking at this archery range that he's got in here, and she's like examining it. And in what was like a big jump scare in my theater, I remember, and really loud, this other arrow just twangs right next to her, and Bruce just fired at it. And then she's like freaking out. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to check it out, blah, blah, blah." And he points out that the safe has been broken open, and He's like, yeah, this is the thing that the manufacturer assured me that this safe was uncrackable. And then she just drops the whole innocent thing. She's like, oops, nobody told me it was uncrackable. And she comes forward and she's like, yeah, well, I wouldn't beat up a cripple even more than you beat up a woman. But, and then she just knocks his cane out from underneath him saying, sometimes exceptions have to be made. And she takes off with his pearls. And she's like, goodbye, Mr. Wayne. And she takes her little scruff off the collar. She jumps out and slips into the congressman's limousine. And being the sleazy guy that he is, he's like, oh, cool. She's like, can I have a ride? He's like, sure, let's go. And meanwhile, inside, you have Miranda Tate asking to see Bruce. She's like, is he not going to be joining us this evening? And Alfred's like, no, unfortunately not. And then you have Ben Mendelsohn's introduced as John Daggett. Funny story about the John Daggett character. He was originally in the comics going to be Max Schreck from Batman Returns. And then they decided that because of that film's reception, they wanted to separate themselves for that for a while, that they changed it to being a different name, Roland Daggett, who ends up becoming a different version of Clayface. And then they bring that back around to call this guy John Daggett, essentially, and he essentially fills the same role as the Max Schreck character. He's the corrupt businessman who's bringing a villain to Gotham City to help him. And unlike Schreck, who wants to build a power plant, in Daggett's case, he wants to stage an aggressive corporate takeover of Wayne Enterprises, and instead of Penguin being brought in, it's Bane, and blah, blah, blah. So more Batman Returns references aplenty in this movie. And Daggett is kind of dismissive of Wayne. He's like, oh, no, everybody knows Bruce is up there with 9-inch nails peeing into mason jars. It's very good of you to have invited me on the grounds. And Alfred just kind of sits there with his hands clasped and doesn't really have a comeback. He's like, but you could tell that's the little look that he gives him that, okay, this is a dumbass, and I'm just not going to.
Daggett in this movie, he was just hamming it up.
Oh, yeah, completely. It was great.
Mendelsohn, mwah, thank you, sir, for your service.
So then we cut back to the top of the Major Crimes Unit, and Gordon is standing there looking at his speech, and then we're introduced to Joseph Gordon-Levitt as John Blake, and he says, hey, sir, and he starts talking to him about that night 8 years ago. The Batman, he killed those people, attacked the SWAT team, and took off, and Gordon's like, I'm not hearing a question, son. He's like, don't you want to know who he was? And Gordon's like, I know exactly who he was, and he looks at the busted bat signal, and he's like, he was the Batman. And he's like, let's go see about the congressman's wife, because he's been told that the congressman is missing. So later that night, Alfred comes inside and sees up in the upper room, and he sees Bruce looking at the safe, and Bruce tells him that the pearls have been stolen, and Alfred just doesn't even care about this, even though they're the mother's pearls. He's like, great, I'll sound the cavalry or kind of thing. And he's like, they've also been dusting for fingerprints. He's like, it's like, oh, well, why would they be dusting fingerprints? He's like, I wasn't. She was. And they go down into the Batcave, and he's looking at the computer, and he sees that the cat burglar in question is Selena Kyle. She's got a lengthy record, and he can't really figure out what this is about. And Alfred's like, well, we should get the cops involved before she fences the pearls. And he's like, don't worry, she won't. She likes them too much. And like, maybe you could take her out on a date type of thing. And he's like, Alfred, no.
Trying to set me up with a jewel thief.
He's like, I'll set you up with a cat if it gets you, or a dog or whatever, if it gets you back into the world. And he's like, Alfred, I had a plan. He's like, yeah, I know you did. And you lost her, but you know what? That's part of living. You got to move on, and trying to do the whole tough love thing again, which is one of the things I like about this Alfred. He's not always going to just sugarcoat everything. And so meanwhile, the next morning we find a body having washed out of a sewer. It's another Batman Returns reference, because apparently this guy aged out of the local group home, and John Blake, who responded to the scene of the body, goes to the group home, and we learn that he used to be there, and the dead guy is the older brother of this kid, and he asks permission from the guy who runs it. I can't remember the name of the actor who runs the group home. I've seen him, and he's a character in a lot of movies as well.
He always plays those like character actors, father figures, grandfathers, all that. He's very good. Like, he may always come across the same, but there's always something different that he throws in there just to spin it. Yeah,
and so he goes. So Blake goes out to talk to this kid, and he's making the little bat signal things, and he's like, "Do you think he's coming back?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know." He's like, "Well, where was he?" He's like, "Well, he went down to this. Well, my brother, yeah, he went down to the sewer. A lot of kids are going down there to find work." He's like, "What kind of work are you gonna find in a sewer?" And it's like, and he's like, "I guess more work you could find up here." And he's like, "Okay." And then we cut to that night, and Selena Kyle is meeting with this other great actor, Bern Gorman, who's another character actor, and he's playing the assistant to John Daggett, and he's paying her for Bruce Wayne's fingerprints, but she's not an idiot. She knows that they're going to try and kill her, and sure enough, they turn the guns on her, and she's like, it would have been a lot easier if you just gave me what I wanted. And he's like, yeah, but they're not going to, he's like, you're not really, nobody's going to care looking for you down here. She's like, well, you didn't count very good because I only gave you 4 of his fingerprints, not the 5th, and you need all 5. And that's when they pull a gun again. And she's like, well, you're not going to, he's like, well, yeah, you're right, but nobody's going to come looking for you in a dive bar like this at this side of town. She's like, well, no, maybe not for me, but my friend over there, everyone in town's looking for him. And I admit I still to this day don't really get the logic of what exactly happened here. It's like he left the party in like a $3,000 suit, the congressman, and now he's dressed in these kind of run-down baggy pants. He's got like a Benihana shirt on. He's really disheveled. He's like chowing down on bar food at the counter. I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
She drugged him. That's what happened.
Okay, she probably drugged him with something. And
she probably took him back to her place, and that's where she got the jump on him.
Okay, so that's might be what's going on. And she's like, yeah, well, everybody's looking for him. And Vern Gorman's like, oh, that's pretty good, but they ain't gonna look for him in a place like this. And she's like, well, I don't know. You did just use his cell phone, for the transaction. He's like, holy shit. The cops show up. There's a shootout, and she immediately, on a dime, goes from acting like the catty and in control to panicking and freaking out. And so the cops immediately the SWAT team just bypasses her like nothing. She flees out the back and gives the congressman a kiss on her way out and tells him, put some ice on that, sweetheart, because he caught a stray bullet. And he's like, call me. And then she goes out the back and runs right into John Blake's arms. The shootout happens, and we see Barsad on the fire escape providing cover as the guys flee back into the sewers.
And by the way, this is vintage Selena Kyle, and Anne Hathaway does it beautifully.
Yes.
People who were doubting her that, she's not pretty enough, she's not sexy enough. Oh, fuck you. She was everything and much, much more.
Yes. And so Gordon...
let you know who the actor was. It's Chris Ellis. That's his name.
That's right, Chris Ellis. Yeah, he's very good at that.
He was the Wonders' first manager on That Thing You Do. It's a great Tom Hanks movie.
That's probably where I first saw him. Okay, yeah.
Yay.
So Gordon starts following the bad guys down into the sewers. An explosion goes off, and that scares Foley, and he orders everybody to back off until the Department of Water and Power can come down there. And he's like, we don't even know what's down there. It's too dangerous. And Blake's like, we know it's down there. So the commissioner, he's like, somebody get this hothead out of here. And where's that DWP guy? And Gordon, of course, ain't having it. He's already down there moving through, but he gets sort of knocked unconscious by one of the blasts. And he's kidnapped and dragged down into the sewers. And when he comes to, he sees people like, I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. They're like welding, and they're using nail guns and all this kind of stuff. And they drag him around to the spot that's right under Wayne Tower, which I found was really kind of a poetic tie-in back to the first movie. And that, if you recall in the first film, the part where Gotham City would be vulnerable, the entire city would be vulnerable to the microwave weapon, was the water duct right below Wayne Tower. And now that's where Ra's al Ghul was going to destroy the city. And Bane is now camped out of that exact same spot, which I liked. And you see...
It was this time that I actually decided to look up what the hell DWP meant. And I'm like, Department of Water and Power. I'm like, well, now I know.
Yeah.
Continue.
So they drag Gordon forward, and you see Bane there without his shirt on. And he's got like this big, thick belt on, almost like it's like tightening his bones or something, kind of like a brace that somebody would wear if they're recuperating from an injury. And you see all the scarring along his spine. And he gets up, and he's got the mask, which admittedly isn't connected to anything. It's just... it's like the mask.
But you know what it makes him look like? A luchador.
Yeah, yeah. As close to that, the Nolan version.
Which is exactly what he was probably going for, because that's what Bane does look like. He looks like a luchador.
Yeah. And so because I remember in Batman and Robin, the mask that he wears is a lot more accurate to the one in the comics, whereas this one, because it has all the tubing and is a bit more steampunk in a way. Mm-hmm. And the way that mask is designed too, like you could tell it's gripping his head like a vice. It's like really on tight, which is why I'm kind of surprised that he's even able to talk, because it's not like the mask, just doesn't really move while he's talking. And I get that, like logically, that's because they recorded all the dialogue later on after the fact. But it's a
Darth Vader situation.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Darth Vader situation. And so,
they kind of infer later on that when he was defending Talia as she was escaping, that the prisoners really messed him up. And when they show him with like the bandages around his head, I had an image in my mind of like they ripped out his tongue or pulled off like his lower jaw. And that was like the mask was just basically a prosthetic to replace what was missing or something.
I think it's keeping everything together, and the moment one of those tubes goes off, it starts to, like it says, it would be very painful, and his body would just start to lose essential, oxygen. Maybe the pain is so much that it's weakening him. I mean, I don't know exactly what the logistics are of how bad they messed him up, but it has to be something that if this goes, your entire system will shut down and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Right. And yeah, and he asked the guys, why are you here? And they kick Gordon. They're like, answer him. And he's like, I was asking you. And he's like, he's the police commissioner. He's like, and you brought him down here? And they're like, well, we panicked. We didn't know what to do. He's like, no, you panicked, and your weaknesses cost the lives of 3 others. And his buddy says, no, don't bat at him. He's a little, and then he just grabs him by the throat. And without even really expending any energy at all, he just breaks this guy's neck. And then he tells the other guy very directly, search him, then I will kill you. And it's like, yes, sir. So he searches him, finds the speech, gives it to Bane, who looks at it, and he walks over to his desk to get a better look. And then Gordon takes the opportunity to roll over on his side and be washed away down the water duct. And then everybody fires their guns, but they miss him. And the guy's like, he's gone. And Bane's like, well, show me his body. It's like, the water goes to any one of the outflows. We'll never find him. And Bane just hands out his hand, and Barsad just knows what's going to happen. And he gets out like the radio, and he gives it to Bane, and then sits it in the guy's pocket. And he's like, follow him. He's like, follow him. And he just shoots him in the stomach and throws him over, washes him down. And it's like, this is great. So he lures kids and other young people down here for work, and then he drowns them in the sewer when he doesn't need them anymore. This is great Batman Returns material.
It's like rats.
Yeah.
This would have been great to just have like a subtle nod to the rat catcher in the comics, which, in the comics, there's a society of people who live underground, and you have Ratcatcher who leads one of those society. That would have been a cool nod, but
yeah.
There.
Didn't they make a reference to crocodiles in the sewer, though?
Yes. That's
we never saw Waylon Jones, unfortunately.
So then John Blake, I'm not sure what gave John Blake the idea that Gordon's going to be actually flowing in the sewers or washing away, but he runs back to that same exit duct and finds Gordon, and Gordon's taken to the hospital. And the next day, he just shows up at Bruce Wayne's house, and it's like Alfred's like, sorry, Bruce Wayne doesn't take unsolicited unannounced visits, even from a policeman, which I thought that was kind of surprising, because Alfred doesn't even ask what the cop wants. And as he's shutting the door in his face, Blake's like, and if I go get a warrant for the death of Harvey Dent, would that still count as unannounced? And Alfred's like, okay. So he's invited inside, and Bruce comes in and kind of leaning on his cane in there, and he's like, what is this about? And he's like, Commissioner Gordon's been attacked. He's seriously injured. And he's like, well, shouldn't I be telling that he's like, shouldn't you be telling your superior officers about this? It's like, he said something about masked man in the sewers, said he saw giant alligators. And he's like, no, he needs you. He needs the Batman. And this is another contrived plot point when Bruce is like, Commissioner Gordon thinks like, no, he doesn't know or care who you are, but we've met before. And he tells this story about how he was an orphan, and then he met Bruce Wayne there, and that, as an orphan, you grow up, and, everybody is kind of sympathetic at first. Everybody understands, but then they expect you to kind of get in line type of thing, and to shut up, and they stop understanding or anything like that. And you could tell, he's like, I could tell that you still had that when you, it's like, yeah, you showed up with a beautiful girl in your arms, you were a billionaire orphan, but I could see that that's not what this is. And Bruce isn't really having it. And he's like, look, I'm still a believer. I don't know why you took the fall for Dent's murder, but I'm still a believer in the Batman, even if you're not. And he goes to leave. And he's like, you said you're from the boys' home in the city and that we used to fund it. And he's like, why not? Why is it not funded anymore? And he's like, well, because the money stopped. Maybe you should just, get your head out of your ass and start paying attention to the details, because some of those details can really use your help. And as he's leaving, Bruce is talking to Alfred. And Alfred's like, yeah, so I was looking around, and it seems that this Mr. Rainey's talking about secured mining permits for our friend John Daggett. And he's like, what was that about? He's like, oh, no, I'll keep digging. He's like, okay. And he asks Alfred, why do we stop funding boys' homes in the city? He's like, well, it's because it came from the profits of the company, and we don't have any. He's like, okay, give me, set me an appointment at the hospital. He's like, which one? He's like, whichever one Jim Gordon's in. And Alfred's surprised that he actually wants to take a car and go out back into the city.
If I may jump there real quick, this is where years after I felt that this John Blake that Joseph Gordon was playing, this should have been Jason Todd. Because you're doing the Dark Knight Returns as the spine, if you will, of this adaptation. And the reason why Batman went away was because Jason Todd got killed by the Joker, and you have this person who is an orphan and has nobody. I'm thinking, I mean, you could make him Richard, but I think Jason Todd would have been a better suited character for him. And yeah, you can keep the John Blake, and at the end, when they say, hey, maybe you should use your real name, Jason, and that would have been a great nod to the character instead of just Robin. Just wanted to throw that out there, that I think this should have been Jason Todd from the beginning, and he would have been, unofficially the Robin to his Batman in a way.
Well, and I do want to get to that when we get to the end, and there is that reveal, if you want to give it that credence. But one thing that always bothered me about the beginning of this is, what is the twang that Christian Bale is affecting as Bruce at the beginning? There is something that's not Bruce Wayne. He's almost like a weird Southern accent that's going on at the beginning of the movie when he's Bruce. And I didn't understand it as an acting choice. It kind of takes me out of the movie every time I watch it. You guys didn't notice?
I didn't pick up on it.
Okay. Just me.
I do know that in this movie, I think they kind of really, how Christian Bale is always playing with his weight and diet for the roles he takes. And I always found it, striking that in this one, he looked more emaciated. Is that the word?
Mm-hmm.
In this, I mean, yeah, it makes sense that he was out of the game and he's letting his body rot away in a way because, no cartilage or anything. But man, you can tell in his face that he's more gaunt than he was in The Dark Knight. And throughout the whole movie, it kind of cuts back and forth because, and I know you'll get to this in a moment, Kat, but you look at the scene where he's having that argument with Alfred, his face looks like it's got more meat in him. But when you cut to when he infiltrates the Gotham City and he's trying to get Lucius to help him out, he looks gaunt again. And I feel like his weight was being played around back and forth. And I wonder if there were any reshoots during the making of this movie where he left off to do some another movie, his weight came back to normal, then he had to bring him back, and they shot some scenes before when he was more gaunt. And so I always felt like his weight was kind of like jumping around left and right, and you can tell it mostly in his face.
Yeah. Oh, right. So then Bruce, it cuts to that night, and Bruce goes to the hospital, and he's told by Thomas Lennon, known from shows like Reno 911, a good friend of Christopher Nolan, as it turns out. He's like, well, I've seen worse cartilage in your knees. And he's like, oh, that's great. He's like, no, that's because there's no cartilage in your knees. So no, Mr. Wayne, I can't recommend that you go hella skiing. And he's like, oh, okay. But rather than go out the door, Bruce decides to rappel out the window with the ski mask on to one of the lower floors in the building, and which would not be the case. It's always been because the clinics aren't usually in the same buildings as the actual hospital, especially not in an upper floor. But okay. So he rappels down, goes inside to see Gordon, and he's like lying in the hospital bed with an oxygen mask. And he says, we were in this together, but then you were gone. And he's like, Batman wasn't needed anymore. We won. He's like, based on a lie, but now this evil rises from where we tried to bury it. He's like, Batman has to come back. He's like, well, what if he doesn't exist anymore? He's like, well, he must. He must. So you can see that Gordon's also really at the edge of his rope, so to speak, because he didn't give him any really critical information. Just he could tell that, okay, this is why Gordon feels that he needs me as opposed to anybody else. So then he leaves, and he decides to go out to the Wayne Manor or the Wayne Enterprises charity function that night. And as he's getting out of his, he's getting out of his Lamborghini, and all the photographers paparazzi are like, another stiff can barely get out of his car. Like, oh, that's Bruce Wayne. And they all start freaking out. And he just uses this neat gadget where he just clicks a button and all their cameras just shut down, which is...
I always saw it as a tiny EMP in his pocket. And I'm just like, that is such a Bruce Wayne Batman pull. It was amazing.
Yeah, and then they're all like looking at their cameras, and they don't seem to notice that it was right in sync with when he hits the button. There, nobody. So he goes into the party and he's talking to Miranda Tate, and he's like, yeah, this isn't really about charity. This is just about, because it's all going to be spread. All the money is going to be donated on this huge spread to so many charities. It's not going to make a difference, and this is just about stroking the ego of the society hag who decided to put this on. Which is in a way the same, kind of critiquing the same thing that the Masquerade Ball from Batman Returns is all about. Because he didn't give a shit about that either. At which point, Miranda's like, "Well, actually, Mr. Wayne, this is my event." He's like, "Oh, and I paid for the big fat spread myself." And he's like, "Oh, that's very generous of you." And then she kind of chides him about the whole fusion reactor project, and he's like, "I can't really do that." And she's like, "You know." And she reiterates a line that Ra's al Ghul said, or a paraphrase of it from the first movie, about how you have to change the world, and how if you didn't fail, you becoming like a shell of your former self. And she's clearly talking about Batman and how he failed and that prevented the first great, the great revitalization at the end of Batman Begins, and then fell back on a lie and it became a shell of his former self. And Bruce actually pauses and looks at her for a second, like he might be onto it, but he doesn't pursue it. Which, not that he would pursue it at that specific meeting, but I figured he would go back to the Batcave and have Alfred, who's like an encyclopedia of knowledge about the underworld in this movie. It's like, maybe you should run more checks on this Miranda Tate woman, because that's, for me, I'd forgotten when the movie started about the fact that I had been spoiled about who she was going to be, because that interview was so many months earlier. But when she said that in the movie, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's got to be Talia. And so we see at the again, it's a masquerade ball, and Catwoman's there wearing a mask because she's running a con and is going to try and steal the jewels from the different, women inside the party. And Bruce, just like in Returns, he's not wearing the mask for the big masquerade ball, and he cuts. He's like, mind if I cut in? And he takes Selena, and they start, parading around, and she's like, "Oh, you're," and she's kind of surprised that he's not really upset about the pearls, because he could have had her arrested and he didn't. And she goes on to talk about how, there's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. How long do you think this is going to last? You and your friends better batten down the hatches. When it hits, you're all going to wonder how you could live so large and leave so little for the rest of us. And it's like, okay, you're laying on the Occupy Wall Street stuff here, so we can see where this is going. Mm-hmm. And then he's like, well, you do look beautiful in those pearls, much more beautiful than they are in my safe, but I still can't let you keep them. And he takes the pearls from her, and then she just runs off. And I love how, in hindsight, and as we realize in a couple of minutes, the reason she runs off is because she's like, okay, if you're going to take these from me, I'm going to steal your car.
which is such a great finisher to that entire exchange, because that is, again, it is a Selena Kyle thing to do. And it is something that she always does to him in the comics. I mean, granted, they're not on the rooftop and they're not in costume, they're not flirting with each other in costume, but it's the flirtation. Like, this is one of those moments where Bruce, and as Batman, he's taken off guard because, oh, I actually like her. And he's really not thinking about minding his surroundings. And then she takes away his parking ticket when she kisses him. Just like in the comics, when she kisses him, he's taken aback, and she stole one of his batarangs or stole one of his grappling hooks, and he didn't even realize. And that's not something that Batman allows to happen. But there you go. It's like, your wife, sir, decided to take the car. My wife, and then she took off with the Lamborghini.
So then, so she takes off with the Lamborghini, and she goes back home. And they introduce this friend of hers, her roommate, and the roommate's being harassed by this guy. He's like, "You took my wallet." He's about to punch her in the face, and Catwoman just grabs him by the arm and twists it. She's like, "Get out!" And the way she says it, just seething with rage at him, and she kicks him back. And the girl's like, "I don't know why he's so upset. There were only $60 in here." She's like, "Probably the watch." When she slipped, and she tossed the watch to the girl, and she kind of laughs. And Bruce comes out, and they had the joke about the wife, and when you saw like Lambo speeding down the street, and then we cut to Bruce just getting in the back of the car with Alfred, and he's like, "Just you, sir?" He's like, "Yeah, it's all right, Mr. Wayne. Takes a while to get back in the swing."
I always wondered, do you think she pawned it?
Oh, probably. Because
we never see it again. I assume she pawned it.
Either that or she sold it.
Yeah, because I'm like, I mean, she takes a cab later in the movie, so I'm just like, man, she had to have gotten rid of that car and got a hefty price for it.
Yeah, that's like gone. And so the next day, Bruce goes to Wayne Enterprises, and he goes to meet Lucius Fox, and he's like, but Bruce Wayne, as I live and breathe. He's like, and Bruce is like, yeah, I'm here to ask about all the money that you lost. You lost all my. I'm here to check things, even though you've lost all my money. He's like, actually, you did that. If you pour all your money into this fusion project and then mothball it, then your company's unlikely to thrive. Mrs. Tate has been supporting the project the entire way, and she's quite lovely, I might add. And Bruce just kind of gives him a look. He's like, we all just want what's best for you, Bruce.
So that to me means that Lucius and Alfred were pen pals throughout this whole thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What it says to me is that Bruce Wayne sucks for 8 years.
Yeah, and he reassures Bruce that as long as he has his majorities, he can keep John Daggett at bay. Yeah. But that unless you turn on the fusion reactor, you really don't have another play here to stop him. Yeah. And he's like, okay, thanks. And he's like, is there anything else I could do? He's like, nope. He gets up to leave. He's like, what? He's like, no, why? He's like, well, these conversations used to end with an unusual request. Well, I'm retired. Well, let me show you a couple of things, just for old time's sake. And he takes him into Applied Sciences and takes him to the Bat. And he opens it, and I like how they don't actually show it. You just see like the front of it from behind, so you can't really see what it looks like.
Oh, now you're just showing off.
Yeah, you're just showing off. And he smiles. He's like, well, it's almost perfect except for the autopilot. Takes a better mind than mine. And he's like, better? He's like, I was trying to be modest. Less busy mind. And he's like, Bruce, like, what's it called? Oh, it's got some long, uninteresting Wayne Enterprises name. I just took to calling it the Bat. And yes, Mr. Wayne, I'm in black.
I'm in black.
Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I like that moment where he's trying to tell him that Miss Tate is available. And yeah. I'm thinking, at this point, Nolan is also giving Lucius Fox the Dr. Thompson role. Because in the comics, Alfred is his father and Dr. Thompson is his mother. She's always like the doctor to Batman, where all his sidekicks and heroes need a doctor off the books because they're not going to take anybody to the hospital. So I always felt like, so Lucius and Alfred are basically mom and dad for Bruce in a way. So you have the father figure at home who wants him to get out of it, but you have mom at work who's letting him play with the toys. Usually it's the other way around. Mom wants him to be safe. Dad wants him to have fun. So I always found that to be like a good touch of the parental figures in Bruce's life.
Yeah. So then Lucius in the next scene brings Miranda down to the dockhouse which turns into like a secret elevator. And she's like, oh, this is it. And they go down to the lower chamber and she's like, is Bruce really this paranoid? And he's like, I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. And so, and Bruce basically shows her, look, I could have flooded this chamber anytime in the last 5 years and I didn't do it. I'm trusting you because we need to stop Daggett because he's going to make a play and I got to keep that at bay. And she's like, Bruce, if you want to save the world, you have to start trusting it. And he's like, I can't because somebody else is going to figure out what Dr. Pavel did. We're like, well, he's dead now. He's like, it doesn't matter. Somebody's going to figure it out. I need to trust you. And he's like, okay. And it's not really clear why he's necessarily showing her this because she knows it exists. She just didn't know where it was. So it's not like there was a necessary reason to bring her down here. So this seems to be like a fourth wall breaking thing. It's more for the audience's benefit to let us actually see what this thing actually is and how Dr. Pavel relates because we still hadn't figured that out yet. Because he's like, because again, he's committed to not turning it on, which begs the question, well, if you're not going to do it, and you're convinced that somebody else is going to figure out what the scientist did, then why not flood it and be done with it? So, and then he's showing her the thing which she knows already exists. She just didn't know where it was. It's not like he's giving her the keys. He's just, well,
I think that the conversation that he has with Lucius in terms of if you're going to build this generator and then mothball it, that's bad. That doesn't make us any money. Miranda Tate has been with the project the entire time. She's quite lovely, implying that she has Lucius's trust. And so bringing someone else into the fold to sort of assist with managing Wayne Enterprises and also knows, or at least he thinks knows the importance of the dangerous weaponization of the reactor. It kind of makes sense in story, not just necessarily to fill it in for the audience, but I guess there is a certain aspect of that.
That was a funny bit too.
It could be Brother Eye that he's holding down there.
Yeah. I thought that joke was going to get a bigger laugh when Bruce is like, I need you to take control of Wayne Enterprises. And it cuts to Lucius and he's like, he's got his arms crossed. He's got this frown on his face. Like he's really unhappy with this decision. And I'm like, but that never gets a reaction each time I saw it in the theater. I was like, okay. So he's told her about it, and then we cut back to the stock market, and you have two guys. You have they intercut it between this guy doing shoe shining for these two stockbrokers. One of whom's the guy from Hangman from Top Gun Maverick.
Ben Powell, thank God
Yes.
it's me.
Yeah, he's sitting there and they're talking about, and his buddy's like, yeah, Bruce Wayne coming back to Gotham could be good or bad. It'll affect the stocks. Like, well, how'd you decide if it'd be good or bad? I flipped a coin. And you have the guy walking inside delivering a sandwich, and you have this other guy mopping the stairs, and you have a guy walking in with the DCS jacket with the red helmet, and the security guard stops him as he's going through metal detectors. Like, oh, stop, lose the helmet. We need faces for camera. And he takes it off, and it's Bane, and he just smacks her with the helmet like really hard, like bam.
Bane does not discriminate. He will smack a bitch.
Yeah, he does. He punches out the security, just really brutal. And then the guy who was mopping the floor pulls an Uzi out of the bucket, and then the shoe shiner guy pulls an Uzi out of his jacket, and then they all start shooting up inside the stock market to get everybody's attention. Bane walks up to Hangman, and he's like, this is a stock, and Hangman's like, this is a stock exchange. There's no money you could steal. He's like, really? Well, then why are you people here? And he pushes him out of the way, smashes his head down, and gives his motorcycle helmet to the guy's buddy. And they hook up this like iPad, and they start like uploading some program. And the guy's like, well, they cut the fiber, the cell's working. And Bane's like, well, for now. And you see all the cops showing up, and Blake tells this guy to move his concrete truck. He's like, where am I supposed to move it? And he can't back it out because they're lifting up. I guess these are neat. Like, I'm not sure why I guess it's like a security measure, I suppose, why these are built into the street where you lift up the rampway so you can't actually get out, which is, I've never seen that before, but that's kind of neat. And this one guy from the stock market runs up to Foley, and he's like, you got to get in there. He's got he got control of all the money in the stock exchange. He's like, I'm not risking my men for your money. He's like, it's not my money, it's everybody's. And this cop's like, really? Mine's in my mattress. He's like, well, if you don't take these guys down, that stuffing in your mattress could be worth a whole hell of a lot less. He's like, okay, cut the fiber. We'll get the cell tower. It's like, oh, thank you. And they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. And Bane is told that they're closing in. So he's like, all right, time to go mobile. And they fire their guns, and they take some hostages. And as the cops are about to send in the SWAT team, but then the front door is open. They're like, oh, we got something. And Bane and all of his minions are riding out on these like dirt bikes with the stockbrokers like tied to the back with their arms also handcuffed behind their backs. They spin around and start bouncing up the little ramps to get away, and that leads into a chase. And we cut to these two cops, older veteran and this young guy, and they're speeding through the tunnel, and they notice the lights start going off. And he's like, and the kid's like, what the hell is that? And you see the bat pod speeding along, and the veteran cop just lights up like a Christmas tree. He's like, oh, it can't be. You're in for a show tonight, son. And then
from The Dark Knight Returns.
Yes, and then so Batman shows up and knocks one of the guards down, letting one of the hostages go. He gets this special type of gun that's like a taser gun, kind of like it shoots like EMP tasers.
It's like a small EMP gun in a way.
Yeah, he shoots this EMP gun in another vehicle, and then all of a sudden that stupid young cop starts shooting at him, and he's like, oh, sorry. And then
but you gotta appreciate that scene, because my theater erupted when that happened. Because Batman's like, "Are you fucking serious?
Yeah,
Do you know how much this cost?"
Yes. So they start taking off, and then Foley gets the message that Batman's coming, and he gets all excited, and he's like, "I'm gonna do what Jim Gordon never could." And Blake's like, "What's that?" "I'm gonna take down the Batman." And all the cops are speeding in, and Blake's like, "Sir, what about the armed robbers?" And he's like, "Oh, come on, who do you want to catch, huh? Some robber, the son of a bitch who killed Harvey Dent." And all the cops are moving in, the SWAT team's moving in, the choppers are coming in, and we see that John Daggett is watching this at home from his apartment, and he's like, 8 years, and he has to pick tonight. And his assistant's like, he's drawing the cops off Bane. And Daggett kind of thinks about that, and meanwhile, we see Catwoman in the other room breaking into the safe, and she's like, "Oh, what do you know?" Kind of like excited about it too. And at the end of this,
also have to pay attention to the visual language in this scene, because she's got the she doesn't have the latex, but she does have the leather suit, and she might not be dressed as a cat, but she does have the goggles that when she puts them up, they actually look like cat ears. And I always like that in the newspaper. They really, because I remember when in the message board we're talking about, are they really going to call her Catwoman? I'm just like, no, but there are cat burglars, and it does make sense.
Yeah. And so then we cut to Bane, and takes the iPad that has the program on it and he shoves it into the backpack of one of his buddies. And then he does a U-turn on his bike and starts racing down the street. And then Batman's racing towards him on the Batpod, and they zoom right past each other. And he ends up stopping at the entrance to the sewer, and he kind of just looks and he's watching as they're all taking off after Batman. And I would kind of like to know what he's thinking in that instance, because it's like, on the one hand, he didn't know Batman was going to show up for this. And I wonder if he's kind of secretly relieved. It's like, oh, cool, thanks, because they were closing in, So he takes off on his bike back to the sewer.
It would have been cool to see Bane try to fight off an entire police station.
Yeah. And then Batman does this a neat trick where he gets off the bike without us seeing it. We see the bike go down without him on it, and he grabs one of the guys from like the tree with his grappling hook and like pulls him up off the bike, and then the Batpod comes back off the next street without him on it, crashing into the motorcycle to knock over the other guy. And I was like, I wonder how he did that, if he has like remote piloting for the bike or something like that.
I like to think that he probably jumped off the bike, glided over them, hooked him, pulled him up, dropped him off somewhere, and then ended on the other side. We don't see it, but that's how I like to imagine he did that.
Yeah.
It's like Arkham Knight.
Exactly. Yeah. So then he picks up the iPad, but sees that it's too late. The application's complete. All the cops have zeroed in, and they've got him cornered. But he just gets on the Batpod, rolls it sideways, fires these two guns at one of those trucks that carries a bunch of cars, knocking the ramps down. And then he takes off and speeds up in this epic jump onto the something they did practically, actually, and jumps it onto the ramp to take off. And the cops radio into Foley, he got away, sir. And he's like, why? It's like, why? He's like, well, yeah, he's got a lot of firepower. He's like, what, you don't? and he's like, oh, they're heading back. He's heading back downtown. He's like, oh, man's as dumb as he dresses. And so he ends up backing into an alley, and they all corner him there. And Foley gets out of the cop car. He's like a rat in a trap, gentlemen. And he picks up the megaphone and about to say something, but then the wind just kicks up, and everybody's kind of like, what the hell is this? And then you see the bat with
got a different animal in there, sir.
Yeah, he's like, you may got the wrong animal. And
but you know what I liked about that scene? When the bat turns on, it almost looked like the bat cowl from the comics is staring at him back. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
And then Blake's right. He's like, Blake's like, are you sure it was him? And then he just shoves the megaphone in his hand and walks off. Then we cut back to Daggett's pad, and his assistant tells him that Bane told us that while the Batman interfered, the task was still accomplished. And he's like, well, what about the guys who got caught? And he's like, Bane said, and I quote, they will die before talking. And Daggett just laughs it off. He's like, where does he find these guys? Like, can someone get some girls in here? And he goes into the back room, and Catwoman grabs him. And she's like, oh, careful what you wish for. And then she's interrogating him about this thing called the clean slate.
The clean slate, yes.
And so she kidnaps him and takes him out onto the balcony, gets onto the scaffold, like for window washers, I guess.
Oh, wait. This is one of the worst expositional moments in a lot of movies. I'm not going to say in any movie, but when he just says, oh, you're looking for the clean slate, you mean the program that if you plug it in, it will erase your... Sorry?
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, because he drops her down. She drops him down the tower, and then she throws him on the roof, and then she interrogates him about that.
Right. But I'm just saying that I love Ben Mendelsohn, but in this particular instance, it was like, oh, I guess there is no way to say this just obvious exposition without obviously looking like you're expositing.
I think it would have worked better if it hadn't been mentioned more than once from one scene to the next, because it's mentioned once with Ben Mendelsohn, it's mentioned again with Batman, it's mentioned a third time again. I'm just like, okay, I think once would have been enough.
I also don't like the idea that she feels she even needs this, because it's like, if you have a long record and are still able to walk into a major party like at Wayne Manor or at the charity event, and nobody recognizes you, and you're just able to steal a Lamborghini, no problem, and take it off and apparently sell it. It's like, I didn't buy that she really needed the clean slate. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that was about. Maybe she wants to go straight and it would be easier.
She wants to be able to walk down the street without having to look over her shoulder.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
But I kind of agreed with Daggett that it sounded almost too... I mean, yeah, there's all sorts of crazy technical stuff in here, but it felt like a sort of like the Dos Ex Machina type thing. Like, oh, what is she after? Oh, it's just like this new little gadget that blah, blah, blah does it. It's like, okay. And it kind of, to me, it was like, I liked her when she was like this sassy cat broker, but the idea that she's just after this magic device that just does everything you need in the one little snap of a finger. Kind of was like, But
I
okay,
think for the progression of Selena in this particular movie, you needed some sort of redemptive light at the end of the tunnel, that she wasn't just being Catwoman for the sake of Catwoman. Because the last time we saw Catwoman, she had to die. So there had to be somewhere that she was going like the cat burglar with the heart of gold kind of thing.
Yeah. So she ends up taking Bane's guys end up closing in on them on the roof. She takes Daggett hostage. She's like, I'll kill him. I'm not kidding. And Batman shows up. He's like, they know. They just don't care.
They just don't care.
Yeah. And then you get into this relatively poorly choreographed fight where you actually see a guy like dance back and forth and fall over without anybody being anywhere near him to knock him down, which was kind of funny. Then Bane's guys, more guys show up and start just firing their guns. Batman just starts running. I like how he doesn't even check to see if Catwoman's coming. He just starts running and to jump over the ledge. She starts following him and looks back and sees Bane walking towards them. And Batman had also kicked a gun out of her hand because he's like, no guns, no killing. You know, where's the fun in that? And so she looks and sees Bane coming, and he's just grabbing the struts of his collar as he's walking forward. And the look in his eyes is kind of inquisitive. And then he's getting closer, and you have that great over-the-shoulder shot. She jumps inside. You see the bat rising up as she's like, my mother warned me about getting into cars with strange men. And he's like, this isn't a car. And so it rises up, and he shines the flashlight right at Bane, and they take off, just flying away. They park at
a shot every time she says rise.
Yeah. She parks at a nearby tower, and she's like, I had it under control. And he's like, they weren't street thugs. They were trained killers. In exchange for me saving you, I need you to find out what you did with Bruce Wayne's fingerprints. She's like, he wasn't kidding about having a powerful friend. And she's like, I sold his prints to Daggett. And he's like, why? And she's like, I don't know, but he was pretty interested about that mess at the stock market. And he's like, I doubt many people get the better of you. And she's like, hey, when a girl's desperate. And then she just kind of abandons him without him knowing. And then he's like, so that's what that feels like.
Worst part. No, he should have spoken it. You're wrong. He should have spoken as yes, you are. He should have spoken as Bruce Wayne. He does it later when he gets stabbed by Talia, which I did appreciate because he was startled. But who is he talking to? Why does he have to put on the affectation of the voice? And it's one of the things that humanized Michael Keaton in Batman Returns for me, is that when he turns around and he's like, oh, that's what that feels like. It's like, no, you should have just been Bruce.
Well, I think the idea is that he's trained himself to be disciplined enough to not use his regular voice while he's dressed as Batman.
But I do agree that when they see each other again in costume, it makes no sense.
Yeah. So he comes back. So he flies back to the Batcave in the Bat, and Alfred's kind of looking at the computer. And he looks at him. He's not impressed, and he's like, "Oh, come on, you really gonna face this guy? He's what? You don't think I got it in me?" He's like, "No, you don't. You just took off and led a bloated police force on a merry chase with a bunch of fancy new toys from Fox. What happens when you come up against him?" He's like, look, his speed, his ferocity, his training. He's like, I see the power of belief. I see the League of Shadows resurgent. And he tells him the story about Bane, that he was born in a prison, but no one knows why. Born and raised in hell on earth. But once he got out, he was trained by Ra's al Ghul, your mentor. And then he was excommunicated. But anybody who's too extreme for Ra's al Ghul, not to be trifled with. And Bruce is like, well, Ra's al Ghul was the League of Shadows. I beat him. Bane's just a mercenary. We have to find out what trades they were making. And I'm thinking, time out. How is Alfred just able to magically find out all of this stuff? I mean, maybe they hacked the CIA's computers because apparently the CIA was familiar with who Bane was or something, and familiar with that. But it's just kind of it's like he just conveniently knows everything when he needs to. So he goes back inside the house. He's like, look, okay, I'll hand this thing to Fox to find out what the stock trades are about. Because after that, I'm done. You know, I've sewn you up. I've set your bones, but I'm not burying you. I've buried enough members of this family. And he's like, what, you'll leave me? And he's like, you see only one end to your journey, but sometimes it memorizes for that. You don't have to do it. You don't see it. You're not Batman anymore, dude. And he's like, you need to find a life. You used to talk about a life outside that awful cave. And then he's like, Alfred, Rachel died just knowing when we'd be together. And that look on Alfred's face, that reaction, that got like a sigh and a gasp from the people in my theater when I saw it each of the 4 times. And he's like, that was my life beyond the cave. I can't go back. He's like, what if she had moved on? He's like, well, she could, she wouldn't. He's like, well, what if she wrote a letter saying she chose Harvey over you? And what if spare you pain? I burned that letter. And I love how understated, but like vicious Bruce's response is. And he's like, how dare you use Rachel to try and stop me? And he's like, I'm using the truth, Mr. Wayne. It's like, maybe it's time to stop outsmarting it and let it have its day. I'm sorry. And he's like, you're sorry. You expect that you destroy my world and then we're going to shake hands. He's like, no, I know what this means. And he's like, well, what does it mean, Alfred? He's like, it means inheriting your hatred, but also means losing someone I have cared for since I first heard his cries echo through this house as Alfred starts to cry. But it also might mean saving your life. And Bruce is just, with tears in his eyes, he's like, goodbye, Alfred. And Alfred's kind of surprised when he says that because he doesn't think he's going to take it that far, and he walks away. And one can argue that this whole movie was worth making just for that scene. I'd say that's the best scene in the trilogy from just an acting standpoint and an emotional standpoint. That was so good.
Yeah.
Sorry?
He was a child having an argument with his father. He was acting childish. His father had to put him down, and he had a childish reaction. And you're just watching him, just like, don't push him away. Do not push the last person in your corner away. And when it happens, I'm just like, God damn it, Bruce, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I'm trying to reconcile it with the fact that it is called The Dark Knight Rises. We have to get Bruce as low as possible so that he can rise and save Gotham. But I'm also looking at this scene, acting powerhouse that it is, as we don't have anything for Alfred to do for the rest of the movie. How do we... Okay, he's just going to go. He's just going to tell the truth, and he's going to go, and Michael Caine can take the weekend off.
Well, he has to go because, like you just said, he needs to lose everybody.
Right.
It's not like Alfred's going to hang out in Gotham.
No, I know, but there was even, like, for the rest of the movie to progress, having Alfred even at Wayne Manor doesn't make sense. Because what's he going to do?
Well, I think that part of him leaving was also because he doesn't want Bruce to think that he still has that security blanket. That's why he says, I've got to leave. And he even told him that he always had that. He'd always go to Italy when he had his vacation and go to the cafe and have that fantasy about you having a wife and a kid and all that. And you can imagine that if it, like he mentioned in the second movie, and I trust you don't have me followed on my days off. And he's like, if you ever took one, I might, which that Alfred would love to go travel the world and see other things, just that because of his love for the Wayne family and his commitment there, he's not going to do it. So that's why he's not hanging around at the house. And I think that's why at the end of the movie, the house is not left to him. Like the contents of the house are, but the house is left to the city because Bruce knows that Alfred doesn't really want to stay in the city. He just wants to, or doesn't want to hang around the manor. He's going to go. And that's the best way to do it, is like, because at the very, and to Alfred's logic on actually leaving the manor instead of just simply, staying in a separate wing, is that the next morning when the doorbell rings, Bruce is like, Alfred, like expecting him to answer it. Because he seemed to, it's like you pushed him away, but it's almost like Bruce thought that, he's going to know I wasn't serious, but no, he was serious. And so.
Words hurt, man. Words hurt.
And so.
Sure. Well, and but now that Alfred has left the building, Alfred has left the building. I just wanted to check back in on Appian. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Appreciate you here. Gary Oldman is awesome as Gordon. Also love that dude. Daniel's Hot Topics is here. Hey, Dan, it's nice to see you. Welcome back. Ew, did you just say he was eating barf food?
What?
It was bar food. It was bar food. It was the senator guy.
No, I said bar food, not barf food.
Right. Daniel says, who would win in a fight? Arnold's Mr. Freeze or Tom Hardy's Bane?
Well, assuming Freeze doesn't have his freeze gun, then Bane.
Yeah.
If he has the freeze gun, then Mr. Freeze would probably win that fight.
I would say so as well.
He does have the suit, and I think it gives him a little bit of an edge.
That's true.
I think in Batman and Robin it was established that suit can also has like an exoskeleton that he can like power through with it. So I think he would have an edge.
Daniel goes on to say this movie had the best Catwoman. I'm still a Michelle Pfeiffer man myself. Appian says
debatable between her and Zoe Kravitz right now.
I'm looking forward to seeing that.
But I think Zoe Kravitz is going to have an edge over her because I do expect to see her in the Batman Part 2. So she'll probably be the definitive one,
right? Because
to the second one,
right? Because in Part 1 she's like, sort of like a man with a plan type thing, and she's got a very specific con she's running through the whole movie. Whereas now I think she's more primed to be classic Catwoman going forward.
Yeah.
That's kind of something that Reeves said too. He said all of the classic, quote unquote theatrical characters in the movie, like Batman, Riddler, Joker, Catwoman, Penguin, are all in their, prototype phase 1 stages, if you will. They haven't really matured into classic comic book form yet. So I think that'll be something we'll see later as well. Which reminds me, the Batman news of the day is that today it was confirmed by Collider that the Batman Part 2 begins filming on November 23rd.
Oh, cool.
Just in time for 2025.
Yep.
Is the anniversary of Doctor Who. Appion says the cool EMP that kills all the cameras. I love that. And the music and the dialogue between Bruce and Selena in that part is so good. Leaves so little for the rest of us. Daniel says maybe it was for the best that the Joker was not in this movie. Bane would have broken the Joker in two. Yeah, well, I don't know.
Well, again, they allude to the Joker in the novelization, saying that in light of the Dent Act, the Joker was the one inmate who didn't get out of Arkham. They left Arkham running just for him. And I imagine that if given the opportunity, I don't think Bane, if he went to check it out, would let him out of Arkham.
He wouldn't do anything with him, but the Joker would have looked at him, sized up, and then been like, "Oh, you think you're a man with a plan? You have no idea what you're getting yourself into." Because I can totally see a magnificent example of how to write an Oscar-worthy monologue of the Joker just breaking down Bane just by looking at him, calling him out for the bullshit he already is, and Bane's just there taking it. I'm just like, all I see is a crazy man in clown makeup, and just walks away, not heeding his warning, and then there you go. It's almost the equivalent of the Batman deleted scene with the Joker. That would be the equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought that there was a storyboard that showed the opening of the prison cells, and it was the only prison cell that they didn't open.
There might have been. I don't recall.
And it was if they were going to include anything, and they had it storyboarded out, but they never ended up shooting it. I thought I saw something about that, but it could be apocryphal. Oh, I love this line, and I'm with you, Appion. Do you feel in charge? But I gave you money.
I gave you a small fortune.
I gotta say real quick,
yes.
I love Appion's avatar there. That's really cool. Fifth Element.
Oh, it is. It is.
You got Zorg and Corbin Dallas, and
nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Do you feel in charge? I gave you a small fortune, and this gives you power over me.
Daniel says, the last time Catwoman died? Yeah, yeah, you're right. It was just one of her lives. She lost one of her lives in Batman Returns, but she did not really die. Oh, and here we go. Appion says, maybe Alfred using the Bat computer when Batman is napping. Possibly. Well, and I like the CIA mainframe idea.
Yeah.
Daniel,
I think it could have been rewritten better, just to know how he already knows that. Like, say he hacks into the CIA mainframe, and they mentioned that he was there was like whispers of him being around the Shadow Organization, and they dubbed it the League of Shadows, but it never went anywhere. And that's something that only Bruce and Alfred would know more intimately than the CIA does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in terms of he worked for a clandestine shadow organization kind of thing.
The CIA is chasing after this guy. They would have at least some kind of file mentioning the League of Shadows in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Especially after the events of Batman Begins.
Yeah. Dan says Catwoman kills Bane in this movie. It was a twist. I was not expecting that. Yeah, it was. And way to say Batman at the end. Anti-derivative Jill is here, and she says, "Me too. I love Michelle Pfeiffer, but I guess Catwoman has cool goggles."
And don't forget the heels. Do not forget the heels.
I do love those heels. Yes. And Appion says Michelle is my favorite Catwoman as well. I just like the characterization in that. Yeah.
They just like the latex, and they don't want to say it out loud.
Ben says, and we saw Zoe in her underwear. Yay. See, these are more reasons for me to get excited for that. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Okay, Ben, you need to go to horny jail for a moment.
Not at all. There's nothing wrong with appreciating the female form, especially if it's Zoe Kravitz.
There is nothing wrong, but dude needs to go to horny jail for a little bit.
Why would you go to jail if you didn't break the law? Daniel says, Back in the day when Heath Ledger died and there were rumors of Johnny Depp as the Riddler, I remember that. In the next Batman movie, I wrote this scene that explains the Joker absence. Nice. And big thank you from Appion. Thank you. I love the Fifth Element. Jill says, really? I heard she did tons of training for that movie. Yes, yoga, kickboxing, and gymnastics. I suppose there's no martial arts in there, but she wasn't meant to be Michelle Pfeiffer. Didn't need it. She just needed to know how to use that whip. True.
I mean,
And
she does kind of have like a feline reflexes when she's getting physical. So they do show her physicality in the movie. Yeah, she's good with a whip, but she's able to maneuver and defend herself, kind of like a cat does. You get too close, you're gonna get the claws. I think fighting in that movie was executed well. As much as I hate that movie, I think her scenes were pretty well done.
which movie do you hate?
I thought we're talking about Michelle Pfeiffer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I don't like Batman. I've gone on record saying I do not like Batman Returns at all.
fair enough. Kat has entered the chat. And Daniel says, in regards to
That
the
did
scene,
not help at all.
it was a small, cool scene where we see Joker in Arkham, but we just see his legs. He gets a package of a green box with a big question mark on it. And the Joker opens it and explodes, blowing him up. That would have been, yeah. The bomb explodes, killing the Joker and blowing a big hole in Arkham. And that is how you can explain his absence. That might have been a little bit of insult to injury, just
The
in
Joker
regards.
would never just open a box.
Right. I can agree with that. And Ben says hi to Jill, and that is delightful. Thank you so much for your grace, Catherine. If you would please explain what happened after Alfred left.
So then the doorbell rings and Fox shows up and he tells him that, in the long term we can prove fraud, but all your put options expired at midnight, so now you're completely broke. Which again, that wouldn't happen because of all the fail safes. But okay. So then he goes to the meeting at Wayne Enterprises. He's like, "Oh, Miranda Tate, we have to give her hand her over." He's like, "Yeah, no, we're already working on it." So he goes to Wayne Enterprises.
Did he have sex with her yet?
No. So
Okay.
he goes to Wayne Enterprises to the boardroom meeting, and Daggett throws a fit that he's there, saying, "Look, I don't care if his name is above the door. He's lost all our money. Just check the stocks." And then he's not a board member anymore. You got to get him out of here. And Fox is like, "I'm afraid he has a point, Mr. Wayne." And so they kick him out, only to find that his car is already being towed again. Something that's not going to happen after literally the next day. So
I've never understood that movie logic. That okay, you lost all your money, all of a sudden people want to repossess everything. It doesn't work that way.
Plus, he's a billionaire. He's not going to be leasing the car. He's going to own it already.
Yeah, I would assume that every rich person in every movie doesn't just lease things. They own this shit because they can.
Right.
And also, he still has hotels in this universe. I'm pretty sure he has some money to fall back on.
Yeah. So then Blake shows up. He's like, "Hey, man, you need a ride?" And he's like, "Okay." So meanwhile, we cut back to Daggett's place, and he's like really angry. He's like, "How the hell did Miranda Tate get the inside track on the Wayne boards?" And he's like, "I don't know." And he's like, "What? Has she been seeing him? Is she sleeping with him?" He's like, "I don't know." He's like, "Oh, you clearly don't know much of anything. Where's Bane?" And then,
"Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." What the hell is going on here? I love that reaction.
He's like, "You're hit on a stock exchange. It didn't work, my friend. And now you got my construction crews running across the city 24 hours a day. How exactly is it going to make my company absorb Wayne's?" And then Bane's like, "Yeah, I'm done with you." And he turns to the assistant and he's like, "Leave us." He's like, no, I'm in charge." And then he just sits the hand, rests it on the shoulder like nothing. He's like, "Do you feel in charge?" And you see that Daggett immediately gets it. He starts turning. He's like, "I paid you a small fortune." As Bane starts lifting his hand around his head. And he's like, "What? And this gives you power over me?" He's like, "Your money and infrastructure have been important till now." He's like, "Well, what do you do? What do you want? What do you want?" And he's like, "I'm Gotham's reckoning. I'm here to end the borrowed time you've all been living on." And he's like, "You're pure evil." He's like, "I'm necessary evil." And then he just kind of grabs his head and just kills him. And the assistant just kind of shrieks at that kind of thought. We then cut back to Bruce and Blake in the car. And Blake's like, "Well, what was the whole point of Batman?" He's like, "Well," and Bruce is like, "The idea of Batman is if people adapted his philosophy, then anybody could be Batman." It's like, not that anybody could literally go out and be Batman with that arsenal and everything, but if it would inspire good in people, it would help things. That's the point. He's like, well, then why the mask? If you're not ashamed of it, then why you hide? He's like, well, because there's always people you care about. You always have to protect them from this. And he's like, well, you want me to drop you off back at home? And he's like, no, send me uptown. And we find that Selena is inside in her apartment, and she hears this ruckus going on outside. She goes out and she sees Bruce is arguing with her friend, and she's like, he's not a mark, and hasn't got a set to his name anyway. So they bring him in, and he kind of catches up with her, and she's like, look, Mr. Wayne, I'm sorry, they stole all your money. He's like, no, you're not. He just leaves. Blake then goes to see Gordon at the hospital, where Gordon has been filling Foley's head with tales of the Masked Man, and Foley clearly thinks he's crazy. And Blake's like, well, John Daggett's body was just pulled out of a dumpster. Thought you'd want to know. And he's like, why? Well, because his name's on all, like, over half the permits for all the Gotham Underground. And Gordon's like, that's it. Send them all down there and smoke them out. I want him found. And Foley's like, yeah, the Masked Man. And he's like, can you, and make sure to tell your superior officers not to send hotheads down here anymore. And he's like, well, and he's like, go deal with this type of problem. So Bruce goes back home, and he finds that I guess he took a cab to get back there because he had left uptown, and Miranda Tate is there at the same time, and it's raining, and they don't have a key to get in. She's like, what, you don't have the key? And he's like, I've never really needed one. And so they break in through a side door, and she's like, where's Alfred? And he's like, oh, he's gone. And she sees a picture of Rachel on the dresser drawer. She's like, who's this? And he doesn't tell her. He just kind of leans over her shoulder and picks up the portrait, and then that kind of faces it down. So they sleep together, and he notices the scar on her back, and she talks about how humble her beginnings used to be, and he leaves. That's right, because the reason he went to see Selena was to say that, look, my friend Batman needs you to set up a meeting with Bane. And so he leaves Miranda at the home there, or at the manor in front of the fireplace, and he goes out to it's like this neat shot of him standing atop this like radio tower or something, but I guess he's just there killing time or something, or maybe he's using a sonar detecting device to find out where Catwoman. I'm not really sure. He's just kind of. It's like this.
It worked for the trailer, but in here it's just a cut.
Yeah, it's kind of there. So he goes into a subway tunnel and meets her, and she's like, "You sure you want to do this?" He's like, "Yes." He's like, "Well, you asked." So, and then Zimmer kicks up this kind of suspenseful music as they start moving through the tunnels, taking out different bad guys until they get to Bane's lair. And then she closes the gate behind him. And he's like, you've made a serious mistake. And he's like,
as serious as yours, I fear.
He turns around and walks up to him. And he's like, Bane?
Let's not stand on ceremony here, Mr. Wayne.
All the more reason they needed to change the voice. And then she's there. She has this look like, oh my God, it's Bruce Wayne. And then there's no real dialogue. What?
Oh my God, it's Bruce Wayne. Oh God.
That's basically the reaction she has. So then they just start fighting. And this is shot in IMAX, and it looks gorgeous. And like I said earlier, Bane's just toying with him, a bunch of hard hits back and forth. And eventually Bruce has to resort to using his gadget to turn off all the lights. And then Bane, yeah.
You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was a man, but by then it was all but blinding.
So I was already
kill you because they belong to me.
Yeah, so then he knocks Batman down again, and this time he punches into his helmet so hard that he starts indenting it into the side of his head, which looked like really gnarly. And then he just takes this detonator, and he's like, first I'll show you where I've made my home while this is going on. And it's like, then I will break you. And he clicks the detonator, and it causes the floor of Applied Sciences to blow open, bringing down one of the tumblers. And
Your
like,
armory, greatly accepted. We will need it.
Yeah, he's like, your precious armory, gratefully accepted. And then he also says that he calls him out for having betrayed the League of Shadows, and I thought they should have pushed this type of thing farther, because they were both people that Ra's al Ghul pulled out of a prison, like literally, and gave him a new lease on life. Whereas, Bruce didn't really thank him very well about leaving him dead on a mountain and then killed him later on. And I thought they could have pushed that further, as they're kind of like, in a sense, very close opposites sort of way. But other than him calling him out about it in this fight, he doesn't really. Neither character really brings it up again, which I thought was a bit of a shame.
I am the League of Shadows. I am here to fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny.
So then he's like, "Yeah, I'll show you where it's like you're gratefully accepted." And then he says, "As Batman gets up, he's like, oh yes, I was wondering what would break first, your spirit." And he picks him up and he's like, or your body, and he just does the whole trophy lift thing and breaks him over his. It's not so much that he breaks him hard, so much as he kind of just drops him right on his knee, and then he just falls over on the ground, and Catwoman kind of steps away, and they drag.
That's all it takes to really injure your back.
Yeah,
I do want to point out that entire fight scene is really, really super intense, and it's no score whatsoever. There's no music backing.
It's shot over a couple of days, and it's actually being done by Christian Bale and Tom Hardy.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And I also like how he just the whole time, it's like, in a sense, it's not even a real fight because you could tell Bane's holding back the whole time. Like, he keeps critiquing Batman's form throughout the fight. Like, oh, you fight like a young man, nothing held back, admirable but mistaken, and all that kind of stuff. And oh, theatricality, deception, powerful agents
to the uninitiated. But we
are
initiated.
Members of the League of Shadows. And it's just, it's like, okay, you're doing this kind of thing. But I felt this whole fight scene was keying us up for an even more epic fight later on, because you know that Batman's going to be back at full power eventually. And unfortunately, we don't get that. But I'll get to that when we get there. So
me too. I want to express some 2 cents there as well.
Yeah, so he breaks him. They take him away, and then we cut to Blake showing up at Wayne Manor, and he can't find anybody there. Selina's at the airport trying to get away, and Blake stops her, and he's like, "Yeah, so the congressman, you know, the congressman is still in love with you, but I'm pressing charges though." And he asks her, "Where's Bane?" He basically lets her in on the fact that he knows, you know, about Batman, and he's like, "Did they kill him?" And he's like, "I'm not." She's like, "I'm not sure." And that, you know, you should be afraid of him as I am. And then it cuts back to the prison, and this is somewhere in the Far East. I know they filmed it on the India-Pakistani border, at least for the exteriors. And so he's in this pit prison, and Bane is talking to him about how he's going to torture him by way of starting this socialist revolution, a la Tale of Two Cities, not because he wants to help the city, but because he's going to torment Batman by making him watch just the gradual degradation of the whole city before he detonates the bomb after 5 months of time, by which point the rest of the world might be so disgusted with everything that Gotham has become that they might not care. And so he says that, yeah, I'll feed people hope to poison their souls, because people down here, when it's like shipwrecked men who turn to seawater from uncontrollable thirst, you know, trying to get out of here, like many have died trying. And he's like, this is what I'm, and he shows them the TV screens, and you can watch me torture an entire city. And when I'm done and you have truly understood the depth of your failure, then we'll fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny. We will destroy Gotham. And then when it is done and Gotham is ashes, then you will have my permission to die. And he makes a point of pushing all of his weight down on Bruce's chest when he stands up. And then he just leaves them. And they never really explain, like, who these other people are in this prison, or why they're still there, or how Bane, who's exactly taking care of them and bringing them supplies, because as we see later, this prison isn't that far away from civilization. So it's kind of like a very almost comic booky theatrical type, you know, a fantasy motif, you know, because I knew the way that they shot that.
It's supposed to kind of take place somewhere in either Moroccan area or Middle East, which would be like half a day away or 14 hours away, more or less.
Yeah, so there's that going on. I know when they filmed there, even with the flashbacks, they had the schedule set, and they got the call that Chris, we need to shoot this now. And he's like, well, why? He's like, well, the Pakistani and Indian militaries are mobilizing on the border. And he's like, why? And he's like, why? And he's like, well, it's coming over the news waves that Navy SEALs killed Osama bin Laden and he was in Pakistan. So now the India is really upset about it. The Pakistanis are upset about it, bracing for defense. We better get the fuck out of here. So then they had to rush over and film like that same day to get all the exterior shots and the flashback shots of the young Ra's, where they could, you know, fly back.
And it looks well. It looks well done. I mean,
yeah,
not bad for a rush job. Sometimes speed breeds creativity.
It does, for sure. So Bruce is in this prison, and we meet an actor we haven't seen in a long time, Tom Conti, as the unnamed prisoner, who's like, they'll pay me more to keep you alive. He's like, I'll die for the pleasure. He's like, nah, we'll keep you alive. And here's the doctor here. And you can basically go into an extended montage over the whole no man's land thing of him trying to nurse this guy back to health and showing him how each person who tries to use a rope to get out can't really get out. And the doctor saying that fear is the reason people fail. He's like, no, I'm angry. And Bruce trying to work himself back in. And the prisoner tells him the story about how there was a child here. There was a mercenary who fell in love with a local warlord's daughter, and that they could secretly conceived a child, and he didn't know about it. The warlord didn't approve of the potential union, so he banished him. But the cost of banishment was that she was going to have to take her place in the pit because the father was so ashamed of her, and she was with child, and the doctor would take care of them. But one day he forgot to lock the cell, and then he got out, or he forgot to sell, and then the prisoners killed her. And then this other guy took care of her.
They more than just kill her.
Yeah, well, I'm being PG-13 here. And then
I'm just looking at that. I remember seeing this scene again. I'm thinking, oh man, they did more than just kill her. Because at that point, when the movie came out, I never once thought that they did more. But watching it now, I'm just like, yeah, they did more than just. You can just see how viciously they're going after her in the background. I'm just like, oof, I can't imagine.
Yeah.
But even if at this point we're thinking that this is Bane, the son of Ra's al Ghul, it still is accurate to the comics. He was born in a prison and he had to fight his way to get out of there. And I'm just like, at that point, you're convinced that, oh, he is Ra's al Ghul's son. This isn't just a person who was just a simple follower. No, this is the person who was born to inherit the League of Shadows.
Yeah, and obviously the stuff you find out like later is they do all the intercuts, but that would be too complicated to do that, which is why I just spill it all out right now. And so he mentions that the kid got away, and that, and so he's listening to this story, and he's like, okay, and Bruce keeps failing when he's trying, and he's like, well, of course the kid got out. He's like, he told me a child did it. He's like, yeah, a child born in hell, not a man from privilege. So meanwhile, back in Gotham, Bane shows up at the Wayne Enterprises board meeting as Fox and Miranda Tate go in there, and he says, all right, I need a few more board members, and one of the guys at the table volunteers. They go down into the sewer, into the basement, and he shows them the fusion reactor, and he wants them to turn it on, and Fox says no, and they're going to execute one of the board members, and Miranda says, wait. She's like, Lucius, he'll kill you and this other man, and you'll barely slow him down. So with that logic, they turn the machine on, and so, which who knows if that's actually true or not, when it says you barely slow them down. Like, well, if they need the password or whatever it is. So they activate it.
You didn't say the magic word.
Yeah, exactly. And so then Bane lets Miranda and Lucius go, saying that people of their status deserve to experience the next level of the next era of Western civilization. And then Dr. Pavel gets to work on it. And he does whatever the hell he does, and then he tells him, and Bane says, pull the core out of the reactor. And he's like, no, you can't. It's the only power source capable of sustaining it. If you remove it, it'll decompose and decay in a matter of months. And Bane's like, 5 by my calculation. He's like, but then it'll go off. And he's like, and for the sake of your children, Dr. Pavel, indeed, I hope it does. So then Blake, meanwhile, goes to Gordon and tells him about the kidnappings and at Wayne Enterprises. And Gordon's like, that's it. I need him. Send him into the sewers, smoke him out. I want him found. And he's like, oh, you're a detective now. Just, because you're not allowed to believe in coincidences anymore. And he's like, well, what do you want me to do? He's like, go find information, find something for me. And so he goes off into the city, and he finds the construction guys who were holding him up back at the stock market raid. And he unintentionally gets them both killed in a fight, throws his gun away in disgust, and sees that they've been making explosives. And he calls that in to report to Gordon, trying to figure out what this is about. And he gets their service map and sees all these X's all over the place. Foley, meanwhile, who's finally decided to take Gordon seriously about the masked man, sends in all of the SWAT teams and cops down into the sewers for a training exercise that the mayor assures the people is that this is all this is. And these three scenes are intercut with each other. What's going with the cops running into the sewer, the football game, and Blake running around doing the investigation. And I love how this whole cross-cutting segment is all shot in IMAX, and the score is so good. It's building the tension. You just
the shit's about to hit the fan. You just don't know how.
you feel like this 9/11 level shit is about to happen. That's how intense it is, especially in IMAX because you're like right there. And then we see the kid starting to sing the national anthem as Bane is ascending.
What a lovely voice.
Yeah, he pauses to listen to the rest of the anthem and he waves his hands for the detonator. And then he's like, let the games begin. And he clicks it right at the kickoff return. And you have Hines Ward of the Pittsburgh Steelers, now in the Gotham Rogues, running a kickoff return for a touchdown across the field as the explosions are blowing up the football field just for spectacle to get everybody's attention in there while gunmen enter the arena. And a bomb goes off, killing the mayor. And Bane walks into the arena, and he presents the bomb and Dr. Pavel and puts Pavel on the radio, and he tells everybody on the PA system that it's a fully primed neutron bomb, blast radius of 6 miles. And Bane's like, and who's capable of disarming such a device? And the doctor's like, only me. He's like, only you. Thank you, good doctor. And he just breaks his neck. Everybody screams. And he's like, this bomb is armed. This bomb is mobile. And the identity of the trigger man is a mystery because one of you holds the detonator. And it cuts to like this, I guess it's the Pentagon where you see like the general, Attorney General is watching this on the news, and one of his guys there says, yeah, our analysis shows that it's Dr. Pavel was killed 6 months ago in an agency pull over to Uzbekistan, but it's him. And by the way, the radiation is there, and this bomb is real. And so then Bane basically declares martial law and says, go back to your homes and hold your families close. Tomorrow you can reclaim what's rightfully yours. And he tosses the radio down, and you could just hear a pin drop. It's like eerie silence as he leaves. And then the general's like, I want full reconnaissance flights. Get the president on the line. And you see the jets flying by along Gotham as the explosions have also taken off all of except one of the bridges. And Barsad is walking along the bridge, and he's got his megaphone. He's speaking to the National Guard saying, send an emissary to discuss terms, for what we're going to do. And they have Robert Wisdom in a cameo here as the National Guardsman. He's like, and he's kind of laughing at Barsad because Barsad's kind of a small guy, and Robert Wisdom's like really big and tall. He's like, how many of you are there, son? And he's like, not many of them are. He's like, yeah, no, I don't. He's like, you don't have enough people to stop 30 million from getting off this island. And Barsad just starts laughing at him, and he's like, no, but you do. He's like, what makes you think I'm going to help you keep your hostages? He's like, if one person crosses this bridge, Gotham gets blown to hell. And then Wisdom just gets all serious, like, oh, shit. And the next time we see this, you're going to see all the barbed wire and the fences and the blockades and that kind of thing. So then Gordon, meanwhile, is riding along with Blake because Blake rushes to the hospital to save him. He commandeers somebody's car, races in there because the explosions have trapped all the police underground in this big ring. And Gordon is shown to have killed a couple of the bad guys who came to get him. Blake runs in to save him, and he's like, clear the corners, rookie. And he's like, get my coat, son. And they take off, and they're driving down the street, streets are all empty now because martial law has been declared. And he's like, and Gordon says he needs to talk to the people. And Blake's like, they'll kill you the minute you show your face. He's like, doesn't matter. I need to be on camera. The people need to know they still have a leader. And they hear the president's speech, or the president's like, the people of our greatest city have been proven resilient.
I hated that line. I'm like, Gotham? Really?
Yeah, it's like, I know, exactly. It's like the people they've proved it before, and they'll prove it again. People of Gotham, we have not abandoned you.
Again, Gotham? Really?
Yeah, and Blake's like, what does that mean? And Gordon's like, it means we're on our own. And they start, and he's like, well, if you get in front of a gun, he'll try and kill you. And he's like, well, then Bane will show his true colors. And of course, Blake doesn't want to take that risk, but they drive off down the street, and you have all the lights on the power grid just slowly being shut down. And that's where the signal of the movie changing as we cut to the next day. All the tumblers with the army camo are driving down the street, and Carnegie Mellon University's library stood in for this at Gotham City Hall as Bane steps atop the tumbler. And he's like, behind you is a symbol of oppression, Blackgate Prison, where 1,000 men have languished under the name of this man. He holds up a picture of Harvey Dent, who has been held up to you as the shining example of justice. And he's like, you've been supplied with a false idol to stop you from tearing down this corrupt city. And he's like, let me tell you the truth about Harvey Dent from Gotham's police commissioner, James Gordon. And Blake just turns around and gets this really serious look in his eye because he and Gordon are watching this on the TV. And then Bane reads the speech, and there's a bunch of missing. He must be skimming. You can tell he's skimming through it. He's not reading it word for word.
He's paraphrasing.
Yeah, he's paraphrasing it, but it's enough for people to get it. It's like Harvey was the guy who committed all those crimes, and he tried to murder Gordon's son, and Gordon praised him for it to cover up the crimes. And all the prisoners are freaking out about this. And I should mention that Selena, because of the Dent Act, has also been incarcerated at Blackgate. And one of the prison guards was concerned if she was going to be able to handle it. And one guy's like, "Come here, baby." And she just kind of grabbed his hands and just twisted it. And she does a backflip over him, which was kind of funny. But now she's like really scared listening to this speech.
Yeah.
Because she knows how scary this thing is. And so Bane's like, "Are you done listening to all these liars for all the corrupt?" And he's like, "We take Gotham from the corrupt." And he swings the signal with his hands, and they use the big cannons on the tumbler to blow open Blackgate as all the reporters scatter. You have all the prisoners getting out and given all of these guns. And Bane's like, "Step forward, those who would serve, and an army will be raised, courts will be convened, but the powerful will be rigged from their decadent nests." All this kind of thing as you see this whole montage of basically a tale of two cities. And Bane is essentially Robespierre in the story. Basically, and you see how you have the kangaroo courts going, you have people just partying and trashing the city. And again, something that, they tried to lay on the Occupy Wall Street stuff with Selena, but again, he's taking the city hostage with a bomb. People, did you all just collectively forget that overnight? I guess so.
Yeah, it's one of those things that even though the movie came out in 2012, it still speaks to how people do react by today's standards. I mean, if people freak out over wearing a mask, they would freak out over something like this, and people will do what people will do. So.
Yeah, to me, it just seemed almost like the rebellion was also a bit more organized, because it's not like just a bunch of random people trashing shit like you see when there's rioting.
And I have to assume that with the montages aren't happening at the same time
right.
that he is revealing all this. This probably took some time, maybe a couple of weeks. People were just hiding and just boiling to a point where just like, you know what? Fuck the rich. I'm going to go out there and get something because my family is starving. I don't give a shit about them. We've been lied too much. Go to hell, people. And that's what happens.
So I love that once he finished.
There is also a certain...
You stay in the corner.
There's also sort of a thing about them all being penned up and the availability of get the justice that you think that you deserve being lied to. And so that revolution, well, I do understand. Yeah, no, you are being held hostage, but it's also being given, it's the grander version of having aggressive tryouts, but we're only taking one. So make it quick. And like,
yeah, I just didn't feel that you could really feel the disdain in the city. It was only really coming from Selena. It's not like, because if he wants to do Occupy Wall Street, then okay, do that. Like, show that there are actual protests and there's actual, there's uneasiness and unsettledness in the city, because it just feels like it kind of comes out of nowhere. But yeah, I get it. It is what it is. And so you see in the montage as well that Bane is making sure that the cops underground are taken care of, giving them whole crates and crates of supplies, and you see trucks delivering stuff over the bridge, and Selena not really happy at all, even though she's out of prison now. She's not like her roommate is shown like popping champagne and having fun, and she's just kind of really uneasy about this. And then Bane says the police will survive as they learn to serve true justice. This great city, it will endure. Gotham will survive, as they push the bomb into the back of the lead-lined truck, and they shut the gates and lock it. And this is great editorially, because from right when he broke Batman, the next 25 minutes covered from after the end of the breaking of the bat scene to them locking the door on the bomb. That doesn't feel like 25 minutes. It doesn't feel fast, but it doesn't feel slow either. But that whole 25-minute segment had that suspenseful music kicking in as they're building up to what was coming on, and it's done exceptionally well. And then
Hans Zimmer.
Yeah, and then you see into this different edit where they slow the movie down to be as slow as molasses, because the No Man's Land stuff only takes place over the course of like 30 minutes, like 33 maybe, before the climax, but it feels a lot longer. And some of that, again, is intercut with the stuff I talked about with Bruce being nursed back to health, being told the story. And one of the things that the prisoner told him was that the doctors, they forgot to lock the cell, but eventually when the kid got out, they all tackled the guy who helped him get out, and that kind of thing. And so as they kept cutting back and forth between this, we see what's going on in Gotham. We see that the Chris Ellis character has a bunch of orphans who are still up in the orphanage or in the boys' home, and they seem to be fine. And Blake keeps bringing them supplies when he can, hunting down cops like dogs. And you see that the Wayne Enterprises people are holed up in their building up at the top, and some special forces guys show up, and they go meet with Gordon, and Gordon, and he's like, "How many guys do you have as commissioner?" It's like, "Well, so many, I'd rather not say." And he's like, "Well, what about the bomb?" He's like, "Well, they move it around in one of 3 lead-line trucks. We could track it, and blah blah blah. But there's some people you need to meet." And you could tell that Blake is being a little hot-headed with them, and that, I mean, obviously, every time Foley called him a hothead, he was wrong because Blake was being smart. In this case, the special forces guy genuinely doesn't have the information, but Blake seems to be giving him attitude the whole time, which I thought was a little odd. And I like that the special forces guy also is well aware of Batman in this city, because when he sees Blake make the chalk mark on the light post, he's like, "Do you really think that guy's coming back?" And he's like, "Well, it's nice to spread hope, keep people, believing in something." And so they get to the top of the hideout at Wayne Enterprises, and Miranda Tate's there, and she's like, "I have to take responsibility for it." He's like, "What, you built the bomb?" And Fox is like, "It was the fusion reactor, first of its kind. Bane turned the core into a reactor, and it took the core out of the reactor, and now regardless of Bane's revolution or what we or the outside world choose to do, this bomb is going off in 23 days. And he's like, "Okay." And then, Blake giving him lip again, saying, "You say your appeasement plan isn't going to work." And he's like, "Look, you just stay here and look after these folks. We're going to go take care of it." They leave, but then some gunshots are fired. Blake's like, "Somebody sold us out." Fox and Tate and Blake, they all start trying to hide somewhere. Blake gets away, but the special forces guys don't. They get shot, and he's lying down there injured, and Bane walks the steps over him. And the guy's, without skipping, he's like, "I'll die before I talk." He's like, I'm on your schedule, Captain." And he just kneels down and just kneels right on his neck, and just, without even seemingly effortlessly, just chokes the life out of him with his knee. And then
I saw it as him just breaking his neck right there.
Yeah, and then the Barsad's like, "There were people living upstairs." He's like, "Round them up for judgment." And he gestures to the bodies of the forces guys, like, "And hang them for the world to see." And they hang them from the bridge, from one of the bridge spires, which is pretty crazy. Mm-hmm. And then you see it in one instance, Fox and Miranda, they're now captured, and they're in this room somewhere at the city hall that's got surrounded by barbed wire and fences. And Daggett's assistant is seized, and he's like, "Wait, take me to Bane. Where's Bane? I'm on his side." And they drag him into the court, and they sit him down in this chair. And as we see Bane sitting in the corner, like, again, from A Tale of Two Cities, he's stringing the rope, sitting in the corner, like the hangman's rope, as it were. And they sit the assistant down. He's like, "Where's Bane?" And then you hear Jonathan Crane. He's like, "Bane has no authority here. This is simply a sentencing hearing now." And he reads off his crimes, and "You've been profiting for years under people less powerful than him." And it's like, okay, now we're really leaning into the whole socialist revolution thing. And I admit I like the cameo, because on the one hand, it is from the comics to have Scarecrow there, but in the context of the trilogy, it doesn't really make sense, because in the first movie, it was, everybody knew that Gordon and the people knew that Jonathan Crane is the one, he's the one who took the fall for destroying the slums. He would be put on trial. It's like they wouldn't be letting him make those decisions. He would be on trial in a second and kicked out onto the ice. But whatever. It's still a cool cameo.
If this trilogy was rewritten completely, it would be Two-Face sentencing people with a flip of a coin.
Mm-hmm. And that would be that would have to completely destroy the storyline of the Dark Knight to make that work.
I'm just saying, if this was rewritten completely from the ground up, it would be Two-Face up there,
right,
flipping a coin and enacting justice one after the other.
Right. And so Judge Crane offers this guy 2 options: exile or death. And he chooses exile. He's like, "Sold to the man in the cold sweat." And it's neat, because when they take him out to banish him on the ice, the thug who's playing the role of guard, I guess, he gives him advice on where to go, saying, "Stay on to the thick ice, go in this direction." And he's like, "Has anyone made it?" And he just "Go and get moving." And you could tell he's hopeful that he wants them to make it. He's not doing this job because he's one of the delusional, rebelling people. Because when the guy falls through the ice, he kind of winces, and the thug's kind of shaking his head. He wanted the guy to succeed. And so it shows that even people are reluctant, are going to take up roles they normally wouldn't to just try and survive, type of thing. Meanwhile, back in the prison, the doctor finally tells Bruce that the child escaped by not using the rope, and so he escapes that way, and everybody's cheering for him. And the chant refers to the word "rise," which it is. It's from a Moroccan dialect. Funny story about that. Hans Zimmer used a crowdsourcing app to get people to do the chant and to record it live and send it in. I did that. A bunch of other people did that, and because they wanted it to sound like thousands of people were doing it. But according to this book here, The Making of the Dark Knight Trilogy, they got so many submissions for this that it crashed the servers. But
Wow.
it does not say if they were able to salvage it or not. It just mentions that the servers crashed and they kind of move on. And I've scoured the end credits a million times, and I don't see any acknowledgement of them using crowdsourcing. So I'm guessing maybe it didn't work.
No, I saw the special features and he did re-record it, and he just kept looping it over and over and over again.
Oh right, yeah. So they didn't use the crowdsourcing.
But it was a good marketing ploy, you have to admit. So even if they didn't use it just for the marketing, it shows like, oh, we got these people by the balls.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. So Bruce
I think it was the equivalent of the scavenger hunt for the Dark Knight at the time.
Right, that's right. And so Bruce escapes, and the rope is there, and he tosses the rope back down to him. And I love the response from Tom Conti. He's just looking at him like dumbstruck that this actually worked, And I kind of would have liked again to know, since Bruce has been here for months, that maybe he would have gotten to know these people better. Maybe we learned something about them. But no, they're just kind of there, and it's like, okay, I guess these are people who just pissed off Bane, maybe, or these are the younger prisoners from before.
Yeah, they just flew too close to the sun.
Yeah. And so Bruce gets away, and then meanwhile we cut back to Gotham, and Selina saves this kid who's getting cornered by these two thugs that he stole an apple from, and she's like, word of advice, kid, never steal something from someone you can't outrun. And then Bruce shows up, and she's like, I thought they killed you. And he's like, yeah, I come back, and he presents to her the clean slate, and as a token of forgiveness, it's like, look, it's cool, I don't hold it against you, just take this. She's like, if you want an apology, he's like, nah, it wouldn't suit you. And she's like, well, maybe I don't want to help you because maybe I like it this way. He's like, oh, well, maybe you do, but tomorrow that bomb's going off, and that gets a reaction from her, and then they're gonna make the plan, as it were. Meanwhile,
I like to think that in this scene when he presents it to her, that it goes back to when Daggett had bought that company to try to get the clean slate, but there was nothing. So I like to think that Bruce Wayne knew it was there, bought it before him, and just let other people believe it was there so that he can just waste his money, just to stick it to Daggett. Let's put it that way. Because if Bruce is being so paranoid about things being used for evil, I'm pretty sure he would be aware that a clean slate program like that would exist, and he would take it and keep it in safekeeping.
Yeah, or he snuck in and stole it from the company as Batman.
Which would be totally on brand.
Totally. I mean, hell, he went to Hong Kong to illegally kidnap a man.
This is the man who created Brother Eye. He would totally do that.
Yeah. And so meanwhile, Gordon goes to see Foley to try and convince him that, look, the bomb's going off. I need you. It's like, look, I'm not asking you to walk down Fifth in your dress boots, but something's got to be done. And Foley's like, sorry, I can't. He's like, you don't know if that's going to go off. And he's like, I can't. And he just slams the door in his face. And then Miranda's there, and he's like, oh, Miss Tate, I can't ask you to help. Which is like, I feel kind of responsible. Come on, let's help. And so they're walking around, putting the trackers on the lead line trucks. And then when they're going down one particular alley, they get captured by Barsad. And he's like, you're under arrest. He's like, by whose authority? He's like, by the people of Gotham. And so they take him into the court, and I love how Gordon's not intimidated by this at all. He's like, oh, really, Crane? What is this? There's no lawyer, no due process. He's like, this isn't a trial. This is merely a sentencing. Now, what do you be, exile or death? And he says, Crane, if you think we're going to go out on the ice willingly, you got another thing coming. And then Crane's like, okay, death then. And he smacks the gavel. By exile. And I love that because it's like, it makes the whole thing pointless because it's like you're just going to kill everybody the same way anyway. And so they take him away and march them off onto the ice. And it's nightfall by this point. But then as they're walking out there.
I see what you did there.
Yes. And then these bat darts start flying and hitting the thugs and knocking them out. And then you hear the voice, light it up. And And Bruce and Gordon's like, huh? And he pulls the flare and he drops it on the ground, and it ignites this big flaming bat signal on the side of the bridge. And Foley's kids pull him over to the window. He's like, Dad, check it out. And his wife's like, honey, take a look. And he looks up there, and you could tell he's kind of moved by it. And then it cuts to Bane, and he's like, impossible. And he's like, keep her close. He'll come for her. And then, and of course, Bruce asks, asks Gordon, where's Miranda Tate? And he's like, Gordon's like, well, Bane took her. He's in City Hall, surrounded by his army. Oh, I forgot to mention that too. Bruce did get captured briefly by the thugs, taken in line to go to court. Catwoman lied and said that Bane wants to talk to them, and she took Fox and Gordon away. Didn't take Miranda because apparently, because Bruce could have said something to get her to take Miranda at the time, but from the plot demanded it, so they left her behind. And after they got him out, they went to the back to the bat bunker, and he's like, any move I make on Bane and the bomb, the trigger man will set it off, and he's getting the tech he's going to need. And that's the source of the infamous meme where you see Bruce walking by Fox in the bat bunker there, and Fox says, "We need a way to find Bane," and he's like, "Yeah, if only I had the neat sonar device I could detect anyone from." Dick. And so they go to the top of the tower where the bat was being kept, and he still mentions that the autopilot hasn't been fixed.
Autopilot.
Yeah. So they're reminding you about that for that reason. So that's how that happened. But anyway, after the bat signal was lit, and Bane, he says, "Where's Miranda Tate?" And Gordon's like, "Yeah, Bane's got her at City Hall, surrounded by his army." And so Batman teams up with John Blake, and they take him to where the cops are being held. And Blake ran one scam where he knocked down one thug and opened up the hatch to pull his guys out. But as he was doing it, this other huge thug shows up, this big guy, and just shoots the guy out of the way. And he shoves Blake down the wall, and he's pointing a gun at him and is about to execute him. And then Batman shows up, and they fight. And a source of another great meme where people are like, the first time I see this, it's just a fight with Batman and a cop. Second time seeing it, oh my God, it's Batman and Robin fighting the bad guys.
Yeah, that is the closest thing to the Brave and the Bold we're ever going to get.
Exactly.
Well, until the Brave and the Bold comes out.
So he gives...
Yeah, but at that point, again, it goes back to why this should have been Jason Todd. God damn it.
So Batman gives him a little grenade, and Blake throws it at the collapsed rubble, and it just makes this little popping sound, like doesn't really do much. He's like, "Hey, no offense, man, you got something bigger in that belt." And then the bat whips around the corner, and Blake jumps out of the way. They blast the thing open. All the cops are coming out, and Blake's like, "What do we do now?" And he's like, "All out assault on Bane." And he's like, "Well, I'll come down." He's like, "No, I need you to go to help people get out." And he's like, well, thanks. And he's like, "Well, don't thank me yet." He's like, "Well, I might not get a chance later." And Batman kind of pauses and thinks about that for a brief moment. And then it cuts to Batman showing Catwoman the Batpod. And he's like, "The cannons have enough firepower to make a path for people." And he's like, to start it, throttle. She just gets on and just starts in a second. She's like, "I got it." And he's like, "Yes, okay, I get it." Stepping out of the way. And he's like, "We got 45 minutes to save the city." And she's like, "No, I've got 45 minutes to clear the blast radius, and you got 45 minutes to save the city." And he's like, "There's more to you than that." She's like, "Oh, come on, you don't owe this city or these people anymore. You've given them everything." He's like, "Not everything, not yet." And she just takes off on the Batpod.
And this is where I'm like, she already knows it's you. You need to use the bat voice.
Again,
this movie was the one that kind of really memed the whole thing and about like, oh, he's always doing the throaty voice, and it turned into a thing after this movie.
I think it's just a trained thing that he's just adapted to it at this point. But and this is where the editing shifts again, because it now goes like in the first half of the movie, it was paced kind of normally and decently. Then you went into that really tense 25-minute segment. Then we went into this 30-minute slow segment where it feels like the No Man's Land stuff went on for a long time, even though it didn't. And then we cut to like the tattered American flags and all the cops standing there in their dress boots. Foley's there, and they start walking forward, and you hear the Barsad shout, "Disperse, disperse, or be fired upon." And you have the tumblers there. They're all turning their guns, and Foley's like, "There's only one police in this town." And you have the battle drums starting, and you have Bane walking out in front of the city hall with all of his guys. And it's like, here it comes. And the tension's just building and building as they're walking closer. And Bane's just like, "Oh, open fire, and he turns away. And then Barsad raises his hand. The gun, the cannon's aim, and then the bat just shows up out of nowhere and blows the cannon away and takes off. Cops are cheering, and they all start running forward. They all start opening fire, and then you have the big brawl beginning.
Somehow the other two tumblers are non-functioning.
Yeah, which was odd.
I don't get what happened there. I'm like, was there another scene where he shoots the other two, or are those two just not loaded?
Right, and plus they don't even need to do that. They could just drive the tumblers into the crowd.
Exactly, the tumblers could have just mowed them down, but nope.
Right, and so this is also intercut with Gordon and his team trying to catch the different lead line trucks with like dumpsters and big city buses and checking the backs to find which one might have the bomb in it, and cutting over to different streets. And then that's also intercut with Blake telling the orphan kids to go tell people to get out, that the bomb's going to go off. And the kid's like, "Is he back?" He's like, get your ass moving, get moving.
Stop asking stupid questions.
Yeah, and then you have Bane descending the stairwell, and he sheds his coat as he's beating the cops out of the way, and then Batman shows up.
Can I just say for a moment that I feel bad for the one cop that Bane just grabbed by the ear? It's like, bruh, what a way to go.
Yeah, and then Batman's there, and he's like, Bane's like, "So you came back to die with your city?" And Batman's like, "No, I came back to stop you." I'm not really. Exchange is like, okay, whatever. And so they start fighting, and this fight scene goes on. I think the fight is too short, and I have a problem with the fact. And there's a cool bit where Bane actually punches a hole in the column. It's like, shit, this guy's like fucking like jacked. But my problem with this fight is not just how short it is, but it's the fact that Batman wins the fight by landing one good punch in the right spot. And it's like, because he busts just one of the valves and the Bane just starts collapsing like a,
At least he does it the same way he broke Ra's al Ghul's sword in Batman Begins. I think they were trying to reconnect that scene again. I mean, that's how I took it.
So you mentioned earlier that you had a caveat with this fight scene as well?
Yeah, you know how when the marketing was coming out, around that time when the Avengers came out, they were showing like these almost like concept art drawings of like kind of like lifelike drawings of the characters. It looks like a cartoon that you would see like on a lunchbox or on a backpack or stuff or merchandising. They did the same thing with The Dark Knight Rises, where you have, and Scott, you have it here for the thumbnail, right in the corner where Batman is coming from above and Bane is coming from below in a fighting pose that you see in a comic book. And I'm thinking, we're going to get that kind of battle, because at this point, I am expecting Batman to once again use the theatricality of, deception and ninja arts to use it against Bane once again, but this time it actually works. He's using his training from the League of Shadows to fight him. But no, it's just a regular brawl in the middle of downtown Gotham, which again, there's nothing wrong with it. But as they start getting away from the crowd, I'm thinking at this point, Batman is going to corner him, and he's going to use the element of surprise, use the surroundings, mind your surroundings and take it to him, and then deliver that blow that finally takes Bane out of his center, and he starts to lose control, and then that's what I was expecting. So when you have that promise, it's not there. That's where I think that, okay, you just didn't give a shit. You just wanted to get it over with and be done with it.
I agree with you in terms of not having the payoff for that, in terms of him actually besting Bane. But I think that it was attempted two things. One of them is Batman in broad daylight, which is a first for this trilogy, and then them all fighting. But also, I think they wanted to show Batman fighting alongside the rest of like the cops and the people, so that it wasn't just Batman versus Bane. It was ultimately what the Joker said was the fist fight for the soul of Gotham City.
Oh, and again, you can still have that, but at some point, just move away from that and then show him what you can do, because we've already established that you cannot take this guy in a head-on and a regular fisticuffs. You have to use your tricks. And granted, it didn't work the first time because he wasn't ready, but he was getting ready, so it's time for round two. So for me, it didn't make sense that he could just take him on in a straight up brawl. I would prefer to him actually to use his training to take him on and say, okay, well, it didn't work the first time. Now I'm going to do it again. And this time I'm going to show you why I'm afraid of bats. And I'm going to use my fear for those who try to prey on the fearful. That, I think, would have been a better climactic battle between them.
But also considering the monologue about, oh, you think darkness will save you. I do like that fight does take place in broad daylight. Oh, hang on a second. We have a minor adjustment. There we go.
Oh, thank God you said adjustment. I thought, wait, are we getting a kid in here?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. There was a freezing and a repositioning, and everybody's happy again.
I don't know. I just felt like I was expecting one thing, didn't get it. Again, at the time, I liked it, but in retrospect, I'm like, I feel like this should have been more. This should have been Batman really showing him, that he's Batman. And
that was something that I noticed too, because this movie came out the year after Arkham City. And I remember there's certain places in Arkham City where you could go and see these gorgeous vistas atop the city of the observation tower. I'm like, there are so many locations where you can have this. And I get they want Batman fighting with the cops, but one of the analogies I made about this movie is like a religious analogy, because Bane is like the coming of the Messiah. He's coming there to bring the apocalypse upon everybody, and the true believers are going to die with him and be perfectly happy about it. Even the way he phrases it is like paraphrasing things from the book about the apocalypse in the Bible. And it's like, I feel that this final fight should be in a cathedral to really drive the point home. It's like Bane is the psychotic Messiah, because again, cults are dangerous, and it's like they both preach this type of idea that only the pure and the people are going to be saved. Everybody else is going to die. So I'm like, this should be it's like, yes, you could start him at City Hall when he starts the fight, but he has been here for 5 months as the worshipped king, kind of being lorded over. Like, you need this in a cathedral to really drive this point home.
And it would make sense that he would drive him into a cathedral and rig the cathedral to his advantage, because if Bruce is going around there making preparations and using gasoline to light up the bat symbol on the bridge, it would totally make sense for him to throw him in the cathedral and darken that place to the point where, we're going to do this again. Yeah, and this time I'm going to win.
Yeah, and you could get a Batman 89 reference in there, heading up into the rafters of the bell tower of a cathedral way up high above the city, and have it be like an epic, like, yes, you could start the fight down below with the cops in the city streets, but because this is, Bane, like, I was expecting that once Batman breaks the mask, it's going to slow down Bane for a second, but I think that's going to piss him off even more and inspire him to really go for it. And it just doesn't. He kind of wusses out, and Batman just kicks him a couple times into the foyer of the building, and he just collapses, and then he just kind of recycles the dialogue. Where's the trigger? Tell me where the trigger is, and you have my permission to die. And it's like, is that it? I was like, I couldn't really believe it. And then that's when you have the twist where he tells him that, look, Bane is just not even listening to what Batman has to say. He's like, I broke you. How could you come back? He's like, you think you're the only one who could learn the strength to escape? Where's the trigger? And he's like, but I never escaped. He's like, but the child of Ra's al Ghul made the climb. And that's when you have the impending Talia reveal. He's not the child of Ra's al Ghul. I am. And then she pulls out the detonator and keeps it out of reach of Batman. And she's like, and while I'm not ordinary, I'm still a citizen. And then you get into the whole montage where she talks about the past and how Bane protected her, and that Ra's al Ghul her father came to save them. And that's the reveal that Ra's al Ghul was the mercenary from the story. And I forgot to mention that Ra's al Ghul did show up as a vision that Bruce has in prison at one point. And she mentions that she went off and found her father and brought him back to exact terrible vengeance. And he found Bruce, but the prison doctor had already done his work and to my protector and messed him up even worse. But the League took us in, trained us, but this gets too much into explain-a-vision for me. And it just kind of was like, eh. And she's like, oh, but he only saw a monster, and the reminder of the hell he left his wife to die, and so he excommunicated him, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, we're going on with this a bit. But and the look on her face when she's saying it, it's like this dead-eyed, just blah, explain-a-vision type of thing that I just didn't. The score was good in that scene, but it kind of.
And Bale was also selling it with his, like, the fuck just happened?
Right. And then, so she finishes the story, and she's like, it's. The knife that takes its time, the one that slips quietly between the bones, that's the knife that cuts deepest. And she hits the trigger and it doesn't work, as Gordon has successfully attacked the convoy and attached the whatever it is, the doohickey that blocks the bombs, the detonator signal. And he's like, maybe your knife was too slow. And she's like, oh, Gordon, you gave him away to block my signal. No matter. He's bought Gotham 11 minutes. And she turns to Bane and she's like, don't kill him. And he gives her a look like, what? It's like, what? Don't kill him. And she's like, no, I want him to feel the heat, feel the fire of 12 million souls. She failed. And he's like, but I didn't murder your father. It's like he was trying to kill millions of innocent people. And she's like, innocence is a strong word to throw around Gotham, Bruce. And so she's like, she bids her goodbyes to Bane. She leaves, and then you cut to Foley, and he's like, press forward, break them at the stairs as they're all shooting. And she gets into the tumbler just as Foley kills Barsad, and she gets in riding shotgun, and she tells the driver, she's like, shoot them all, with this dead-eyed expression. And they mow down Foley, and they take off, and Bane just stands there, and he's like, well, we both know I have to kill you now, right? And he just kicks him really hard in the back. And he just whips up the sawn-off shotgun. He's like, you'll just have to imagine the fire. And then, bam, the explosion. He's just knocked back from the cannons on the bat pod. And Catwoman's riding it, and they pay off the joke they've been setting up multiple times throughout the film. And she's like, about the whole no guns thing, I don't think I feel as strongly about it as you do. And when I first saw that, the whole theater in the IMAX, you could feel their kind of collective breath taken away, but not in a good way. It's like, did that really just happen? Did you just kill the? It's like you robbed Bane of a lot of his independence from the beginning by just having him be a lackey of Ra's al Ghul. Now he's a lackey of Talia al Ghul, and now he just gets kind of bitched out by Batman really easy in this fight, and now you just blew him away with the bat pod before the essence of the rest of the climax, and are trying to get us more excited about Talia. And it just, nobody in the theater was feeling it. I mean, in hindsight, it's a really cool shot of her riding it on the bat pod and just blowing them away. But at the time, it was kind of disappointing. And she unties Bruce, and he's like, okay, you got to chase after the convoy. And the convoy's taken off, and Lucius Fox is in the chamber under the river because they're going to reconnect the bomb. And this was the moment in my theater. The one time of all the comic book movies I've been to on opening day, this is the only time where the theater erupted in spontaneous cheers and hollering whoops and applause. And that's when the bat weaves around the corner to intercept Talia's convoy. Because everybody in the theater was just done with this twist. And they're like, no, you don't fucking take out Tom Hardy's Bane like that and do this totally wooden, dead-eyed thing. It's like, no. And it was like a fourth wall breaking thing, because you could just feel the energy of the people were just kind of upset by the twist, and we're just like, kill that bitch. And so when the bat weaved around there, everybody was thunderous applause, and then the chase is on. What did you guys think of that? How they kill Bane and have the Talia twist?
Ernesto?
You go first.
I thought it was fine. I thought like from the brawl to the one good punch as you described it aptly, and then he just reconnects it, and then he's back in business once Talia stabs him, and we're okay. So Bane was not the mastermind. Talia was actually the mastermind. We destroy Bane, and now we have a new person, like a villain MacGuffin to chase. At the time, I was like, I'm glad they brought Talia in for the last 10, 15 minutes. Overall, at this point in the movie, so much has gone down that I'm still trying to figure out what Batman is going to do to save Gotham. And I don't know how any of this is going to work. Like at this point, we're still reconnecting the core underneath to be flooded. That's not going to work. But like everything that has happened up until this point, I'm like, yep, I get it. We're killing off the bad guys. But then what? Like once they're gone, we still have a city divided. All the cops are dead. Like Batman didn't really save anything here yet. So once the bomb is diffused, which it will be because his name's in the title of the movie, I still don't know how victory is achieved. So my expectations ever since the bridge was blowing up, I was like, no, this is too big for Batman. Ever since Bruce was jumping with a taut rope from how many feet up in the air and then being caught by it after having his back dislocated, if not broken, and he's fine, twice, I'm like, no. So in terms of the believability of what's been going on in this movie, I'm just wondering, how is it going to end? Because all semblance of logic has been thrown out the window in favor of, as you put it, the socialist revolution with Batman villains.
Like that bit when Tom Conti punches his spine back into place, and it's like, what? It's like
That's medical school. That's medical school.
Yeah.
Ernesto?
I was okay with it at the time because, like you said, Kat, they were building up to it about the no killing, and you think that because there was a scene where she's about to leave, and she had a choice to just leave the city and not come back, but she did come back, and she came back in the nick of time. Here comes the cavalry, and she blows Bane away because she's right. She doesn't feel strongly about the no killing rule. She doesn't have any attachment to Bane. To her, Bane is just a person who needs to be stopped, and she's got two barrels locked in and took him out. Because the way the scene is written, unless Batman was going to drop a couple of gas bombs in there and kind of uppercut Bane out of nowhere, or throw up a couple of batarangs like he did the other guys and put them asleep. I don't see any other way that Batman was going to get out of there. I mean, he was about to be executed before the bomb went out. So not Talia, but Selina taking him out. I mean, this is where my theater is opposite to your theater. My theater was roaring in celebration when she took him out. So I guess with the Tale of Two Cities, this is a tale of two theaters. One reacted strongly, the other one reacted poorly. And at this point, I just fall in the middle. It had to happen, and it did. Would I have preferred it to be gone another way? Yes. But with what we were presented, it's the same thing with, again, Christopher Nolan production. It's the same thing with Man of Steel and presented with the choice of how do you take down Zod, and you just do it that way. You could have rewritten a different way, but this is the writers putting himself in a corner. How do we get Batman out of this? Oh, just shoot him.
Yeah.
Well, it's also a redemption for Selina as well.
Yeah. And that segues into the
and again, Bane, everybody, Bane and Talia were committed to be martyrs for their cause. They were going to disintegrate themselves. The entire League of Shadows was going to live and die by these two at this point.
Right. And so that segues
into no prison in the world that could hold these two, so kill them.
Yeah. And so then that segues into the chase where he uses the bat to blow away the tumblers and to try and steer the lead-lined truck towards the reactor, which Talia is aware of that and keeps telling him to keep the truck on the road. And Catwoman shows up and uses her cannons on the bat pod to blow away one of the other tumblers. And the chase scene is pretty exciting. And eventually one of the tumblers fires like all these heat seeker missiles, which lock onto the bat. And he has to start doing these like gymnastics type style crazy F-22 style flying through the city to make sure the missiles end up hitting the buildings instead of him. And it's kind of neat because as he's flying around, you see all the extra destruction on the ground from, I guess, just months of rioting. And then you see like other shots that are clearly New York, like when the tumbler whips around the corner in front of Saks Fifth Avenue, and some iconic buildings that it's clearly, driving down Wall Street. And so they blow away the tumblers, and eventually the bat lines up in front of the main truck, and Talia's like, "Stay straight," and they keep shooting at it, and as they're driving along, they crash into the bars. And they did this practically too. They took this actual truck, a legit military truck, drove it through the bars and dropped it onto a lower freeway and crashed it. And she would have been impaled by the steering column. That alone would have killed her. And I noticed that in this cut, she like smacks her head up on the roof when it slams, and you have Gordon and Batman and Selina run up to the door to see her. And she's like, "Fox showed me how to override the reactor, including the emergency flood." And she activates it remotely, and Fox is like, "Uh-oh." And he takes off to get out of there as it's being flooded. And then you have arguably one of the worst death scenes in ever. She just kind of, "Just watch, my father's work is done." And it just kind of dies. And it's like, okay. And then Batman just
I never had a problem with it until people kept hounding about it. So I looked at it again, just like, yeah, it doesn't work. But it took me like 2 more times to watch it to kind of like see what people were bitching about.
Well, that's another thing, is that there's while you would have internal injuries from that, the fact that she's not in any pain at all and is completely fine and is still somewhat moving around, it begs the question, well, by the internal movie logic, what exactly killed her?
Well, I think that when the truck crashed, her back or neck were broken. She doesn't move anything except for she doesn't even move her head. She's just like there, and she's already set to be talking. And I watched it again, and I've heard a lot of people say this is the worst death scene ever. But in terms of just like being like her spinal column severed, and she's there, and she's going to die, I was like, okay. And then she just expires. I was fine with it.
I think we have firmly established that a broken spinal column is merely a suggestion in this universe.
Yeah.
Well, this movie, at least.
My thing was more of the delivery of her final line. My father's work is done. It's like, okay. Like you said, Nolan's just checked out. Nolan's checked out. He's ready to go. And so Batman's just not having any of this shit. He starts walking towards the back, and Gordon's like, what are you doing? He's like, I can get it out over the bay. And he starts hooking it onto the bat on the front cling wire cables, and then Catwoman and Batman have a kiss because I guess it's obligated at this point in the script, and they kiss goodbye. And he gets into the bat.
This is the girl.
Yep. And as he's getting ready to leave, Gordon's like, "Come on, wait! Don't people deserve to know the hero who saved them?" And he says, "Well, hero can be anybody, even somebody putting a coat around a young boy's shoulders to let him know the world hadn't ended."
Just don't wear hockey pads. Just don't wear hockey pads.
Right. And then Gordon's walking away, and he finally realizes Bruce Wayne. And the bat takes off, dragging the bomb. It flies through the city. Blake, meanwhile, while all this was happening, got the kids on the bus over to the bridge, the one bridge that was left standing. And Desmond Harrington, playing the cop on the other side, kept arguing with him that you take one step forward, we will shoot you, blah, blah, blah. And he detonated it because he was just not going to let him cross the bridge. And he just screams at him for it. You bastard, you killed us just to follow your orders. And it's funny because when he's saying that, Desmond has this reaction almost like he feels bad that he blew up the bridge. And so then the father's like, the Chris Ellis character tells the kids to gather around and bow their heads. And Blake's like, no, get on the bus. He's like, there's nowhere to go. Like,
do you think that explosion would have done a little bit of recoil damage to Blake? You know when?
Oh, right.
Yeah, it should have had a little bit of recoil damage because I'm just like, okay, no, that should have done something to you.
Yeah, that's another thing these movies do a lot of.
It goes. I mean, I think the last time I saw something that lazy as far as suffering an explosion head on was recently in Black Widow.
I saw it even more recently than that in No Time to Die when Bond's going up the stairs. And
that too, but but that was awesome.
Yeah, I know it was awesome, but
that's the difference. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's okay if it's awesome. So Blake insists everybody get back on the bus, and the Chris Allen's like, "There's nowhere to go. It's an atom bomb." And he's like, "Do you think they need to hear that right now? You want to let them die without hope? Come on!" And he gets, "Get on the bus, you too. Come on, father." And so right as the bat is about to round the corner with the bomb, and it blasts the corner of the building away to clear it. And even though it's only a small explosion went off, Blake reacts, "Heads down, this is it." And I'm thinking, no, because if it's not an atom bomb explosion, like, what are you talking about? It's like,
I think an explosion is enough to rattle you. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, so he turns around, that's it. And then the kid's like, yeah, and then the orphan's like, no, that's Batman. And then he spins around, the theme music starts playing, and you see him fly the bomb all the way out in a reference to Batman 66, flying out over the ocean. And then it cuts back and forth between Bruce and the timer ticking down on the bomb and Blake watching it. And then finally the bomb goes off. You see the explosion. And I guess in this universe, the radiation doesn't drift back into the city as it probably would being along the coast. And then you have the montage of everybody cheering.
In the water.
Yeah, you have Blake throws his badge over the bridge because he's disgusted, doesn't want to be a cop anymore. You have the montage of the few surviving cops arresting Bane's mercenaries at City Hall. And then it segues into Gordon reading from A Tale of Two Cities, quoting that is like, "Oh, we see beautiful people rising from this abyss, and people I see the lives the people who have laid down my life, living peaceful, prosperous, and happy, blah blah blah." And they unveil a statue to Batman at the renovated City Hall. And Gordon seems to have been forgiven for his past discretions about the Harvey Dent thing. And then he's kind of, and in the final closing montage, he sees that the bat signal has been repaired, and he's thrilled about this. The guy handling Bruce Wayne's estate mentions that the contents of the house are left in their entirety to Alfred J. Pennyworth, including the money that's left over, but that the house should be used. The house and grounds will be used for one purpose only: the housing and care for the city's at-risk and orphaned children, which pleases Blake, who we then find out his legal name is Robin, as he gets basically it's a duffel bag with a bunch of equipment for going off on a expedition, essentially, which is what he goes on. Meanwhile, Lucius Fox is told that the autopilot was fixed, and he was feeling really guilty about the fact that it wasn't. And they're like, no, it was fixed. He's like, it was a software patch 6 months ago. It's like, well, did you check the ID on the patch? And he's like, Bruce Wayne, which is neat because in the timeline of this event, I take it that Fox wouldn't have waited. I assume when he says 6 months, that goes back even before the attack on the city, because I don't think Fox, feeling that guilty, would wait another year or something before he'd asked about it. And so that's kind of neat because it shows that he fixed the autopilot a while ago, but he didn't tell him about it because he liked egging him on about it.
I assume he fixed it when he took it off the first time.
Yeah.
Because it kind of says a greater mind than me. Well, I like to be modest, but, Batman is supposed to be one of the greatest minds in the DC universe, so it does make sense that he would figure it out.
Yeah, and so then you have the funeral for Bruce Wayne, and that's where it's revealed that Gordon was reading from A Tale of Two Cities. He was quoting it as they've buried Bruce. And I know that they did use CGI on the tombstone because they were so paranoid about, spoilers getting out. And Alfred just breaks down and cries and says, I'm sorry, as he turns to Thomas and Martha's headstone, saying, you entrusted me with him and I failed you. I'm sorry. And then Gordon just tries to get Blake to change his mind about quitting the force. He's like, what you said before about structures becoming shackles, you're right, and I can't take this anymore, the injustice. And he's like, nobody's ever going to know who saved an entire city. And they know it was the Batman, because that's really and that's when they showed the unveiling of the statue. And then we find out
that statue right now. Where is that statue right now?
That's a good question. I would imagine it'd be in the Warner Brothers archives somewhere.
Yeah, because I know I went there and did a studio tour, and I don't remember seeing it. I don't know if they just had to take it out for renovations or what, but haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, I imagine it's one of those things where the archives probably has so much stuff, but they only have so much space to put it on display, and they have like a rotating thing, kind of like the Smithsonian.
I bet it was a treat for whoever sculpted it.
Yeah. And then the same guy handling the estate of Bruce Wayne mentions that, the pearls are missing. We can't leave a string of pearls when the manifest is lost. And so we then cut to the final montage of Blake going and discovering the Batcave, and Alfred going to the cafe in Italy and conveniently seeing Selina with the pearls, and Bruce Wayne hosting up his teacup and having a drink. And Alfred kind of, in a very movie type of way, he just nods and doesn't say anything. It's like, nah, he would go over there and say hello. Come on, And
he would.
Yeah, and so he gets up to leave, and then the final shot is Blake stepping onto the very new age type of Batcave, tech, as the camera slowly zooming in as the block rises out of the water as it spills over the edge, and it's Nightwing, and that's the future of that, even though they never intended to make a Nightwing movie, and then you get the very operatic score by Hans Zimmer.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the movie.
And the trilogy.
I think reputation-wise that people were a little too hard on it simply because they kept comparing it to The Dark Knight. They're like, how do you live up to The Dark Knight? And, how do you live up to Heath Ledger's performance? It's like, yeah, this movie doesn't have an X-Factor performance. I mean, Tom Hardy did a great job and continues to show he's one of the best actors when it comes to just using your eyes, because he conveys so much with that. But, I mean, I don't really compare it. I get that it's a different movie. It's a different story. I'm not going to keep comparing, like, you better hit this mark or that mark. It's like, I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah. Yes, it's the most comic of the trilogy. I cut it a break a bit because I still think this movie, while not as good narratively or script-wise as Batman Begins, I find this more entertaining of a watch than Batman Begins. I find it, because the thing is, Batman Begins is great as a character study and a Batman story, and a believable, fitting Batman story. But this is like, again, it's A Tale of Two Cities. It's an epic drama. It's IMAX, the intensity of it, and it's just, operatic and great, and I enjoy it more on repeat viewings. And it's a movie that feels more like a fun popcorn movie to put in and watch. I don't mind the runtime at all, and so I think if people could get over the comparisons, that maybe it'll get a softer rep moving forward. But I don't know. We just had the 10th anniversary, and people still kind of feel the same about it.
How many batarangs?
It's a good question. What do you give it, Ernesto?
Well, given everything I've said about, and again, most of my complaints kind of came after, because when I saw this movie 3 times in a row, I was on a high. Like, to me, this was like one of the best ways to end a trilogy. The flaws were really just weren't there. They were just pouring away. The movie was critic proof. The movie was audience proof. This movie was it. This is the movie we wanted. This is the end of a trilogy we were expecting. And then years later, I actually, sat down, pay attention, and look at the flaws. And in many years later, I've said that, you know what, flaws and all, this was a great ending to this trilogy. And I gave Batman Begins an 8.5. I gave The Dark Knight a 9. I give Rises a 7.5.
How about you, Scotty?
7. As I mentioned, just like I understand the idea of having Bruce as low as he possibly could be at the beginning of the movie, so the Dark Knight can rise. But every action that Batman and Bruce makes basically leads to his own downfall. And then when he is rising, I found it kind of overwhelming and something that couldn't be overcome. And when he does overcome things, they were just logically impossible to me. Such as the rope, like his back is broken 3 times in this movie. And and then when we get to the end of the movie and there's the twist with Talia, which I was somewhat telegraphed. I'm not as adept. I just sort of let the movie wash over me the first time I watched it. And it's like, okay, Talia's here. But I was just like, it doesn't matter. Even if they take care of Bane and they take care of Talia and they get rid of the bomb, Gotham is still gone. It is not salvageable. And so there is that. And then again, they just throw a busload of kids at the end of the movie to reinforce the idea of what's at stake. And it's like, okay, at least it's not something that you just dropped here at the end. The orphans had been played through the entire thing.
Would you have preferred prostitutes?
In a sense, the League of Shadows won because Gotham is definitely going to turn a new leaf, because that was something I couldn't figure out for a while, that it's like, okay, Bane, if you do this socialist revolution and destroy the city, you don't really literally have to destroy it with a bomb. That's just like the cherry on top that isn't really necessary at that point. It's like the bomb was more of a plot device to try and explain why the outside world doesn't intervene, but you don't really need to blow it up, because once you've destroyed the city, like you said, to this socialist revolution, Batman can't salvage it or reverse it. It's happened. Now you just have to build from the ground up.
Well, and they're not even going to have faith in the larger government of the United States, considering how many months. And it's just like, well, you're on your own, essentially, not specifically, but and then it does get a redemption for Selina and Bruce at the end, and Bruce doesn't have to die. I like how it explicit. I didn't think that there was any ambiguity in terms of whether or not the autopilot worked. I think that they had nailed it down so hard for the audience, and it's like autopilot, and then Bruce had done the patch. And the only thing that in terms of the dangling and was just an obvious jangly key in terms of, okay, let's appease the audience. And I do agree, the second viewing, and it's like, oh, it's Batman and Robin. I wish not Jason Todd, because I don't think Jason Todd would have fit as being a Gotham City policeman. I wish and it's the same thing Ben said. Oh, the reason he's Robin is because he was stealing the hubcaps off of the Batmobile. He was a criminal.
But in the story they're pulling from, it makes sense for it to be Jason Todd.
I still think I'm with Ben on this one from the Batman Begins review.
You're here.
I think but I agree with him, and I had the same sense when I watched it. is that they should have said either Grayson. I think they should have said Grayson.
No.
Well, I thought earlier you were saying you wanted it to be Jason Todd.
No, that was Ernesto. I never said that I wanted Jason Todd. I think Jason Todd's a criminal who Batman wanted to mold into being his sidekick, funneling the anger from the death of his parents at the hands of Two-Face. But no, he failed.
But this is an adaptation. It doesn't have to be like that.
No, but I'm just saying, in terms of if you're going to reference it, his real name being Robin, I think is too on the nose, and it should have been Grayson.
I'm trying to figure out what rating I should give it, because on one hand, I do enjoy watching it more. I do rewatch this movie more than Batman Begins, because in general, I'm not a fan of origin stories simply because it feels like there's a checklist. Like, I already know these characters in this world. Let's just get to a story already. Even though Batman Begins obviously is an eye-opener because that was like a whole new thing for me and for a lot of people. But I feel that because I revisit this movie more often that I should give it more points. But because of everything, I think a 7.5 would be fair. Because even Batman Returns, as much as I love that movie, I only gave it an 8. So, and that movie didn't have as many script problems as this did. So I'm going to give this a 7.5.
Alrighty, Rue.
7.5 batarangs.
And one other thing that I just didn't like, and again, I noticed it, is that not only did, as we established, that Nolan just stopped caring, he just wanted to get it over and done with, but I didn't appreciate it that the editing choices of showing the clips from Batman Begins, re-showing, kind of like reminding us what happened before. I'm just like, we're not idiots, Nolan. We know what happened before. We know what came before. We don't need the reminder. You don't need to show us a clip from Batman Begins with Ra's al Ghul talk about I had a wife. No, you can just say it and we will remember because we saw Batman Begins. We're here. We've been following this movies. We are paying attention. You don't need. If there's one edit in this movie that I think did work is bringing back kind of like a full circle of Bruce, why do we fall? So we can pick ourselves up again. That's the one edit that I think does work here. But every other edit here is just like, okay, I don't know why you did that, but that's fine. Editing was also an issue with this movie, especially with how some of the fight choreography, which unless he rushed the filming of those scenes, he just chose the laziest one.
Well, and I don't want to say that Christopher Nolan was didn't care and was phoning it in. I think that he was. This is sort of the similar thing with Batman Returns, as Kat said, just in terms of some of the references. I think this is a movie that Christopher Nolan wanted to make in reference to what was going on to Occupy Wall Street and the current events that it reflected. And he was like, okay, now we just got to figure out how to make my movie and put Batman in it. And that's how I felt about it. It's not that it's a lazy film. It's not that it's a not I don't care film. I think it's not a Batman movie. And they were like, so how do we make it a Batman movie? And that's the sense that I get from it. If it weren't a Batman movie, I think it's a really great critique about, or a modern day adaptation of Tales of Two Cities. And then you throw the Batman villains in there to make it more iconic and visceral. But again, by the end of the movie, I don't know who was victorious except for the fact that Bruce lived.
Well, there are some comics where Bane and Batman are actually friends. And so I thought, wouldn't it have been neat if there was an alternate cut where Bane survived? Like maybe Catwoman missed the shot and it was just the blast of the cat, like thrown aside, maybe he hit his head, knocked on, and he survived. And seeing that you've basically, it's like, yeah, the bomb is gone, Talia's gone, all these people are gone, but you've still achieved what you aim to achieve. And you just see him looking at the city, like across the bay, putting his jacket back on and leaving, you know? It's like, I've done it. You know, it's like I win, because it is essentially a win because the city is back. And in a sense, the fact that Gordon is quoting the final passage of A Tale of Two Cities is a confirmation of that fact. That, you know, because again, Batman and Ra's have the same goal. They just have different objectives, saving Gotham, just the different methods of doing it. And so, yeah, that's kind of like, and that's why that's how I've always seen the movie. That's like the League of Shadows won, just not in the way that they thought they would. And Batman also won, but not in the way that he thought he would.
Shall we call it a dark victory?
Exactly. Ooh. That would have been a great subtitle for the film. Like, I thought that Dark Knight, another title for that could have been Nightfall, even though it has no relation to that storyline, because
Nightfall.
Because Nightfall is another one because it's both Harvey's fall and Batman's fall, and then this would be Dark Victory. But yeah, I'm tempted to almost give it an 8 because I do find it really entertaining, and I feel the entertainment value has to count for something.
It does. It does.
Hell, I'm gonna give it an 8. Change my rating. I'm gonna give it an 8. I will forgive some of this stuff because I actually have gone back to visit this movie a lot, and I still enjoy it a lot, despite my gripes. I do think it thematically fulfills the end of the trilogy from at least from a character perspective for Bruce Wayne's actual arc over the trilogy, I feel is satisfying. And that's ultimately what the most important aspect of an ongoing trilogy is. Like, did you nail it on the characters, at least the main character? And I felt they did.
All right. I do want to say hello, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to the chat before we pack her in.
I feel like she's going to go after me. Let's see what happens.
This is also my second favorite. I think I should say it's like my second favorite, second or third favorite film trilogy. I find it hard to rank favorite trilogies.
Did you say your second favorite trilogy?
Second favorite. My first favorite film trilogy is the Lord of the Rings extended cut trilogies. This is probably my second favorite trilogy. Third would be the original Star Wars trilogy. And fourth would be probably the Back to the Future trilogy.
Okay. Did you have where does this fit in your trilogy ranking, Ernesto?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Well, then, all right. Daniel's Hot Topic says, oh my Keaton, do you think we will get some info in The Flash if Keaton found Selina Kyle? I don't know.
For June.
We will find out. Appion says, when they sleep together, they and at this point, Miranda and Bruce, they show that she's had a sword wound, and I thought it was a nice little detail. Yes, not a wound, but a scar. Absolutely. And again, I'm slow on the uptake, so I didn't necessarily take it as foreshadowing. Obviously, I'm not as quick as others. And Appion, yeah, that scene rules in terms of the fight scene underneath Wayne Tower. I still think Batman would have known. It's like, do you know where we are? And that, or something along those lines. Just knowing.
But it does. At that point, he's not thinking straight. He's just his ego is getting in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would still expect him to have the sort of geographic awareness.
Expect too much from your heroes.
From the world's greatest detective, it seems like a rational expectation. And Appion says, when he catches Batman's fist, he looks so disappointed in the fight. It's true. And Daniel, yes. You think the darkness is your ally? This will be.
We've already done this.
Yeah, well, you got to do it twice.
Yeah,
Jill says, this is the part of the movie where I kind of fell asleep for a little while. I didn't mean to, but I don't wake up until Batman escapes the pit. Yep, that's usually where this is a movie that didn't have an intermission that has an intermission. I usually pause it around there. Daniel's Hot Topic says, when Gotham is ashes, then you have my permission to die. And Appion, yeah, that's the line.
He did the thing.
He did the thing. Jill giving you credit for the didn't say the magic word.
Finally, some credit.
What do you mean? You've been getting credit a lot.
I know.
Okay. Daniel's Hot Topic says, in the comics and the animated series, Two-Face had a gang hired goons and lots of them. All the villains did. How do the villains hire personal armies when they get them? And where do they get the money to hire them?
Well, Bane's mercenaries were true believers, cultists like him. Same thing with Ra's al Ghul in the first film. And in the second movie, it's explained that the Joker's followers are a combination of the gangs who he's bought their loyalty, and as well as former Arkham patients who are, mentally ill people who are drawn to him. So this trilogy actually did surprisingly address the logic of where villains get their goons.
True.
And fear is a great motivator too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Dan
that's why Scarecrow has people working for him in the basement of Arkham. They're probably afraid of him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still would like to see a movie based on goons. Like people who work for criminal masterminds. I would like to see them having a conversation about what a benefits package looks like. So that would be a movie I love to see.
The Henchman.
The Henchman, yes, call it The Henchman.
Dan goes on to say, when the villains barely have enough money for themselves, that's why they rob banks in the first place. Well, if you got a good plan, that's how the Joker got
Do
his.
I look like a man with a plan?
Appion says the Scarecrow Judge with the ice exile is a cool scene. You think I'm going to walk out on that ice? Wish they had guns. They just throw themselves at bullets.
Yeah, the marching down Fifth. Yeah,
and way too short of a final fight. Yeah. Well, but again, and I guess that's one of the downfalls of the finale of the movie is that it does have to sort of, all right, we have to dispatch Bane so that we can establish that there was a mastermind, and then we have to take care of the mastermind of the League of Shadows and the twist.
And then it's interesting because when that twist happens, you also never do get to learn why he was in the pit. It's like, was he born there? Like he says he is born in the dark, so I assume he was also born down there. Unless he's speaking more metaphorically than he is literally. But I also like that he's still kept a mystery because you don't really need to know his story.
I think it's the same way of mirroring him and Batman, because Batman was born in the alley when his parents were killed in front of him, so it does follow.
Nice.
That's why I also would have loved them to push that kind of brotherly type thing, because they have these parallels with them and how you betrayed our surrogate father and I didn't type of thing. And I mean, yeah, Talia mentions that, but it's like it's a little too late, whereas Bane and him feel like they have more in common.
Yes. Well, and at least they had met toe-to-toe as adversaries earlier in the film and not been sort of duped and used by feminine wilds.
You know, a quick rewrite you could have meshed Miranda and Selena Kyle one and the same. That would be a twist.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
Start off as Selena and reveal yourself to be Talia in the end.
But like you said earlier, man, I think that there was a certain impetus to get Batman to get the girl at the end. We'd already taken Rachel in Batman 2. In Batman 3, let's give him Catwoman.
I'm just throwing out some possibilities. And another
universe for sure
happened.
No, I understand.
We are living in the day of the multiverse.
Oh, I'm already sick of them. Appion says, I wanted Batman doing a collection of his bag of tricks on Bane and rock him.
Thank you, Appion. Thank you. I find you're a true believer.
Black Philip Alvarez still on? Oh, yes, sir. We knew this was going to be a long one, and I'm glad that we've had to been able to go in depth with the trilogy. Appion agrees with the burning cathedral. Well, and it would have fit with the poster too. And Appion says the slow knife cuts the deepest. Phil's review, definitely the weakest in Nolan's trilogy, and even he knew he couldn't top The Dark Knight. I don't
think it's about that.
That wasn't his. Nolan doesn't come across as somebody who wants to top it, so he just wants to tell his stories and push himself narratively.
Yeah, like he mentioned a long time ago, the only reason he made The Dark Knight was because he was curious as to what the Joker would look like in this kind of hyper real world. And then when he did that, he didn't have an interest in doing the third movie. It was all the studio executives were pushing it, because the one rumor that was true about Batman 3 was that the studio wanted him to hire DiCaprio as the Riddler and have that be a movie. And he's like, no, we already did a cerebral villain with the Joker. It's like, we're going to do, and then they all had to coax him back with that sweet deal that he got for the 3 other movies. But I don't think he cares. Like, other people always talk about how do you top it. To me, I think the best way you could break the third act curse, not just for this, but for any trilogy, is stop worrying about escalation. Don't worry about trying to top the previous movies. Like, if you have a good, engaging story, it doesn't matter if it's a low-key story by comparison. If it's a good story where it's well told, it's not going to matter what the scale of it is. And it could still be a great movie. So, because that's why this one falls into the third act traps by trying to tie it back to the first movie. And it's like, you didn't need to do that, but, they do it.
Yeah, some trilogies should end how they began, with humbling beginnings.
Yeah. Because of all the ways they could have handled the secret of the Harvey Dent thing, this was not, because it feels like this whole Occupy Wall Street Tale of Two Cities is completely different than the Harvey Dent thing in a way. Because he whips out the speech, but it's clear that this revolution was going to happen, whether he found that speech and discovered that or not. So it's like two different ideas that aren't really gelling very well. Because again, I thought they should have pushed the whole fascist angle of it to really churn the the spirit of rebellion. But I think again, using the Riddler or somebody like that to look into the Harvey Dent thing, because even Blake was asking it, why would Batman just suddenly attack the SWAT team and kill all these guys? It's like, this isn't like Batman. And plus there's the loose ends out there. You got Mr. Reese, who admittedly is going to keep his mouth shut because, Bruce saved him. And then you got Ramirez, the other cop who Two-Face spared, who knows the truth. And then you have Gordon's wife and kids who know the truth that are out there somewhere. And if she's upset enough with Gordon to leave him and go out of state, you'd think she'd be upset with him to perhaps throw him under. It's like there's little pieces there you have to play with, but then I don't feel like this story is necessarily the best way to have handled the potential for what you could have done with the Harvey Dent conspiracy. But on the flip side, the thematic point about letting like Alfred says, maybe it's time to start lying about everything and just let the truth have its day, which even Bruce's vision of Ra's al Ghul reiterates, saying the best you could achieve was just a lie. So Gotham is beyond saving and must be allowed to die. Hey, that rhymes. But it's which is why again it seems like League of Shadows wins. So I don't think.
You know what? I can rewrite this right now. Take out the bomb. Have a scene in the kangaroo court, and instead of telling guilty to wealthy, well-off people, have them bring Gordon's wife and kids. Have them bring what was it, Reeves? Have them bring every single person
Ramirez.
And Ramirez. Have them bring all of them and have them all confess to their crimes in broad daylight or television or whatever. And that'll be like your oh shit moment. And then the city just loses their shit. It becomes a lawless state. Fascism is against the people, and then Batman has to, in the middle of it, fight everybody. And you can take out the bomb and you can still have an effective story.
Yeah. Another small caveat I had.
The idea is the city killing itself from within.
Yeah, and that's kind of what that's sort of like the point that Bane is making. Like, you're gonna watch me destroy the city and feed it hope, and then it's like the bomb is sort of kind of like what Scott said. We're gonna have the school bus there to reinforce the stakes, but the bomb is almost like a non-plus because everything Scott said. Yeah, the city's kind of fucked already anyhow. It's like. I mean, it still matters in the sense that there's still some innocent people that aren't going to die as a result of Batman getting rid of the bomb, but it still feels like, he's kind of failed, sort of like in the Batman where Batman fails. And so, but that movie makes more sense and it fits the story more. Here, it's kind of like, we're trying to say he's won. It's a victory, even though it's really not.
A dark victory.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's a personal victory for Bruce in terms of his. But I'm the more and more I think, I don't know, maybe I'm going to drop mine down to a 6.5. I don't know. Gil says Miranda's character was not well developed enough for me to care of her reveal. I guess it's fine, but I felt nothing.
Yeah.
And villain MacGuffin essentially.
I would have liked it also if they had brought back, because it made sense in Batman Begins why you don't bring back Flash, because he's a corrupt cop and Gordon like cuffs him. He's like, hey, you're done. But the other cop who becomes Gordon's like partner or friend, the guy we called like Keith, the local Chicago actor in The Dark Knight, who's with him like every step of the way, he's not in this movie either. And I thought it would have been nice to have him there for like continuity's sake. Like, he's got one other guy in his corner, and I thought that would have been interesting because he doesn't know about the Harvey Dent conspiracy. He believes in a lie. So having somebody who's really tight with Gordon like that, who follows him around a lot, looks up to him a lot, who's aware or who is not aware that this is a lie, I thought would have been a compelling narrative element as well. But that's a consequence, again, of not shooting in Chicago, so you're not getting the local actors there, and they just didn't think about it. But I thought that would have been a nice touch to have him back.
Even having him in Foley's position.
Yeah, because the Foley character doesn't really serve any purpose. He's just, he's the smug guy who's going to breathe down Gordon's neck for like 3 scenes, and he's there to get shot, kind of. I guess the idea is that you paint him as the guy who's, because he's not even in charge. I mean, it's one thing if you want to put like an incompetent person in charge of the cops to explain how Bane is able to, get away with everything he's getting away with before he takes over, as like a, that's because the police force is incompetent. But no, Gordon's still leading everybody. He's still the commander, and so it's kind of like, why is Foley even here? It's like I don't really know.
Well, because they mentioned in the beginning that the mayor was going to dump him in the spring, so Foley would stand to gain from that and take over.
Right, but I mean, like,
So
in general,
he's celebrating before he's hit the finish line.
exactly. But I mean, like, overall, what was the point in inventing that plot point that he's going to dump him in the spring and we have this new guy here if they're not really going to do much with him? I just kind of.
Well, the reemergence
He has an arc, admittedly, but you know,
the reemergence of the corruption of Gotham City, even in spite of the lie of Dent and Batman, like, it didn't matter because they were going to reinforce, as you mentioned earlier, this fascistic bill, like the Harvey Dent Act, and it didn't matter. And so we get rid of Gordon, and then Foley gets to be police commissioner. We get Garcia, who was a product of the original Gotham anyway, and the hobnobbing of the guy who gets taken by Selina Kyle. It's just, we're back. Gotham's back. It's
I'm going to knock it back down to a 7.5.
Okay.
God, these batarangs are flying left and right. I swear to God.
Well, but it's a contentious movie. I appreciate it. Phil says, didn't like Hathaway at all as Catwoman, and that Bane voice, LOL. Wow, the ending is crap too. Sorry, my 2 cents. Including Batman's barely in this too. Yeah,
I felt that they really earned the moment that he returns, like 45 minutes into the movie or whatever. I felt that was a really triumphant moment. Like, I'm feeling as excited as that veteran cop. He's like, "You're in for a show tonight, son." It's like, yeah, he's like talking to the audience basically at that point.
Your patience has been rewarded.
But I didn't feel the return of him in the Batsuit in the finale was as, because the next time you see him in the Batsuit for the finale is when he steps out of the shadows in front of Gordon on the ice. And that didn't feel as dramatic as, like, because it felt like they had earned a big return for him by the time they get to the climax. And it's just kind of him stepping out of the shadows. It was like, okay.
Yeah. Like, even if he had just, I know he does the dart, but
Yeah.
it would have been cool if he had actually, like, glided in or emerged from the darkness, did a punch fight, and then said, "Light it up." And it's like,
Come to think of it, I don't think he glides at all in the Batsuit in this movie.
I don't recall.
Well, he does in the tunnels before fighting Bane.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Jill says, well, Batman is barely in Returns, but that is one of my favorites. Yeah,
so that
and again,
is her favorite, she says.
That one is my favorite. Yeah, well, and Jill was on for that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Appion says, Catwoman killing Bane is very random. Well, yeah, because we had to get on to...
They set it up a little bit with the Batman, no guns, no killing, and then she picks up the gun again, and then... So there's a couple references to that in the movie that I admit that I didn't see it coming at first either, and I should have, because they were setting that up. But you knew after she blows away the debris blocking the tunnel that she's not simply going to come back. She's going to come back and save him in a big way. And so I just didn't expect that it was going to be like that, like, blowing him away with the cannon of a bat pod, But yeah, I figured something was going to happen there, but they did kind of set it up. Sort of like the flood in the Batman. They don't draw your attention to the seawall too much, but if you're paying attention, you will pick up on it.
Well, and just a fun thing with Anne Hathaway and the Bat Pod, she killed Bane, but she also broke an IMAX camera.
That's right.
In one of the shots, she was taking the Bat Pod down the stairs and knocked over an IMAX camera, which is one hell.
I don't think she rode the Bat Pod though.
I saw the clip of it. I saw the footage of it.
One of them, yeah.
Anyway. Jill says, yes, too big for Batman. Those were my thoughts. I was thinking, man, Batman needs to call the Justice League.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Well, if only they existed in this universe. But yeah, and I guess that is the evidence that there is no other. There is the only superhero in this world is the Batman. Phil says the Batman films are mostly about the villains. Catwoman is wasted, and Talia is just such a caricature, really, even for a Nolan film. Her death is more cringe than anything. The third act falls apart. In Returns, Batman is still there, but you dedicate almost an hour to him in that prison while all his chaos is going on in Gotham. I don't buy it. The Batman version of Catwoman is miles better than this movie, but it is more iconic in Returns. That's really all I have to say about this movie. 5 batarangs.
Now, when you say you don't buy it, what, that he's in prison for the... Well, he is in the prison while all that chaos is going on.
In Returns, Batman is still there, but you dedicate almost an hour of him in that prison while all the chaos is going on in Gotham. I don't buy it. He's imprisoned and healing.
Yeah, he's...
He's in prison and healing. He's there.
He's in prison and healing. Yes, his healing regimen involves being punched in the spine to replace a vertebrae.
But he still
I
doesn't
understand.
leave.
Yeah, I don't get what he means when he says he doesn't buy it, because we get the scenario as to why he's there, and he is recuperating.
In Returns, Batman is still in Gotham, but
Right.
right. Okay. Well, and that's what he's saying. But in terms of, again, the lack of Batman,
The question needs to be rephrased.
I guess it comes down to how invested are you in the character as opposed to the Batman, or Bruce Wayne or Batman, or how much you care. Like Goyer said in the first movie, he says they will have achieved their goal if you're not just counting time until he puts on the costume. And so that's kind of, because I didn't miss Batman when he wasn't on screen in Rises for that whole midsection, because I felt that the storyline, it is what it is, and it's earned that. Even though I expected the return moment to be a bit triumphant towards the end. So Phil begins 7 batarangs and Dark Knight 9 batarangs.
And he gives this one a 5. Okay.
Well, 7. That's kind of okay.
Working with the odd numbers here.
Hang on a second. Sorry, I just had a thing. And Appion is agreeing with you, disagreeing with me. No, it's bad. Her acting is terrible in that scene.
No, we're not saying it isn't. It's just.
Oh no, I thought it was fine. Like
Are we still talking about Marion or Anne Hathaway?
Marion Cotillard.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jill says yes, Cat, because the original love interest turned out to be evil, so not Batman can kiss Catwoman for no reason. So not Batman. All right, now Batman. She does correct herself. And Black Phillip says, I don't buy the romance of Batman and Catwoman. Even The Killing Joke did it better. Catwoman wasn't in The Killing Joke.
Okay.
But I know a lot of people criticize it. Jill says, even Hush did it better, and I don't even really like that one either. Phil says, the chemistry between Bale and Hathaway was just too flat. Was so flat too. It was better between Pattinson and Kravitz by a mile. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, in the Batman, that's more of a focus.
Yeah, they spend a lot more time with Batman and Catwoman in that than they do.
That movie is more intimate in their relation than Returns or Rises.
Yeah.
Well, and this is something that Steve's been talking about recently as well. Phil says, I just love how the Harley Quinn show makes fun of the Bane voice simply for comedic purposes.
Well, everybody's made fun of it for comedic purposes.
It's also a Harley Quinn show. The joke has been beaten to death like a lot of horses.
Yeah, South Park did that as early as September 2012.
Yeah, so the Harley Quinn show is not doing anything new. They're just continuing to beat a dead horse.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I haven't seen it. Give a shit about the show, so that's why I'm going to be very harsh on it.
Fair enough. Jill says, don't really feel like rating this one, but it was a movie, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt was cute, and Phil agrees.
How many Gordon-Levitt's do you give out of 10 then?
There's only one. There's only one Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Phil says, I do appreciate how 2 actors from 10 Things I Hate About You are in the Nolan trilogy. Appion says, all those bridges needs to be rebuilt. And also, big ups to you, Kat. Catherine, your memory of the movie was perfect.
Thank you. Oh, can we talk about how absurd it is that massive river in Gotham, which is i.e. New York, completely freezes over to be really thick ice like that?
That is ridiculous, yes.
You're not that far north.
Well, it is Gotham.
Yeah, which is kind of like New Jersey, but yeah.
But it's still Gotham.
In terms
Gotham
of the
operate by regular logic, we've already established.
Maybe it was Mr. Freeze. Jill says, yes, Lord of the Rings. I know you Lord of the Rings fans. Back to the Future is still my favorite trilogy, then Lord of the Rings.
Commas, people.
Appion, Minions at LOL. I'm not sure if you're referring to the Minions
He is
trilogy.
exactly referring to that. Yes.
Good for the Twinkies. Lemon, you're still here. You returned. Hey, and the lovely Cherie. Hello, hello, hello.
Agree.
Hello. Hello.
Black Phillip says no one didn't even know he was going to do a third film. If so, he wouldn't have killed off Two-Face and still used the Joker if Ledger hadn't passed.
I disagree. I don't think he had any interest in keeping Two-Face around because, again, his hyper real world doesn't really allow for the comic accurate version of Two-Face. And yeah, again, he was not interested in bringing the Joker back. He said what he had to say about that character and move on.
And even if he didn't kill him, he'd still be somewhere in Arkham, not being mentioned at all.
Yeah.
And Daniel says 8 batarangs. Excellent. Excellent. And then, oh, here we go. And Phil says what I meant was how long was he in that prison recovering? Almost a year?
No,
under 5 months.
Almost 5 months. Which, as somebody who's had spinal surgery, which was different, that was titanium rods being grafted onto your bones. It took me about 3 months before I could acclimatize in a way to the titanium being there, and then another month or so after that before I was kind of more or less walking back to normal. So, I mean, granted, this is comic book movie logic, and you're right. He breaks his back like that, and the guy just punches it back in. It's like, yeah, bullshit.
Okay, can I just throw this out there just for the sake of argument? Would people have preferred if this movie had a card and you know how when you change locations or time they show like a little timer there?
Oh.
Would people have preferred if they said 2 months later, 1 month later, 10 days before explosion, 5 days before explosion?
They would have had to use so many of them when they kept cutting back and forth.
Exactly. So just trust that time is passing. I swear, people.
Well, you can tell also because it's not snowing yet when he first takes over the city, and then by the end of it, it's like the whole river's frozen over.
Yeah, it's not happening in real time, people. Time is passing. You just have to really just focus on that.
Yeah. I forgot to wear my Bane coat for this episode.
Oh. Bane coat and top hat would have been bitching. Appion thinks that the frozen ice looked cool for the movie. And Daniel says, I heard it was Robin's 83rd anniversary. Happy 83rd anniversary to Robin. Agreed. And Appion, 7 batarangs. Perfect. It seems, yeah. We're all hovering around 7.
Yeah, it's not a perfect movie. And even with its detractors, there's still a lot to enjoy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think it's bad.
And it's still a quotable movie, so.
Yeah, I don't think it's not going to age like a fine wine, but it's not going to get worse either. I think it is what it is. It's still entertaining. Because I feel like giving it like if I were to give it a letter grade, I would give it like a B because it feels like an enjoyable kind of movie. But when you look at it out of 10, it's like it feels almost too high to give it the mathematical B and an 8. So it's like, especially when I consider the ratings I'm going to give for the other things that we have yet to cover. So I'm going to give it the 7.5.
Fair enough. And if we were doing letter ratings, it would go begins B, night A, rises C. So, anyway, what is next up?
The Lego Batman movie.
The Lego Batman movie. Heavens, I have not seen it. I have a disdain for Will Arnett, but I will watch it. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's quite good. And I'll have to check my...
It's a Bat Family movie that got a theatrical release.
Yeah. Oh, and this is just my personal prejudices towards Job, but yeah, I will watch, and I am looking forward to it. Do we have anything that we want to talk about in terms of where we are on the internet?
I am on the Unifying Force show at live streaming every second and fourth Sunday of the month, to my disdain, at 8 a.m. Pacific, and that's on the Virtual Cantina Network YouTube channel, and I'm here every Tuesday and well, soon to be Wednesdays again, and then I'm here Friday nights at 7 now for Lightsabers, Blasters, and Droids, which will be Steve and I covering The Mandalorian, and then whatever Star Wars stuff we do beyond then. And then at Slice Night at Twitter, Instagram, YouTube.
Ernesto, you turn in tricks?
I wanted to bring something up real quick before I forget. Otherwise, I would
We'll
have.
forget.
No. Otherwise, I would have just gone through it for nothing. I wanted to bring something up after this trilogy. There's a channel on YouTube called The Man Batman, and this was around the time where people were still very fervently doing fan trailers of what if movies that never came to pass. And this individual, man or woman, decided to make a fourth Nolan Batman movie that never came to pass by utilizing footage from Nolan's movies such as Inception, The Dark Knight Trilogy, Memento, um, and also some other films. And he decided to call a movie called The Batman Complex. And it's one of those what if situations after the Dark Knight Trilogy. You have what would happen if instead of him being Batman, it was all in his head, and you bring in Leonardo DiCaprio from Inception to intercept Bruce Wayne's psyche, and then you run into the Batman. I urge people, if you haven't seen it, to check out those trailers because it's kind of like a neat concept of a psychological interpretation of the Batman. I just wanted to bring that up as that would have made a great movie. Before the multiverse, before all of that, this would have been a great movie of meshing genres and film characters all into one. Just wanted to bring that up as a little aside.
I will definitely check it out.
Is that the reference you were also telling when you shared the two trailers for us?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
But I figure Scotty hasn't seen them, so I figured I would bring it up.
Well, they are available. I will check them out.
I like the idea in the trailer that when they're implying that he never was Batman, that he's just a paranoid schizophrenic and that he maybe imagined it. I thought that would be a neat type of Christopher Nolan-esque type movie. You know, somebody imagining that they were a superhero and they're not.
Yeah, that was all a lie. It was all in his head, and it never really happened.
Yeah.
And then
What's the point of watching it?
Well, because there's a
well, no, it's a Donnie Darko thing.
It's the point in the trailer when Leonardo DiCaprio's from Inception says, "It will work. I've done it before," and they cut to Michael Keaton as Batman, and that it's happened before. That he is not the first person to imagine he was Batman.
Well, then I'll check those out. The Batman Complex.
Yeah, the Batman Complex. The channel is The Man Batman.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I will definitely. And thanks, Ernesto.
And if people are bored, you can find me at MartinezXYZ on Twitter and Cinematic Universe Ultimate on YouTube. The last review you will see of mine will be Atomic Blonde on the channel. The first review you'll probably see of mine is The Winter Soldier.
Nice. Excellent. And I am here and over. Oh, we're going to be reviewing episode 4 of season 3 of Star Trek Picard this week. And I also hang out over on Antiderivative Jill's channel, where we've been going through the original series of Star Trek and hanging out on Fridays. And we have just recently, over on Pop Culture Curator's channel, finished up a review of the full series, all 22 episodes of Star Trek the Animated Series. So that is where you can find more of me if you are so inclined. Thank you again, Kat and Ernesto. I really appreciate it. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't supposed to do that. I wasn't supposed to thank you because, Kat, I never said thank you.
And you'll never have to.